Hello and welcome back to Sibiu, Romania for Red Bull Romaniacs 2022. In studio with me is Enduro legend Daryl Curtis. Daryl, just how good was that prologue action from yesterday?
Yes, it was awesome. There wasn't a dull moment. The guys were literally motocrossing it. It was like a straight rhythm section. And of course, Alfredo Gomez taking the win there. And he got to choose his start order this morning.
Yeah, so that was a bit of an advantage to choose that starting order. He's setting off third today. And there's 3-minute gaps between the top three. So there's a bit of strategy out there. And from the start, they're going to have more or less a flowy, nice, easy riding for 45 minutes. And then we're getting into the action, into the deep mountains where we know things are going to get hot.
So they're going to go straight into a section called Babysitter, and they're going to do it 3 times. So I haven't ridden it myself, but I see there's like a lot of rocks, and then it goes into a lot of ziggy-zaggy sections to get out. So tell us a bit more. You've ridden it.
Well, let me first of all tell you why it's called Babysitter. So when this hill was found with Martin, it was just, the sun was just about going down, because you should know, if you're riding with Martin for the first time, always have a headlight on your bike, have a backup light for your helmet as well, and a nice warm jacket, because you never know when you're coming home. And one of the guys that we were riding with, we were about halfway up the hill, and he said, sorry guys, I need to go home and look after my baby. We need to put to bed. So we're like, okay, ciao babysitter, see you.
Yeah. And when you're hard enduro riding, that's always the case. So one of your mates have got the lawn to go and cut it home or something like that, and go and escape. So
yeah. So as Daryl mentioned, the babysitter, we're going to do 3 stages of the babysitter. The gold competitors will do 3 stages, which is a brand new concept for this year. Martin's really mixing it up, you know. I think there's a bit of strategy to play, and it's definitely something brand new and exciting for this year's race.
It's also, yesterday we saw temperatures of like over 30 degrees, so it's dry and dusty out there. And the guys are going to be battling for traction. And very important to see is that, although Gomez won the prologue, he got to choose his start position, and he started third. So we've got Teddy in second, and we've got Manny in third. So I think Manny's starting first, Teddy second, and Alfredo starting third. So I think Manny's going to be hot out the gates. He's going to try to pull as much time as he can in the beginning.
So let's go and have a look at today's stage layout. So we're going to go over to Martin just now to give us he's right on the track. He's our track reporter. He's going to give us some information on what to expect out there. So we just saw a good overview over there of the racing for today's action. And you can see from the start, the gold guys are going to have a lot of heavy sections. Some of them that we saw from last year already.
It's beautiful out here. I was already on the start when the sun was going up. The riders getting a bit nervous, you know. The first day out here, it's going to be really fast and dusty. And I was following a few openers, and also had to pass some of our rescue guys that were on the track going to their positions. In the forest, it was still pretty dark. I was lucky to have my light on because I could see much better. It's not a usual time to start riding at 6 o'clock in the morning, so but was really very enjoyable. I could also see it's very, very dry out there, pretty dusty, so passing the other competitors will be quite difficult today. The grip is good, so that's not going to be an issue today. The heat is really already hot right now. I was sweating coming here. even though I was going mostly on amateur tracks. Yeah, as I said, the racetrack is really nice. The sections for the gold guys are going to be pretty heavy, so I'm curious to see when the first ones are coming up how much of a workout it has been to do the babysitter the first time. And let's have a look how the babysitter is looking like. Let's see the track walk with Greg Stone. Check it out.
Hello and welcome to Romania for the 19th edition of Red Bull Romaniacs. This year we have something new and exciting to bring to you. It's going to be Live Maniacs, which is live action from the gold competitors on each racing stage. The gold competitors will have to complete 3 laps of a signature series on the day. This is going to be super intense racing and will play a big part in the outcome of the race. So here we are in Shurgard at the first Live Maniacs, and this right here is Babysitter. Remember that the competitors will have to do this 3 times, so they need to conserve their energy to make sure that they can get through the rest of the day, because if they burn all their matches here, they're going to suffer but towards the end. Now they're off the stones and into the forest where it's going to get a lot steeper, so they'll have to change and adapt their riding style a little bit. There's a lot of grip on the rocks, and here in the forest it's a little bit more loose. Pivot turn. The forests in Romania are so steep that when you start climbing up these tracks, you really need to master the pivot turn, because it'll make a huge difference to your riding and the way you can get up the trail. We've got a little bit of a steep chute here, so Stefan's going to try and get as much drive and momentum as he can to get up high. You can just see how good the setup is. That tire is just molding itself around the rocks. Now it's really starting to get a lot more difficult, and with this mixed terrain here, he's going to be looking for those patches of rock where he can get the tyre to just grip on it and get him drive up, because on the soil it's just going to wash away and move out of the way of the tyre and not give him the drive he needs. I think this is a key point in this track here, because they can save a lot of time if they can shoot up right from the bottom, clear the section and get out, instead of having to come in here, do step by step, switchback by switchback, and get it back out again. And definitely if they don't make it on their first lap, it's going to give them a chance to have a look at it for the second and the third run. Yeah, boy! That was mega. That probably saved at least 40 seconds. Gonna do the last turn here now, because we're just about over and up at the top. So you'll bring it back up onto the ridge, turn it around. So we're just about at the top of Babysitter now. There's not much, but just the downhill back to the finish. There's some good line options here, good choices to make. So when the riders come round for their second and third laps, they'll have some good decisions to make for some fast racing. So that was the Babysitter, which the gold competitors will have to do 3 stages of. And Daryl, we saw that Graham Jarvis finished 11th in the prologue yesterday. I think he's playing a bit of strategy there, because it's really dry and dusty out there. So traction is definitely going to be not as good as it would be if it was a little bit more damp. So maybe he's trying to push hard to come through the field.
I think so. Graham is the master of traction. He'll find it anywhere, be it wet and dry. It's very slick and slippery out there, so it's going to be interesting to watch. And everybody said Graham had a bad prologue, but I think he's probably done it on purpose because where he's starting now, he's actually starting 22 minutes behind the leaders. So remember the corrected time at the end of today. Anybody that he catches, he'll already know that he's passed them in real time.
Yeah, he'll already know that in real time he's ahead, and also he'll have a lot of lines ahead of him, a lot of different options. So when he gets into the babysitter, he will have some good choices to make and actually even bridge that gap even further.
And Manny started first, so I think he's going to have a really aggressive start. He's going to want to get out in front and try and make an advantage. He's got the first three riders are starting 3 minutes apart, and all these difficult sections. When he gets to the first one, he'll be able to manage himself and listen for the next bike. So that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and the maybe they don't know this, but at the end of the day, right near the finish, we have again some really, really tough climbs for the gold guys. So if they burn all their matches here on the babysitter or in the other stages after that, they're going to just be finished.
What have they got in store for them today? They've got Gillendo's Ridge. They've got tell us a bit more.
Long walk. Yeah. So we've got some classic old sections.
I remember Long Walk in the early days. It was like the hardest thing ever. The first year we put it in, I mean, the guys were really struggling to get up. But now it's really quite easy for them, isn't it?
I mean, race winner Chris Birch in 2010 had to phone Martin from halfway up Long Walk to say, "Hey, are you sure this is the racetrack? Because I can't make it up," you know.
And Gillendo's Ridge is where Xavier Galindo took that wrong turn. He went down the mountain and he couldn't ride back up it again. And he got into a rowing boat and rode across the lake. Remember?
He had to row across the lake because he couldn't make it. And now these guys are going to conquer it. This is where they're going. This is how the race has changed and evolved over the years, and just how good these guys are now.
And only really, I think it's 87 kilometers today, which just shows you how hard it is. You know, the tracks in the old days were always a little bit longer. But shorter doesn't mean that they're going to get and have an early lunch today.
No, definitely not. So let's come to a commercial break now, and then we'll see into some good action again. Welcome back again. So Daryl, we've also got some new faces in the gold class, which surprised us yesterday. I mean, Dominic from Poland coming in the third in the qualifications yesterday, and he had a pretty good result in the prologue as well.
Yeah, Zawi finished fifth in the prologue, and he's going to start fifth today. Don't forget about Tristan Hart, our Canadian superstar. I think he's going to be one to watch out today. And then we've got the usual David Cyprian, Sonny Gaugier. Interesting one is Francesc Moret. So he's actually a four-time Trial 2 world champion and multiple French champion. So, and then we got Graham in 11th. There's guys like Safsela, Theodore Kabakchev. Let's just have a look down the list and see if there's anybody else.
Also, so Matthew Green's had two top 10 performances this year already. So he's definitely going to put the hammer down and bridge that gap. Maybe cling on to Graham. We saw him at the last event. You know, him and Graham riding together.
And also very interesting, he's leading the junior HEWC World, the World Championship at the moment for the juniors. So he's going to want to keep that lead. He got a 7th at Erzberg and 8th at Abstone. He's riding really, really well, living here in Europe and riding with the pros.
So we've got some visuals for you there, waiting for the guys to come in. They're just going to be doing one or two of the climbs with the silver just to get the heart rate going, get warmed up before they get into these sections. And don't forget, we've got live news coming in from the other classes as well. So head over to the website. There you'll get some info from our media persons on the racetracks. You'll get some interviews from the bronze guys. We'll see some atom action, some iron guys on the service point. And it's always nice to see that, you know, this race is not just focused on the gold. We have so many other guys out there, so it's going to be good to see some interviews and some action from all of the competitors.
Tell us about the Atom class.
So the Atom class was introduced, I think, 2 years ago now. And that's really nice riding, you know, just all in the forest, some super nice roads. We've even got another guy riding with a Dakar bike, one of the Dakar replicas. So there's something for everyone, you know. It's not about the gold. There's just something for everyone, which is so cool.
We've also got Matthias Walkner riding bronze on his Dakar bike, and we've got Paul Terrace, of course, also riding bronze. And then we've got Chris Birch on a 500 in the silver class. So it's going to be really interesting out there today.
So I think there's going to be a lot of attention around that big battle, that big struggle between Paul and Matthias. I think that's really one to watch. I'm so keen to see it, because some of the pictures that I've seen of Matthias, that Dakar bike full open, it's just going to be such good action to watch.
Yeah, and Paul Terrace, of course, yesterday on the prologue, he qualified third there. So that was really something to see how he managed to manhandle that big bike. I mean, the skill level is just insane.
Just insane. It really is. And also, not only on our webpage for the live news, don't forget to tune into Red Bull TV, where you can see a highlights reel from each of the day's stage, giving you some really good information and background of what's going on. And, you know, good to see that we're getting a lot of different points out there where you at home can be involved in every aspect of the race.
And if you haven't raced the Red Bull Romaniacs, then put it on your bucket list, because I can tell you now, the riding in these mountains is probably the best riding I've ever done in my life.
No, and I heard a good story from old Chris, who made that really awesome freestyle ramp we saw, the MTB hopper. He told me that one of his countrymen from Lithuania, he said, "Oh, I really want to do a Romaniacs one day." So some of the buddies got together, surprised him. "Hey, here's your ticket, off you go, here's your bike, go to Romaniacs." And the guy was just so stoked. So it's just so cool to see so many new faces as well.
Yeah, I mean, every year there's just a lot of new guys that come in. You know, they watch these broadcasts and they want to come and do it. And
so here we have the first riders coming in. This is going to be interesting. There's Manny right in the start of the section.
That reminds me straight away of Abstone that we saw just the other day with all of those big rocks. It looks a little bit like Carl's dinner, that.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like Carl's dinner. So you see Manny's getting some good drive there. He's going to pick his line. And remember that they wouldn't have seen these sections. They're riding these completely blind. So he's going to really think about his line choice to make sure he's not going to make a mistake where a guy like Alfredo can just close that gap.
Yeah, this is not like Erzberg when the guys got to walk these sections. So, I mean, is there one line up here, Craig? What does it look like?
There is no real line at the bottom there where we saw him, but now where he's getting up to now, the trail does open up, because we have a lot of hikers going through this section, so the rocks are a little bit flatter, which he'll get a little bit more drive on and hopefully for him get out of sight before the next rider comes in.
And the gradients here, I mean, is it? I mean, obviously it looks really steep. How bad is it for the average guy?
I mean, really hard. You know, those rocks are so big. If your front wheel drops in, then it's so difficult to get going again. You'll notice Manny really getting on the back of the bike to just keep that front wheel light. So now he's going to come across the camber and into the forest for the first time.
A big thing about these races is bike preservation. So, I mean, you can easily bash a gear lever or something. So, manage your heart rate. So, remember they have to do this section 3 times and only just at the bottom. Manage your heart rate. Make sure that you find traction. And this is what some of the guys were talking about yesterday. Because it's so dry and dusty, it'll be easier for the front guys. I don't know what's going to look like on lap 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think it could be, but on those really difficult off-cambers, once the guys start going through, they dig out a little bit of a rut. So there is an advantage for the guys coming from behind, because there's less chance of their wheels slipping off the trail. There's more of a line for them to go.
And Manny's a master of these uphills. It was a couple of years ago when the guys were asking him, like, there were some sections there that he managed to get up. It really made them look easy. And some of the pros said to Manny, how did you do that? You pulled so much time on us there. So he's extremely good at these uphills.
No, he's definitely going to try and stretch the elastic band here a little bit, because we estimate it'll take them about 7 minutes to get from the bottom up to the top again and then back in for their second stage. So Manny might be pushing hard so that he can just close that loop, get the stage done, and maybe come back in behind Alfredo, for example, because that's already also a mental battle going on here. If Manny can see Alfredo, if Alfredo's in his first stage and Manny's coming for a second, that's a real mental battle he's already won as well.
So Manny picking his way through. So next rider into that section is going to be Teddy Brzeziak and then Alfredo Gomez. So we'll be able to compare riding styles here. Making it look really easy so far.
Just see how he weights those footsteps, just getting the drive, throttle control.
How far are they up this climb right now?
So they're almost halfway up the climb now, so Manny's really doing it really, really quickly.
And does it get worse?
It does, definitely. The gradient picks up to almost 60%, which is really, really steep. But like you said just now, what seems difficult for us, these guys just do it like in seconds. I mean, I remember back in the day, I think it was in about 2012, when Klaus Sorensen was involved and as the track manager and director, we set one of these gold climbs. It took us, I think, about 40 minutes to get up the hill, and we were trying to estimate what the leaders did, and we thought, maybe they'll do about 25 minutes. Mr. Graham Jarvis popped on, and boom, 12 minutes from bottom to top. So just
and we got a call just now. One of the track managers, they're struggling to get up one of the gold sections. So these climbs are brutal, and they're really, really good riders. If you're gonna go and open gold, you have to be an exceptional rider. And if they're struggling to get up some of these new sections, then we know that they're going to be tough.
No, for sure. And remember that this is for these top guys. This is their livelihood. This is what they do. They put in so much training, so much effort into what they do to make sure that they get the best performance, because now we have a world championship. This is a world championship event, and to be crowned world champion is definitely a major achievement.
So talking about that, Billy Bolt, our 2021 hard enduro world champion, is out with an injury. He's had that wrist surgery, so he's out. And currently Manny Lettenbichler is in second. So after this round, if all goes well, he'll be in front. But yes, it's a big, it's an FIM World Championship, which is fantastic to see. After all of the years, we finally got ourselves these World Championship races.
Yep, and it looks like Teddy's just about to come into the section now, and Manny hasn't finished. So that's going to be good for Teddy to get into the section, get around, and Manny won't know now where the other riders are because he's coming out the top. So there's going to be a big battle in this section with a few of the gold guys all together.
And with 3 loops, 3-minute gaps, we might see some of the riders starting to catch each other. So that's going to be really interesting to see as the guys come through.
Definitely. And line choice is going to be key here, because there are a few different options. So if you just pick the wrong line, almost similar to the prologue, if you pick the wrong line, you can get caught up and lose a bunch of time.
I noticed all the dust out there when they were going up the climb. I mean, this race, there's a lot of fast sections in between as well. So that could also be quite a big factor, lots of dust. So, guys need to take care out there, pay attention.
Yeah, because if that dust gets inside the lens of your goggles, and the low sun in the morning, because we start really early on these off-road days, and when the sun's really low over the horizon, it's very, very difficult to see when you've got some dust mixed on there. And you'll see some of the guys even taking their goggles off just to get some clear view ahead. But in these tougher gold sections, so the dust will be there, but I don't think it'll be as much of a factor. So let's see, we should see some visuals of Teddy coming into the rock section here.
Man, just look at those rocks. I mean, that just reminds me of Cole's dinner. So, but it's quite a short piece, So there we go. That's Teddy coming into frame right now. Doesn't quite know where to go. Of course, they haven't been into the section before, so let's just see how Teddy handles this.
And he's a master in these sort of conditions, isn't he? I mean, the background he has, world champion endurocross.
Well, he's a 5-time Erzberg winner, and Erzberg is just rock like this.
And he's going to play a clever game here, you know. He'll be patient, he'll look for the line, pick his line, not just go straight into it without really deciding on a good way, because he could get easily held up if he hasn't thought about it and planned ahead.
So Teddy having and carrying an injury with that right wrist of his. He's still recovering and wasn't sure if he was going to start Romaniacs or not. So he's going to have to watch his wrist throughout this race. Make sure he doesn't make any mistakes and fall out, on that side and put that head out. Of course, he's a 5 times in Pittsburgh Rodeo winner, 5-time AMA Endurocross winner, and he's got 4 gold medals at X Games. This guy is an absolute legend, and it's so cool to see him out here in these mountains.
So cool to see him. And Alfredo is not so far behind him, and all these guys all come from trials backgrounds, so they're really going to battle hard for each other. Teddy taking a really direct line there, just bulldozing his way through, and now he's into the forest. So Teddy's still just picking his way through these zigzaggy sections. We should see Alfredo coming into shot fairly soon. See how he just momentarily takes a break, waits that back wheel and gets some drive.
So Manny's doing quite well there. He must be quite close to the top of this climb.
Yeah, there he is, just about up and over.
Well, he made short work of that. It didn't actually look too difficult.
Isn't it deceiving, Daryl? I mean, remember from when we were racing that you see that sun coming through over the horizon on the ridge, and you think, yeah, I'm at the top. And as you get on the top, it just hits you and climbs up again. So it sort of becomes a rule that don't think you're at the top until you start going down again.
There's always that little sting in the tail. So there we can see Alfredo Gomez coming into the picture. So of course he's lying 4th in the Hard Enduro World Championship Series. So he's really going to try and catch Manny. And Manny, of course, doesn't want to see Alfredo Gomez today.
No, definitely not. Because then Manny will know that Alfredo would have closed 6 minutes on him. So he's definitely going to try and push hard, stay ahead, and break that elastic band.
You can't really see how steep that is. But I mean, the fact that Manny had to get off there just to put that bike. This next section, he's not out yet. There you can see the gradient over there. So I think he does a right turn over here. And looking for traction, every little bit of traction. You can see how soft his rear mousse is. But again, you've got to be careful here because you've got 87 kilometers and also there's quite a bit of fast stuff in between. So these guys really do a lot of homework on their tire choice and their softness of their mousse on each particular day.
No, and Alfredo's really on a charge today. He's closing that gap to Teddy. I think pretty soon he's going to be joining Teddy. He'll be right behind him. So Alfredo's really on a mission today. Mario Roman also just not too far. He's just about to come into the section as well. So these guys are closing the gap.
See, I spoke too soon because this last section, I haven't ridden it, but there you can clearly see that the guys are getting into difficulty. Fatigue is, fatigue's not setting in yet, but his heart rate has definitely spiked. It's high, and the sooner he can get up here, the more he knows that he's going to make time on the next guy.
This is the last shoot up. He's going to shoot up now onto the ridge, go around to the checkpoints, and then come down again for his second stage. And we have already Teddy's in the stage, Alfredo's in the stage, as well as Mario. So by the time Manny gets down again and in for his second stage, these guys should be more or less near the top.
So it looks to me at the moment like Manny has made really, really good time at that climb. And I think we're going to start seeing Teddy, Gomez and Roman bunching up.
There's Paul Bolton, our field reporter, also giving us a demonstration of how to do it. Paul's a legend of the sport and been around for a very long time. He's chasing Mario there, looks like, to get some footage. So Alfredo's really on a charge. He's just got the hammer down.
So it looks like Alfredo Gomez here is probably going to catch Teddy towards his, I'm predicting he's going to catch Teddy towards the top end of this
I
climb.
would say. Mario not too far behind though, you know, so these guys are already bridging the gap, because once they're in a group, once they're in that little group and riding together, the guys that started behind have a real big advantage.
Yeah, action's definitely going to start hotting up over now. There you can see a barrier there to stop rocks tumbling down and hitting somebody lower down. That's old Mr. Bolton getting off his bike there.
Come on, Paulie!
Man, he's doing such a good job out there at the moment for Red Bull. The coverage is just insane.
So here's Mario, and watch Mario on these big hill climbs when it's just full gas, shooting his way up, because in my opinion, he's one of the best hill climbers.
Well, Mario Roman is lying third in the Hard Enduro World Championship at the moment. So, I mean, he's just had such a solid year. And he's really, I mean, he finished 10th at Red Bull Minus. He won Extras, second at Erzberg, and third at Abstone. And of course, he wants to be on the podium. He wants to win this race.
No, and he's, in my opinion, looking fitter and stronger as I've ever seen him before. So he's super motivated to get a win.
Watch out, Manny Lettermichler. They're coming for you.
Winnie is down there.
But of course, we have to remember that Manny's won the last 3 rounds. So he's the strongest rider out there at the moment. But everybody wants to take him down.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. As there we can see Teddy coming out. No, there's Manny. Sorry, that's Manny coming out at the top of that climb. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct. So that's the checkpoint. And then he's going to go across the top.
Stop. Shadow, yes, sorry.
Manny looks a bit unhappy about something. I'm not sure what happened out there. There's Paul shooting up through the rocks.
Red Bull kriegst da, dass du wieder runterkommst. Du warst am Red Bull too.
So the riders have a 3-minute mandatory break where they can relax a little bit, get something to drink before they head down again.
Yeah, that's quite a good thing. They don't normally have that in a lot of these races. So it's just to help the riders manage their heart rates and get water. Because of the heat, I think it's very important to do, forcing these riders to not empty their camelbacks. They've got a chance to get extra water from outside.
Yeah, because in these extreme heat, in these hot conditions, dehydration is a major factor. And don't forget that they've got those really difficult signature sections near the finish of the day. So if they empty their tank now, then they're not going to have much for those last climbs.
It looks like he's emptying his tank right now.
Looks like we're going across to Martin for some words on the ground there.
Break.
So here we have number 17.
It's David Cyprian coming into view.
Nice one.
Was it hard until here?
Definitely was hard until here, but it's so dusty, and I think it's going to be so dangerous now to get up there with a bunch of riders. You can see the dust cloud back in there, so I think it's going to be really slowing us down now off this pace.
I guess it's the same for everybody, but you will see. We'll see after.
Yeah.
Okay. There.
So David got a little hung up there on the rocks there. So he's also just looking for the line. Where's the best place to go?
David Cyprian lying 9th in the Hard Enduro World Championship at the moment. So he's 24 years old. He's from the Czech Republic. And he finished 9th at Minus earlier in the year. 6th at Extras. 8th at Erzberg. He got to checkpoint 21. So he was the first. He didn't finish, but they're still in the points. And 11th at Abstone.
Not over the gloves, please.
He's riding the whole series.
Nah, just
Manny's just having his last little stretch before he heads out after his little 3-minute break. And you can see there the hot temperatures. I mean, it's so early in the morning, and already it's super hot. We're already in the late 20s, 20 degrees Celsius. And after that climb over there, the guys are just losing body fluids. and it's only the start of the day.
So I can see Tristan Hart is just about to come into the section as well. So he's also on a charge this morning. Keep your eyes on Tristan. He's a young up and coming star. He had some really good results at Erzberg. He was right at the front of the race.
Yeah, Tristan's our dark horse here. I think
I agree with you.
I think he can come through. He's definitely. I want to see how he tackles that climb. We've also got Alzawi coming in. So after David Cyprian, we'll see Alzawi, and then Tristan's going to follow.
And already it's super hot to be already in the.
So Manny's just getting a breather there. Just get the heart rate down, and then he's gonna get a countdown to get back into the stage.
So his heart rate would have come right down again, and he would have just been able to just cool off a little bit. And what's after the section? What's he going into now?
So when they finish this live Romaniacs stages, they've still got Lost World, they've still got Killamore, they've got the Perla Loop, they've got Galindo, they've got Long Walk. That's 5 big sections after this, so they've really got a tough day ahead.
And to get from where he is now to the next section, is it a little bit flowing, or was there no flow today?
Not at all. There's just no let up for these guys, because once they come through the checkpoint for the last time, they'll head back down the hill where they can just recover a little bit, get their heart rate down, go across the valley, and then straight up into Galindo. So there's Tristan Hart coming into the section.
This is gonna be. I'm super interested in this. I haven't had a good close-up look at Tristan's riding, so I'm really excited to see him on this uphill. Of course, they're going to do this section 3 times, so we've got lots of action here as Manny's about to set off.
So off he goes. Manny goes off into the next stage.
3 minutes really does feel like a lifetime, doesn't it?
It does. Wow, Tristan riding so nice and smoothly across those rocks. We saw him yesterday in the prologue in those tyre section at the end, which absolutely amazed me. It looked like third gear just pinned straight across the top, bouncing over those tyres like they were rubber bands.
There's Dominic Alzawi there, so he's 22 years old, he's from Poland, and also riding really, really nicely at the moment.
And he was a surprise for us because we hadn't really seen him on the scene before, so it was good to see some fresh faces challenging for the front of the race.
He's doing a whole world championship, so he started off with a 7th at Minus. He was 11th at Extras in Serbia, 9th at Erzberg, so second non-finisher in the points, 16th at Abstone. It wasn't such a good race for him, but he's also the 2022 Junior World Super Enduro Champion, so no slouch at all.
So here's Alfredo coming up now to the last shoot up onto the ridge before they get to the checkpoint. He's definitely made it a lot of time.
I think we're going to see Alfredo coming out at the top, just behind Teddy Bluesiak. It looks like he's made some time on him. Or has he passed him? He might have passed him.
Teddy may have taken one of those lower lines to get a bit of a breather on the switch. Yes, he has. So here's Teddy. Alfredo probably took one of those really tricky full commitment lines just to get that jump ahead of Teddy.
So Alfredo will be super stoked with that. He's made up 3 minutes then on Teddy, so his race strategy is starting to pay off for him.
You can see just how loose it is. That back wheel just sliding out. It's the worst feeling when that back wheel just slides out and you have to go back down from where you've come from.
Yeah, but if guys like Teddy are struggling, there's Mario Roman now, so Teddy's in a spot of trouble over there. Mario's got his line blocked. What's Teddy going to do? Can he push it out from there?
I think he would come back down again. It's too steep to push. The best thing is to come back down and give it another shot. And Mario knows he's just smiling now and he'll just line it up, fire it up and shoot it out the top.
So Mario Roman would have started in 2 minutes behind Alfredo Gomez. So also looks like he's making a bit of time. He might actually have made up time on Alfredo already. Mario Roman is on a charge.
And he's 5 minutes now that he's made up on Teddy. So Mario's definitely on the charge. So here's Teddy lining up again for the second shoot up. That looks better. He's got good drive.
Oh, he spoke to some. The commentators curse. We should just be quiet.
Maybe he hooked another gear like he was trying to give some advice to the guys yesterday on the prologue. Maybe it was too much. Here we go. Balance. Oh, that's so beautiful. Well done.
Cool. Nice to see you doing that. Okay, here we got some
So
action.
now we've got some proper action. We've got 3 guys in the same section of the course.
Okay, so that's Michael Wagner now. So we remember how strong he was at Erzberg. So also one to watch out for. He blew at Erzberg, but let's see how he gets on.
And he would have definitely learnt a lesson from that. You know, every race that these young guys do, you learn and you just absorb it and take it in and use that to your advantage in the next races.
And there's Manny behind him. So Manny's he's busy on his second loop already. So yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see a comparison here between Michael Wagner and Manny Letzenbittler.
And remember now that Manny has the advantage over these guys in that he's had a chance to look at the section, look at the lines, so that he can get a jump and a gap in the guy in front of him. Also could be a disadvantage because if one of the guys in front just gets held up and can't get through, then Manny might have to wait a few moments before he can get going again.
But again, it's the same for everybody, so it's the luck of the draw really.
Yeah, definitely.
And he definitely knows exactly what lays up ahead, so he can manage himself. That's Sonny Kogia from Italy.
So Sonny started in 8th position this morning, so he's going pretty well. Although Michael Wagner is on
You're
the
not the
charge
only one
because
that
he
needs
started
to-
in 10th
I hold
position
your
this
back in the
morning and
meantime,
he's
yeah?
already gone through.
Yeah. Opa. So I'm sitting today on the gas, first time on the gas today this morning. So it looks like it's a big struggle up here. It's very dusty. You can see in the pictures it's very difficult to pass each other. But now they are coming, and the heat you can see is doing its job. We have here Mario coming just behind me. So it looks like Daddy has been passed up here as well in the heavy section. Hello Mario, how are you? You're smiling, this is good.
Yeah, it's very tough already in the morning. The visitor is never so easy, so yeah, let's keep in doing 2 more times, I guess.
Yeah, 2 more times, yeah, and after this you have a beautiful Killemol waiting for you. And after Killemol there's another nice section which we call Perla. This is also nice. So, you enjoying it?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
So big smile, big smile on the face there. And here is the king. The king has arrived, everyone. Mr. Graham Jarvis. Bike number 32, Graham Jarvis. So the king is here. He has arrived and he's just closing the gap on these guys. This was a good strategy by him.
So remember, he started 22 minutes behind Manny. So has he made up time, and is he going to make time on these next 3 loops?
Ride and try my best because yeah, you know, I still need time, but I'll push as hard as I can.
Yeah, but you came in second in the hill here, so the fast stuff was going good, huh?
Yeah, the fast stuff, you know, I can go fast, but on the downhills I was losing some time because I'm riding crooked, you know, and like as soon as there's rocks at the bottom, to sit down and anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you're enjoying at least the time here in Romania?
Yeah, sure, you know, the fast stuff is awesome.
Yeah. You didn't have anybody in front of you, so you didn't have any dust?
No, now I had like Alfredo and Mario, but in the hill I let them go past, you know, like I said, you know, I'm just trying to stay on the bike and finish the day and build myself back up, you know, give myself time, give that hand more time.
Make sure you fill up your camelback because another 2 times here and then Killemol is coming, so...
This thing, another one.
Yeah, another 2 times.
Are you crazy?
I know.
I thought one.
No, now you did it the first time. So this is, you see back there the numbers, so you need to count up to 3. So
okay.
On your own to count down up to 3. So, but
Okay.
If you
No,
want,
I knew it. Just
Okay. No, only the first time, yeah. So now eat, drink, fill up, and then you have until
how long is now the look?
the next one. What's coming after? So now you do this, you go down. You immediately in 30 seconds you are down.
Perfect.
And then you come up again the hard stuff. You go one more time down. You come up, and then you go the steep downhill, no sex ridge, and then Lost World, then Kill Them All, then a new hill Berlo, and then you have again a little rest for another 5 minutes.
I hope I can survive.
Yeah.
No.
Graham Jarvis again there. We just got the back end view of him. I mean, he's looking pretty smooth.
The silent assassin, Graham Jarvis. So the reason we nicknamed the silent assassin is because he just doesn't say a word. If his spectators around him saying, "Hey Graham, take this line. Hey Graham, do this," he doesn't listen. He just takes his own time, looks at the line where he wants to go, and then fires it up and goes. And he's just absolutely killing it out there.
But also, I mean, part of that nickname is the fact that Graham, I mean, if you look at him at Ertsberg, when he couldn't get out of the bowl, slowly but surely he'll come and pick them off. So just silently, he just picks his way through the field. He's really good at that. He's somebody that could start on the second row, for example, at Ertsberg and still win the race. So the guys know Graham, 22 minutes behind. I think they're more worried about him than anybody else.
Looks like Tristan's almost heading out to the top there now. So Tristan's really done well through this section. Made up some time. He's going to have 1 or 2 more zigzags, and then he'll be up onto that last ridge. He's just taking his time, looking where to go. Because to his right is a much easier line. It's a much smoother, flatter gradient, and that's where I think Taddy went and where Wario overtook him. So he's just pivot turning there. Most pivot turns are so essential in this section.
So he'll have Teddy and Mario in his sights. He'll try to catch them now in the next couple of loops. Is just ahead of them. It looks to me like Mario is having a really good day, so I think he's probably making a little bit of time on Alfredo. And Tristan, I think, is about the same pace as Mario at the moment, from what I can see.
Tristan's winning a lot of matches there, trying to get all the
A little glimpse of Theodore coming through there, and then that's number 16. So that's also many Ertsbergs and in Romaniacs under his belts. There's Theodore Kabakchev from Bulgaria. Theodore's currently lying 7th in the World Championship, so he's a youngster.
These guys just pause momentarily there, just to make sure that their wheels on a nice flat surface before they fire it up. Nice turn there. Here's Tristan heading up that final ridge. Very nice.
He cleaned it.
So he cleaned it, one shot. Dieter will try and just hang on to the back of Theodore there, just to help that motivation, just cling on to him and let them pull each other up.
Theodore finished 8th at Romaniacs in 2021, and he's of course going to race the whole World Championship.
Looks really loose out there. The guys are spinning up their tires. Looks really loose. When we did the track walk, we had a little bit of overnight rain, so the conditions were almost perfect. It's pretty different to what we're seeing now.
There's our Zoe in picture again.
Michael Wagner just getting caught up there a little bit. And the thing is that when you're racing so hard together and there's other guys that have caught you, it's in your mind now that you're already losing time. So you just start pushing harder, and then you end up going over the limit, and you definitely want to stay out of that red zone.
It just shows you how good the top guys are. I mean, they literally breezed up here, and we're going to see that these guys are going to start struggling a little bit more. Michael Wagner behind him, you've got Sonia Gogia just coming in on the right hand side of the screen.
And Daryl's there, a bit of an advantage in teaming up. Not teaming up necessarily that you need to get off and pull each other's bikes up, but just, being together, racing together, pushing each other ahead. I mean, it just didn't, a bit like you and Leon used to do back in the day.
Well, it's nice to ride with somebody, but motivation-wise, I don't know. It's difficult on a section like this because they actually can hold you up. So you need to be on your own on these climbs. So we saw Alfredo Gomez just now there at the bottom of the climb coming back into the rocks for his second lap as David Cyprian there just gets out. It's finally a little leg up. You definitely don't want to be bunched up with a group of riders up here. That's when you just lose time.
So Alfredo's making his way through again.
So he should start catching some of the guys, and well, they're all really going to get hung up here, some more than others. So let's just watch and see how it plays out.
He's looking super calm though. So that's Tristan coming into the checkpoint here. Hopefully we can get an interview with Tristan. And Alfredo now on the second stage. You can see that back tire, how soft that noose is, and the compound of the tire just really grips on the rocks. So here we go across to an interview from Martin with Tristan Hart.
So, Manuel Lettenbichler just passed the second time up here. How was it here? You did only one heat?
Yeah, so I guess we got 3 more to go. We're doing it 4 times total?
No, 3 times total.
Oh, it's only 2 more?
2 more.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hot today, that's for sure. Really hot. And there's going to be a lot of guys. I think you're going to have to get around guys in tough situations. So you might have to go for a sketchy pass here and there to get around some people.
I wouldn't be so worried about getting around people. I think you should rather be worried about what's coming after here.
Kill them all?
Not only.
Yeah, I think we still got a long day ahead of us, so we'll see what happens.
But you're doing good, yeah? Everything fine, feeling fit?
Well, right off the bat, I got lost. There was blue ribbons going both ways, and I accidentally took the wrong ones and didn't look at my GPS, so I got lost a couple minutes there because 2 guys got around me, but learning.
Yeah, well, you're doing good, yeah, and it's your second Red Bull Romaniacs, so and still another 3 days to go after that one, so I think you can catch up. Yeah. Or what do you think?
Yeah, we'll see. It's a long race and anything can happen, so just got to keep going.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
So that was Tristan Hart from Canada, doing really good here on Romanian soil. And
Last ridge climb up to the top.
This is Michael Valkenen now. Let's see if he cleans it. But I'm interested in there. If he made a wrong turn earlier on, I mean, he's lost a bit of time. So he's doing there. Graham
Cheers,
Thomas.
Graham. Come on, boy. He's saying, move it. I'm on a charge here.
So lots of respect there. So he waited for Michael to get up the climb. You know, you can't just go and pass it there. It would have been a little bit uncool.
But I think he's looking at that down on the right there. He might just try and clean the section and take both of those guys together.
Let's have a look and see what he does.
Here we go. There you go, look at him. Straight up. That's why he's the king.
Slight little dismount there with a little push for Graham. I mean, 47 years old and he's still at this level. It's crazy.
So what's wrong with you? Why aren't you riding?
No, I stopped at 43. I was done, man. I was done.
Body's had enough.
Al Safsela there from Israel. Also a very promising youngster. He's riding on the Alfredo Gomez racing team on that gas. And I think we really need to look out for him in the future.
So on provisional timing, and this is not, this is only provisional, it looks like Manny's still maintaining the lead there, but Tristan Hart has moved up into second place, so he's really riding well, and that's good to see. Right up there in second place, David Cyprian in third, Dominic Ozowie from Poland in fourth, and Sonny Gogia in fifth.
So Safsela is third in the Junior Hard Enduro World Championship, so Matty Green's leading, so he's doing his best to bridge the gap to Matt. There, Manny Back into the rock section again. You're going to head up into the forest. I'm sure he's getting pretty tired by now.
I'm sure that they'll also be looking forward to the next section because they know now what's ahead of them in this section, so they might be sort of dreading it and just wishing for it to be over so they can get out into the next climbs.
The guys are definitely welcoming this stop, getting some cold water, drinking water and some water down the back as we see Manny picking his way up this climb. Managing his heart rate, I mean really that's key here.
Definitely. You know, with the heat and what's still to come, they don't want to go over the top too soon.
So Manny's going to start catching now. He's going to start catching Subseller and Teddy. You know, he's going to pass Teddy up this climb.
So Matthew Green will be on his first stage. Teddy's on his second stage. So
there's Matty Green coming into the picture now. So he's our current leader of the Junior Hard Enduro World Championship.
And it'll be good for him here to see the other guys on the stage that are ahead of him, like Teddy, and try and just bridge that gap and stay with him and just let Teddy tow him up the top to try and get a bit more time back.
And Matty's also lying 10th in the overall Hard Enduro World Championship. Incredible. So yeah, he's doing a great job. He's had a really good season so far. Alfredo Gomez back in the picture. There's Theodore Kabachev. He obviously messed up the line. He's going to go back up and give it another shot.
Looks like he's been down. That exhaust pipe has got a big ding in on the right hand side. Fire it up. Go boy, go, 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 go. Nice line. So it looks like he took the same line as Mr. Jarvis there. He's going to just go across to the left, pivot, turn, and back up and over. So we have another interview with Martin there on the field.
Michi, how is it going? How is the riding up here? Hot?
Yeah, it's quite hot, but the heat is not the big problem. The big problem is that the ground is so dry and so slippery. So it's almost more slippery than in the wet.
Yes, I know. I figured this out last week when I was testing some tracks and I had problems to get up the hill. So, yeah, there's not much we can do. We cannot water the track. So, what do you think? Another 2 times is fine?
Yeah, I think so. So, I enjoyed it and I'm looking forward to do it again.
All right, perfect. Yeah, good luck. We have here another guy with us. Oh, you want to say something? Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, take your breath. Graham, how are you this morning?
Yeah, not too bad. Just got a bit of a sweat on up there. Yeah, it's just slippery when it's dry, slippery when it's wet. It's always tough. Yeah. No easier in the dry.
Yeah, sorry that we cannot offer the perfect condition that time. That's it. It's an outdoor sport. You know there is still a Kill 'Em All coming. Are you looking forward to that one?
I just don't think about it. Just ride the track, have fun.
Okay. No, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. So we got at least some smiling faces here because Letty wasn't smiling so much. No, but not everybody can smile.
Gotta smile.
Yeah.
Keep smiling.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's easy to smile. No, wish you all good luck.
Tristan Hart coming back into the rock section again.
So he's on his second stage now. He's on a second stage and he's going to get into a bit of traffic here. Looks like he's taken a little bit of a different line there from the first time. He's way off to the right hand side. So maybe he saw from his first stage when he came through, he saw that flatter section that he traversed across. So maybe he just wanted to fire up on that right and now get onto this little footpath to make his life a bit easier.
Got a glimpse of Winnie there in the background with the white shirt. So he's actually the boss of the Hard Enduro World Championship. Nice to see him out there. I think we're going to see a bit of action just now because I think that Manny has actually passed Teddy up this climb and Subsella already. Need a bit of confirmation from that. Maybe we'll get a picture for them just now. Let's hope. So it just shows you how the level. I mean, Manny at the moment is just incredible.
No, just incredible. Yeah, and interesting to hear there from Graham Jarvis that when the conditions are dry like this, it's similar to being wet. So it looks like they're having a real struggle out there.
There's Dieter Rudolph. Good job. That was really
That was
clean.
well written. That's where Tristan used a lot of energy pushing over those big roots on that big tree. So that was very well written.
I think the trick is here, like, you know, I never had a trials background, so I ended up pushing my way over a lot of things. And these guys with a trials background like Graham, the skill level is so high that he just manages to conserve energy all the way through. And even at his age, because his level is so high, you know, he can do as well as he's doing.
And I think that was the story for Wade Young as well when he came onto the scene. So he never had the trials background, but he was just so super fit and super strong and really fast on the open sections. So he would push hard on the open sections and catch back up to the leaders again. And then in these tough situations, he ended up pretty much carrying the bike through the section to get up because he never had the same skills, but was super fast in the open sections. And now gradually over time, those skills he's now developed, and he's been a race winner here before.
So these conditions at the moment suit us quite well because of the, you know, in South Africa we're used to these dry and rocky conditions. Temperature in these climbs, when it's dry like this, we're actually quite good. But when we get into the really, really slippery stuff, then we're not so good. So it counts a little bit in our favor when it's like this.
So it looks like Manny's having a bit of a better time than he did on his first stage. He's just winding his way up pretty quickly up this hill. He's almost on the ridge again.
So I got confirmation there that he's passed Teddy and Sofsela up this climb.
And that's a big mental achievement for him, because now will give him some motivation to really put the hammer down again, forget about what happened on the first stage where maybe it didn't go all his way, and now he can just focus on what's ahead.
So from what I can see at the moment, could be wrong, but it looks like he's made time on Gomez and Mario Roman.
Just having a look again at which line he wants to take, clicking into second gear, just making sure again. Looks like maybe he's in first, he's choosing first gear this time. That's nicely really. So instead of doing that long switch back to the right, he's just fired it straight up. He doesn't wait too long before going up onto the ridge again. So he's done this second stage really quickly.
He really is the king of hard enduro at the moment. I mean, winning the last 3 rounds and dominating the start of day 1. Remember, we've still got a long way to go. So he's going to have to just manage himself and his bike, make sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
Interesting there that he decided to take the exit a little bit earlier and not go as high as we saw Graham and Theodore go up. Maybe he doesn't want to burn that bit of energy pushing out the top. You just take the left line and ride it out on the off camber.
Sonny Ogoje there going into his second loop now. He knows what's ahead of him. All these riders do, and they're all complaining about how difficult it is. So it really is quite a big sting in the tail so early in the morning, with considering of what they've got left to do today.
Yeah. No, there's still a lot ahead of them. A lot ahead of them. But it's so great that we've got so many guys with cameras out there to see all the battles that are going on, all the struggles, you know, so you can just get an idea of what these guys are going through. And we saw them on the prologue absolutely blitzing, flying through the course, sending it over those obstacles. And now that we're in the mountains, things have really changed a lot.
And it's just important to just reflect on the rest of the classes. So, you know, Atom, you're going to come and have fun. Iron, you're going to also have fun. I mean, they're really easy. Bronze is quite a big step up. Bronze is like the old silver. And then to do silver, you've got to be a really accomplished rider. But if you enter gold, I mean, look at the caliber of these riders. This is what you're up against. You've got 33 entries in the gold section. And, I mean, you've got to be an exceptional rider. I mean, look at Teddy over there getting off, having to dismount. This is really difficult stuff, you know. We'll be riding on a common section like a bronze route that's common, and then you'll see the silver gold split, and you know, okay, oh boy, it's going to get hard. And then when you see the gold split from silver, like now, then you know, you're gonna die. And I mean, the level, it must be so difficult for the race organizers to go and plan a route. You've done quite a lot of that. I mean, how difficult is it to get the balance right?
Yeah, it's very difficult to get the balance, and also to find these sections for the gold guys. I mean, any normal person, if they looked at the section, I mean, it's even difficult to hike up there. So a normal person would look at this section and say, hey, how would you ever even consider riding a motorbike up there? So it's just on another level.
Okay, so Manny's just cooling his bike down a little bit.
Clutch, he's cooling his clutch.
I wonder if he's having any clutch issues he's doing. That's not normal cooling the engine down like that. I think there might be something going on. Maybe he's getting a clutch is slipping a little bit, possibly. It shouldn't normally. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's hope that it's nothing serious.
I mean, it depends how much he's pushing. If he's just using that clutch a bit more than he would normally because the racing is so tight in this section, maybe he's just overused it a little bit and that clutch is getting hot, because once that oil gets too hot and gets a bit burnt, it just slips really easily. So he's just using that water to cool the oil down again.
There's Graham coming back into the picture now.
He's so smooth.
Incredible. Just trying to see where Graham is in the mix.
2.5 minutes.
Are we getting a track explanation here from one of the locals, maybe? I think this is up at the checkpoint, yeah. So they don't see this every day. They're probably thinking, what is an enduro bike? What is a motorbike doing coming up this mountain? This is where I take my goats every day, not a motorbike.
Do you think that's his e-bike there in the background? I think it's the guy with the hat. It's his bike, definitely. I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. So that looks like Skinner there. That's Mark Skinner coming into shot. So he'll know what to expect here.
And yeah, he's just catching old Dominic or Zoe there on the lower part of the screen. Mike Skinner taking a really nice line up high.
So Mark will be on his first stage through the section, and Dominic on his second. So it looks like Dominic just got caught up there. Also got a little bit of fatigue setting in now because.
Oh, what a line from Theodore!
Wow, look at that!
Passing
Straight
both
up.
of them. I don't know, but I think Graham Jarvis is actually making up some serious time
making proper time
on Mario and Gomez. I wouldn't be surprised if I see them together. Is Graham one loop behind?
He could be. This is Rico from Brazil coming through.
So, with Graham Jarvis starting 22 minutes behind the rest of the guys, I think we might see them in the same frame, but I think Graham might be one loop down on the other riders.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't caught them if we see them together. Nice to see the guys coming all the way from Brazil. We've got so many. How many different nationalities do we have here at this year's edition of Romaniacs?
I think it's 33, though, so that's really awesome.
More than 50,
More than
53
50.
nations.
So we've got some more provisional results here from the second stage that was completed, and at the moment how it stands, we've got Manny still in first position, Mario in second, and Alfredo in third. But this is just provisional before the other guys because we've got Mr. Jarvis on a charge coming through, so that could well change. And you can see the sun's getting a bit higher up in the sky now, so it's going to start getting really like a cooking pot in there. The guys will be sweating.
Just walking around in town yesterday, I mean, at the prologue, it was really uncomfortable. That's how hot it is. And still very early here in the morning. I mean, it's not even, it's 20 to 9 at the moment, local time here. There's old Mr. Bolton that just came into frame just now. And of course, we've got Philip Schultz coming in. Doesn't know what's waiting for him yet.
It looks like he took that high line as well, where Tristan's kind of opened up that line now to get onto that traverse. So we have another interview with Martin. Let's cut across to Martin. He's with Sofsela.
Hey there. Not so many lines up there. Just one line.
More or less, yeah.
So now wait for 5 minutes.
Yeah, here is now a 5-minute break, yeah. How was it until here?
Yeah, pretty good so far. I'm having fun.
Yeah.
So nice to ride in the mountains, eh? Better than the streets.
Yeah, I just checked, there's like about 15 people in the track. So I think that's not too much. I was counting like the 15th ranked rider came in just when Letty left, so I guess passing shouldn't be an issue. Or did you have many people to pass?
Well, I just had one person to pass, which was Saf.
Yeah.
And it was pretty difficult, eh?
Yeah.
Pretty difficult to pass him. So yeah, we'll see. I've got 2 more laps. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. Manny's leading. Or?
Yeah, Manny is leading. He just left, and he's the first one that did 3 laps.
Okay.
Tristan just did the second one.
Okay.
Daddy just passed like 2-3 minutes ago.
Perfect.
So I think things are running quite smooth. I know it's dry and not the easiest conditions, but that's it, yeah.
Nothing you can do about that, eh? Yeah. Not so much.
What do you think? It's better wet?
Maybe like, if we can't pick or choose, but if I had to, I'd probably have like 20 mils of rain maybe a week ago. Get the soil nice and loamy, you know. No rain for the race, but yeah, should be fun.
Yeah, I would also like to have those green
nice,
conditions, yeah.
On and off, but I don't think we can. We can't mess with the guy upstairs, so this is what he's given us, eh?
Yeah.
Just gotta ride it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good luck, yeah. Enjoy the ride, yeah.
Thanks, Thanks, Martin, and hope everyone's enjoying the show.
Yeah, I guess people like it. I'm watching it. Your South African friends are doing a really great job commentating.
Ah, yeah. Daryl and Craig are on the booth, eh?
Yeah.
No, they're nice guys. Very fond of them, and hopefully they're saying nice things about me, you know. Could say anything because I think they know a lot more than your average commentator. So, yeah. Say nice things, guys, please.
No, they are quite friendly. They're finding really good of many positive things to say about you guys, and it's very interesting listening to them because they have really a lot of background information. So that's really a very good commentating. Thanks you guys as well from out here from the field.
Cool. Take it easy, Martin. I'm gonna fill up my backpack.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Well, nice words from Matty Green over there, and Safsela there's right behind him there in 3rd place. So those are the 2 guys that are fighting for the Junior World Championship. So Matty Green and Safsela. But sure, I've just seen Matty's level just go from strength to strength in these last 2 years, and I think that sure, I mean he's going to be right up there, and never mind the Junior World Championship, but in the overall championship, he's lying 10th at the moment. So yeah, there's Alfredo coming into the picture. And these guys make it look so easy.
Alfredo is on his 2nd stage here, but what I find interesting to hear from Matty there is that he doesn't mind the conditions, whatever it is. If it's pouring with rain, if it's dusty and dry, whatever it is, he just focuses on his job and what he has to do ahead.
Do you think they got a choice?
But you know, it's just to not get that in your head. You know, you don't want those negative thoughts getting in your head, because you want to just keep your thoughts clear, keep your head clear, because if you start thinking about the negative things, then it does definitely affect your mojo and your motivation.
So Teddy back in frame there, and that's Nick Furringer behind him there from the US.
So those guys are favouring that right line now. They're shooting up on the right hand side there to get onto this traverse a little bit sooner.
So that was Mark Serra. My mistake. It was Mark Serra, actually also on the Alfredo Gomez racing team. And number 31 is Alex Tomesk.
So these sections here are really going to fill up with riders now. We're going to soon have all 33 of the gold guys in this section. And as Maddie said, you know, the lines might get a bit blocked up, a little bit of traffic. You need to think clever, maybe take 1 or 2 other lines, but you want to look up ahead and make sure that the line you're going to take you can clear it and jump the gap.
That's Philip Schultz getting out at the top there. But yeah, we saw the riders bunching up there just now in the last frame, so that's going to be a problem for the pros to try to get through. It's okay to pass one rider, but if you get onto like one of those steep climbs and there's 3 guys in front of you, then that clock's just ticking away. There's Francesc Moret. We spoke about him a little bit earlier, but there's Graham Jarvis back in the frame now.
So the dust is lingering a little bit, you know, as more and more riders come in, there's not too much of a breeze through here, so the dust is just hovering, lingering a little bit. But you'll see most of them now with their goggles off, because the goggles aren't going to help too much. There's not, you're not going 50 or 60 kilometers an hour where you could get a bug in your eye. So some of them decide to take their goggles off just to get a bit of fresh air on your face, try and freshen you up, because it's really hot in there.
Temperatures are hotting up now. As each minute ticks, the degrees are ticking as well. It's getting warm. And these guys, I think when they finish this section over here, it's going to set the tempo for the day. This is Red Bull Romaniacs. This is not a normal hair scramble. Theodore is looking quite smooth there on this section. Promising rider from Bulgaria. He's a super nice guy. I really like him, and big talent for the future.
So we've got some more provisional results here for you for the guys that have completed 2 laps, and it looks like so many in the lead, followed by Mario, Alfredo, Tristan Hart, and Teddy. So Tristan on a move.
Wow. Have we got any time confirmations between Manny and anybody else?
Looks like Manny was 56 seconds ahead of Alfredo, so he's pulling a little bit ahead. Although remember that Alfredo started 6 minutes behind. So we have another interview with Martin.
Like
yeah?
it.
Let's see who's chatting to. Over to you, Martin.
Yeah. So it's pretty nice up here. I see Mario and Alfredo are enjoying it. They just went out of the live Maniac sections, and happening. People are coming. It's really nice to see and enjoy, and I guess everybody in front of the TV is having fun too.
A struggle, another battle, and this is where a little bit of strategy and game plan comes in, because if someone's blocking your line, you guys are racing for positions here, you just want to have a clear little track ahead.
So that's Matty Green back in frame with Zsolt Varga from Romania, having a little bit of a battle there. And I'm just looking now. It looks like at the moment Manny has pulled 1 minute 43 on Alfredo Gomez so far on these loops.
Yeah.
But he's definitely hasn't won the stage. You know, we've still got Graham Jarvis coming.
Yep.
So on this particular section that we're looking at, it looks like Manny's the fastest so far with a minute 43 advantage over Alfredo. There's Nick Farringer. There's the guy I was talking about earlier from the US. I haven't seen him ride yet, so let's just see how he does here. That was a nice pivot turn from him. Another nice pivot turn. Of course, we're missing Cody Webb with that wrist injury. He's still recovering.
And we've got a little bit of data now from the first stage, so because there's been quite a few riders now through the first stage, and it looks like actually that Theodor Kowalski has taken the fastest time on that first stage.
Yeah, it looks like he pipped Manny by just 9 seconds on that first, if you take the comparative data from the first lap.
Mario Roman in third there, and Mr. Graham Jarvis up in fourth. And remember, after this, they've still got a lot of other sections to do, so there's still a lot of racing to come.
Well, that's really impressive from Theodore. So, wow. So far on the second loop, Mario Roman has been the fastest, beating Manny by 15 seconds. So, very, very interesting data coming out here.
Very interesting. And on the first stage here where Theodore was now, he fired it straight up onto the ridge. So maybe he couldn't quite make it now. You know, the dust is really, a lot of it on the ground. Things are getting churned up. So he's just taking a line to the left there to try and avoid coming back down again and giving it another shot.
Yeah, the line will definitely be changing now as more and more riders go through and start spinning up that, it just becomes so loose, doesn't it?
So, shot there from...
There's Matty Green back in the picture. Looks like he's just conserving his energy, but you can just see how well he's riding. I mean, it's just... And he's got something that we call fast bait in South Africa. You know all about fast bait. Fast bait means basically that you just push through everything. You know, you got the ability to push.
Close your mind. Close out all those thoughts and just keep
Heart
going.
rate is jumping out of the cavity, but you still keep going. Yeah. Zoltwager, so I mean he's done quite a few Romaniacs in the past. Nice to see him in gold. He's a Romanian and he must have ridden so much in these forests.
So I think Alfredo Gomez will be coming into the section again now. So here he comes.
It looks like Michael Wagner.
Oh, that's Michael, yeah. You see how they're just carving out a line here, so these lap times should get faster and faster as they get going.
Well, already we'll see as the guys go out, finish these 3 laps. We'll have hopefully we'll get some times and we'll be able to see already what the advantage looks like. But I'm really interested to see what Graham Jarvis does.
So here he is in picture. He just had to hold up for a second there. He's going to look for a line to try and get ahead of these guys in front of him.
So that's Safsella in front of him. So let's try and pick his way past Saf. And there's another rider in front of Saf as well. So Graham's going to get himself into a little bit of trouble here with that traffic. It's really not what he wants to see. There's Tristan Hart again. So Tristan on the last loop, he was 40 seconds behind Mario Raman, who was the fastest rider on the second loop. So Theodore was the fastest on the first loop. Mario Raman was fastest on the second loop. Who's going to take the third loop? Who's your money on, Craig?
I think Manny might have learnt his lessons from the previous ones. Now he's got a clear head. He can just pick some good lines, and I think that he could be it. But Theodore is just riding super well today.
Well, we've got a time for Manny coming out of the third stage, so let's just see what the rest of the riders do. But so far, he's pulled a minute 43 on Alfredo Gomez, so it's going to be super interesting to see when we see the other times start popping up.
And if I'm correct, it looks like Mario, who at the moment got the fastest lap for the second stage, he did 19 minutes and Manny did 13 minutes for this on this last one. So looks like he's definitely moving up. Here's the local Rink Tenstra.
You've ridden quite a lot with Rink. How does he ride?
No, he's so strong, you know. If he's something he can't get over, he just literally lifts that bike off the ground and pops it over.
The Varga again.
So
looks like he's doing a really good job. He looks like he's riding really well, yeah. Just the camera doesn't do it any justice. I mean, we know how steep this climb is. It's brutal. But again, the level is so high. These guys are really making it look easy. There's old Mr. Skinner again.
Good Mark.
He's been around helping the event organizers at the Erzberg and Romaniacs for quite some time. So he's done a lot of riding in these forests.
Nice shot there from our camera, just to show you just how steep it is, because a lot of the time the camera actually makes it look pretty flat and easy. So nice to give you a bit of perspective there, and you can see that angle of the trees there, how they're growing, just to give you an idea. And I think Manny could be clear of these Romaniacs sections now, so he could be heading out onto the next part of the racetrack.
Claudiu Bozazan from Romania, also new in the gold section. Just struggling a little bit with line twist there at the beginning. It'll be his first time into the rocks. Hasn't been up this climb before. I mean, there you can really see already on that rocky piece just how difficult it is for, I'm not saying an average rider, but for somebody new in gold. It's really, really, really tough. There's Theodore. Okay, so I'm quite keen to see what Theodore does. Remember how good he was on that high line on the last loop. Let's see what he does this time around. Got a bit of traffic there. Back to Teddy.
So Manny, Letty and Alfredo have cleared this section now. They've done their 3 stages and they're now heading out onto the next part of the course. Manny's going into a climb now called Lost World. So I'm sure he'll be happy to have this behind him, and now he can just focus on the rest of the track and put the hammer down. And Alfredo's currently second on the track at the moment, so he's past Teddy, and he'll be trying to chase that gap down to Manny in front of him.
Well, Rink making short work of that piece. There you can see, look at the Berega, quite a deep line there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So that ground is getting dug up, it's loose, and it's going to get more and more difficult as more and more riders come through this section. There's definitely an advantage to starting in front, I think.
No, for sure.
And, you can clearly see it there. I mean, that ground is so loose, it's almost like mud in a way, like Graham was saying earlier. You know, it's slippery when it's dry and it's slippery when it's wet.
And the thing too, here there's pretty much only one line out of the top there. So if you're out in front and can clear those sections before the other riders come in, you can have clear track ahead of you for the rest of the day.
Claudia Bozes on there, as we see Tristan Hart coming out into the tops. So he's done now, that's his third loop, he's finished, and he's going to head out into the next section.
We haven't seen any shots of Teddy for a while. I wonder, here he is. So here's Teddy.
Seems to be really struggling with this loop today, so he's losing time out on the leaders.
I think he's a bit off the line there as well, so he's going to have to come back down again. Maybe he was trying to get a bit adventurous and take a different line.
Teddy looks like he's in a spot of bother. He's definitely losing time on Manny and Alfredo and Mario Roman.
Bye.
Okay. Now I'm up here with Hiko from Brazil. I see you are smiling, that's good. So how do you like it?
Yeah, for sure. I like it. I remember this trail to the last year. I'm good. I'm like the section, but making more 2 laps it's hard. Yeah. But let's go.
Yes, that's not the only hard thing today. There is a few more sections coming, also from last year. Maybe you remember the Kill 'em All. You remember that one?
For sure. Yeah. Killing me.
Yeah. And after Kill 'em All is a new section. We call it a Perla. Okay. I'm curious what you tell me about that one then. Okay. And then Service Point. So, how is the temperature, the heat? Is it too hot?
It's hot. It's hot, but it's like a Brazilian weather, and it's good. It's good.
Okay, perfect. Now I wish you good luck. Going a little bit back, the next guy here is our American racer. So how is the step from silver class going up to gold?
It's a pretty substantial step up in difficulty. So trying to pace myself to make sure I'm up to all the challenges you have for me.
Yeah. But you're still somehow smiling, so I guess you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm not suffering yet, but the heat is definitely a factor.
So where are you coming from? Is it colder or more hot?
It's similar, maybe not quite as hot. I mean, this is hot, but where I'm coming from is very flat. So for me, just riding the mountains is the challenge, mixed with the heat. I'm here to survive and hopefully smile at the end.
Yeah. I wish you good luck. Yeah, I'm glad that we have now quite a bunch of participants coming from North America. So the hard enduro scene is growing worldwide. That's a good thing. And let's check out the other action.
Thank you.
So we've got some more provisional results coming through here for the guys that have done their 3 stages. They're now out on the racetrack, and in the lead is still Manny Littenbichler. He's got a lead over Mario, who's in second. Alfredo is third, and Tristan Hart is fourth. So Tristan moving up 2 places from his starting position this morning. It's going to get really, really loose out there now. You can just see how there's more dust. Oh.
That was Matty Green taking a dive there. Small little mistake from him.
Come on, Matty, that's not the... You don't want to buy that piece of land, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it's like... You asked us to say good things about him. Now, Matty, what you doing now? Come on.
You can't plot your millies there.
No. Yeah, come on.
He's just going to get it back to there now. Use that tree. You see how he used his foot there on the tree just to give him a little boost and get back up again. And there is that line to the right, so he opted for that shoot up onto the ridge. So not quite paying off for him because he would have used a lot of energy now to go pick up his bike and turn it around again.
Sure, that first gear there. Ah, beautiful, up and over. There we go.
Nicely
That's what I want to
done.
see. Well done, Matty. Good
Nice,
recovery.
Matty.
There we go.
Yeah, boy. So we see who else we've got coming up now. And that rut is really getting dug out now. The guys aren't quite firing up there like they were earlier.
Yeah, the boys are getting tired. We can see it.
That big tree there with those roots is really proving to be difficult for these guys. A lot of pushing going on there. So here's Philip Schultz again. So he's just about up and over up onto the top there to the checkpoint.
So this should be his first loop. 2 more to go.
2 more to go.
And of course the temperature is also already, things are heating up a little bit, so already these guys are at a slight disadvantage. And that's the beauty about winning the prologue, you know, that's why the prologue is so important.
So Teddy's through the final checkpoint there. So Teddy's up through the checkpoint onto the rest of the track now, and he's sitting in 5th place at the moment.
So just a reminder there, I mean, where Graham started, he started 22 minutes behind the leaders.
Long way
so,
back.
like, consider temperatures. The top 3 riders started 3 minutes apart, and then there was a 2-minute gap for the rest of the gold riders throughout the field. That's Alex Tomisi. How do we say that?
You did a pretty good job there, Joe.
I don't know. It didn't sound right. I'm sure it was totally wrong. But let's see how he tackles this clown. Is he going to clean it? What do you think?
I think so.
He's having a bit of a
See,
breather.
he's just taking a bit of a pause.
Tomasic. Okay, there we go. See, I was wrong. Tomasic. I'll be corrected. Okay. Alex Tomasic. What are you going to be here?
Yeah, go boy.
Go. Yeah, I think he's done it. Well, almost.
He's going to take that exit to the left there where we saw Graham going out earlier. And Tero.
Okay, we've got some guys coming into the finish area now. So, of course, that's Skinner. So interesting there. So the line that you can see on the screen on the complete left is for the first loop. The middle line behind the tape is the second loop, and the last line is the third loop. So that's quite interesting for us. There
Just
we go,
so
Skinner.
there's no confusion. Big exhale there from Mark. Yeah, looks like he's pretty done. I know he hasn't had a lot of time to do some training and preparation. You know, he's had a lot of work to do and on the other rounds that we've had this year. So I'm sure that he'll be happy to be in this little break and just get a
Red Bull,
bit of a chance to freshen up.
He's one of the most chilled guys. I mean, he really doesn't care, eh? Mike just makes it up as he goes along. Theodore there, though, I want to see what his times look like. Can you see any times on your side there, Craig?
I'm keen to see him come through that last checkpoint because he was doing some really good times in the times that we had through the stages. So when he passes that last checkpoint, we'll see if he's going to move up in the ranking of the overall on the road. So I'm assuming, and I can imagine that he'll be somewhere near that podium positions.
There's the high line for Sonny.
That was nasty, really.
Yeah, that was clean and out.
So Dominic, he's maybe burnt a little bit of a few matches there because he came into picture pretty early on, just behind Fredo and Mario when they came into the sections. So he's just starting now his last stage. Can see him there breathing pretty heavily. So
yeah, he's taking a breather there. So I mean, fatigue is definitely setting in. Again, like managing the heart rate, like I said earlier, is like key because as you get tired, then you start making more and more mistakes. Over to Martin again. I think there's another interview coming up.
Yeah, I got here Mike Skinner. Coming up the first time the babysitter. Mike, it's not your first time here in Romania. You've been a track manager with us quite often and racing also. When was your first Romaniacs?
I first raced in 2014 and then since 2015 I worked with you obviously, and then so this is my first return to the other side of the tape.
And how do you feel? How is it?
It was good until I got to the bottom of the babysitter, and then it's I've quickly been reminded that it's never easy here.
So actually it has been the two of us going up the babysitter the first time.
I seem to remember we spent a full day here in, I don't know what year, 2018, I think, 2018. And we were in the, I have to tell the story because we were in the garage and I had the Brazilian digging tool, the little Hattic thing. And I knew it was a good digging tool because I knew the kind of track you wanted to build, so we're going to have to do lots of benching. So I had that on my bike, and you were like, "Oh, I'll go find a smaller one for yourself because you wanted something to put inside your bag." And I said, "That one there is not going to be very good, Martin, because the top kept falling off it." But you brought it anyway, and then it lasted about 3 hits at the bottom of the hill, and its head fell off. So when we just had one tool, and I did quite a bit of digging that day, but we made it up. We did get to the top, didn't we? Eventually.
So if we still got a minute to wait, do we have another minute? Yeah. Mike, maybe you can also tell the story why is it called babysitter?
Yeah, so it's called babysitter because Ionuț is a Romanian guy. He's a policeman, he's a local police officer, and he's been helping us for years as well. And we got towards the bottom of the hill, we started digging and it was pretty tough. And I remember I turned around, I could see he was struggling, he was battling, there was a lot of dust, there was some Romanian swear words coming out. And then I think we got the phone call or he yelled up and he said, I gotta go look after my kid, I gotta go look after my baby, my wife's just called me, I gotta go. And that was the last we saw of him. And then we spent the rest of the day going up, but yeah, so hence the babysitter.
So now the world knows why the babysitter is the babysitter. But still, thanks Ionuț, yeah, and everybody who's helping us out this race. And let's see some more action on the track. Finished. Good luck, Mike.
Matty Green.
Come on, Matty. Just using the throttle and the clutch there just to get some good drive and shoot up there.
And he's a little lightweight as well, so he's like doesn't have the strength to go and manhandle a bike. So I mean, his skills have developed so much, being able to ride the stuff and not push as much. So yeah, really great job from Matty.
Also, just taking his time there to check where the best option would be.
Yeah, it's going to be super cool to see him in the next couple of days. He obviously wants to keep his lead in the Junior World Championship, so yeah, he'll be pushing hard. Rico there again. And just looking out on what's happening on the track. It looks like the riders are pretty evenly spaced out there. The gap between Manny, Alfredo, Mario Roman and Tristan Hart. Teddy's been the early loser, struggling on this first 3 loops. He's lost a lot of time. But the gaps between the rest of the guys look pretty even. And what I can see is Graham Jarvis. I actually think that he's made time on everybody. So yeah, he's definitely going to be the silent assassin for today. He's definitely the danger man on the day for the front guys.
So we just saw in that picture earlier Theodore coming through the last checkpoint before heading out onto the track with the rest of the guys that were ahead of him. So I can give you some provisional results here again up to that point. At the moment we have Manny Lettenbichler in first, Mario Roman in second, so he's on a charge. Third in Alfredo Gomez, fourth Mr. Graham Jarvis, and fifth Theodore. So he's done some good work there. He had posted some good times in those earlier stages. Michael Walkner in 6th, Tristan Hart in 7th, Sonny Gorgia in 8th.
Yeah, so there you go. So it looks like Graham is doing a good job out there. So.
And it's amazing how he just keeps his cool, you know. He just knows what to do. He's so calculated. He knows what's coming. He's got so much experience in this, and he's just making that to good use to slowly catch them. You know, he just don't want to go too hard in the beginning. Just save his energy and just slowly reel them in.
Well, he's won this event 6 times, so he knows exactly what he's doing.
He's the master.
David Schrotzka from Poland, also new in the gold class.
Also new. So the guys are definitely favouring that left line to go out there. But you just saw him stopping there, Safsela just stopping for a moment he just had a look at that line up on the right. So it'll be in his mind for the next stage when he comes around to use that shoot up on the right hand side.
Florian Kirschmeier there, our Austrian rider. So
just picking his way through the rocks, doesn't want to take the wrong line and get that front wheel to drop in, and he's on that traverse now, so it should be a bit easier for him.
Nice to see these youngsters coming through. So there really is a new wave of fresh blood coming into our sport. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah.
Zwolt Varga again. Is Zwolt on his second or third loop?
He should be on his
second loop, I think so, yeah. What about tyre preservation today? I mean, the super gummy tyres in these dry conditions. Lots of tyre management needs to happen.
No, absolutely, and we spoke earlier about, you know, making sure that you look after your bike, maintain your bike. It's got to get you through the whole day, and so does the tyre, because the guys are not allowed to change tyres at service point. They've got to use the same tyre from the start to the finish. So if you choose a super gummy tyre for these really hard sections, it'll give you some definitely an advantage in the beginning of the day like now, but they've still got about 100 kilometers to ride from here to the finish over some faster terrain. So you definitely want to conserve that tire, because if you get to those last hills and you've ripped all the knobblies off the tire, you're going to lose a lot of time.
So in the early years, of course, we just had normal motocross tires. It wasn't as technology's improved. There's so much that's gone into these tires. There's a huge market for hard enduro tires with soft compounds. The bikes have improved. We've got just so much power right off the bottom. Most of these bikes are 2-strokes, and most of them are like 300cc bikes, and there's just like so much power. Very different to a motocross bike. Here we've got purpose-built enduro bikes, lots of torque, and then the trick is to get the balance right between your clutch control and a good choice of suspension and tire to get that power down onto the ground. And the trick is always like no wheel spin, and just manage. You get a feel for what the bike is doing.
Chain
and
always pull off. Chain.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did I explain it properly? I mean, you can dig a hole, or you could, rock your bike and find every inch of traction, and that's where Manny and where And Graham Jarvis was so good.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different options that the guys have now for what they use in the tires. So nobody really uses tubes anymore. There's some options of either using a mousse, which is like a foam that goes in the back, or a tubeless option. And there's a lot of science and testing that the guys do. They drill holes into that mousse to try and make it softer. And we heard at one of the previous events that Manny even did some tests of drilling holes at different angles and different from the side and from the top. So the guys spend a lot of time to try and get the right compound of the tire, the right pressure in their mousse for the different terrain that they're going to be riding over.
Yeah, it's critical, and it makes like such a massive difference in all these different sections. So Philip Schultz again.
So we're going across to Martin for an interview with Ring Tainstra.
Okay. Ring, how is it going today? How do you like it?
Yeah, it's just how I like it. It's tough, not rainy, dusty, but it's all good till now.
Is any Romanian in front of you?
No. I just passed Claudio Bozesyan on the fast stuff and Varga Jolt here on the babysitter. So maybe we team up somewhere, in these 4 days. Who knows? It looks good.
Yeah. So you also know what's coming after here?
I think I know something from last year's, so I don't burn all my energy up here because I know it is still a long way till the finish.
How are you doing with the water? Do you need some water?
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wish you good luck. Yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
So interesting to hear Ring say there that he's going to team up with Varga. They're countrymen, they know each other, and they know now after this they've got some really heavy sections coming up. So they might want to team up and just help each other, because if you settle into that pace and settle into the groove, because this race is not all about twisting the throttle wide open and just hanging cable as fast as you can. You got to conserve yourself, and if you get into the groove and there's somebody around you that you're just riding the same pace, it can be an advantage when you get into these bigger mountains. Maybe you need someone to just pull your wheel over a rock or something, just to make your day a little bit easier.
So yeah, of course, riders can help each other on these sections, but nobody from the public, and also the organizers can help. So if they had a really, really difficult section, then they could help each other.
So here we have our results so far for this section. Manny taking all three stages combined time there by almost 40 seconds ahead of Alfredo. Mario in third, Tristan Hart in fourth. He was only 27 seconds behind Manny, so that's really good riding by him. Teddy was the fifth fastest there, followed by Theodore and Graham Jarvis number 7th. Michael Walkner, we've seen a good push from him and we know what he's capable of. Matty Green in 9th. So he's just going across the off-camber here on the left. I'm sure that those fences would have been doing their job now with all these guys on the same hill. And I think the temperature is picking up to around 35 degrees in there. So you can see the guys are wet with sweat, they're really exerting themselves, perspiring. I'm sure they'll be happy to get up on the top, have that little break, get some water, and freshen up a little bit.
I don't think the results graphic that came up just now was completely accurate, so hopefully we can get a corrected one. And I'm looking out at the track again on the live tracking, and we can see there that Letty is ahead, and it looks like Mario Roman and Alfredo Gomez. It looks like they're very close to each other, so that's going to be quite exciting later on. Tristan Hart is a fair way back, so I think the real fight for second place is between Mario and Alfredo Gomez. As we see Matty Green clean that section again.
He got really hard there.
Yeah, that was effortless.
Good drive, and I saw him knocking it down right into first gear, so maybe he's decided to, instead of clicking it into second and getting your revs up and spinning the tire. He's just popped it down into first and just used that torque of the bike, you know, to just get good drive, and that maybe helped him to get higher up. Just look how steep it is. I mean, the cameraman standing on top there, he looks so far down on the bottom.
So that's Claudio Bozasan from Romania.
Quite a few Romanians in the gold class this year, which is so awesome to see. In the earlier years, it was Manny Guinness, and remember Manny, he's done
every single one.
The only one in the world. He's competed and finished in every single edition of Red Bull Romaniacs.
So like I said yesterday, this is his 19th Romaniacs, and is he going to make 20?
Definitely.
I don't know.
No, I think he is. He's also
done a couple of Dakars.
couple of Dakars, you're right, yeah.
Having a nice breather over there. I think the guys, it's getting quite warm out there now. So, you know, it's been a fair bit since Manny's been through the section. So temperatures are heating up, and I think later on it's going to play a massive part today is dehydration and body and bike management. That's what you don't want to be doing. You don't want to be pushing.
No, it's just burning matches.
And sucking energy.
We saw Manny going up and onto that last ridge there, so he'll be through the checkpoint in a minute or two, so it'll be nice to see the times there once he's been through the last checkpoint before going out onto the rest of the stage of the day, how he is in the overall.
It's Dominic Alzawi again. I think he'll also be on his last loop now.
So he's lost time to some of the other guys. He came into the section really early, but I'm sure that he'll regroup, get it together, and then push hard again. See how deep that rut's getting there.
Safsela, Alfredo Gomez Racing. Great representation there from Israel. Israel's got quite a nice big riding community. And yeah, Saf is still young. He's got a wide, broad, huge future ahead of him.
A lot of youngsters coming through in this gold category.
Yeah, Mark Serra as well. You know, so there's a team of the three of them in Alfredo's racing team, and I think that you know, I mean, the guidance that they're going to get from the legend Alfredo Gomez is invaluable.
No, for sure. Hopefully we'll get some visuals quite soon of Matty coming into the checkpoint. He should almost be there by now. And remember, these guys have a long day ahead of them still, and they're already sweating, putting in a lot of effort, and there's still a lot of riding to go.
Out on track though, we've got still Manny Lettenbichler, and then there's a fight for second with Alfredo Gomez, Mario Roman. Tristan Hart will be fourth on the road. Graham Jarvis now moving up into fifth on the road. So with corrected time at the end of the day, I still say that Graham is the big danger man for the day. And then we've got Teddy currently sixth on the road. So with corrected time, Teddy is lost out, Graham has gained, and Mario Roman has gained. Still a long way to go though. Super tough sections coming, Craig. So I mean, this race is far from over. This is just a little taster that we're giving you guys early in the morning, and we'll have to follow the race throughout the day, and it'll be super interesting to see who comes out on top this afternoon.
So I can see now that Maddie Green is through that last checkpoint, and we've got some information here now updated. So Maddie is now currently 8th overall. He's just behind Tristan Hart, who's in 7th. So the two youngsters are in a good battle there together.
Okay, Rigo Rico from Brazil. Just taking a little bit of time to get that heart rate down. And there's old Ring Tunstra again. I mean, he knows what's in store for him, right?
Nice riding there, just hopping over those holes.
I mean, they could have made them do it twice. 3 times.
That's Martin for you, eh? I can tell you that the absolute worst thing for Martin, the worst thing that anyone could ever tell him, is that it was too easy. So the words that Martin wants to hear is the guy saying, yo, that was hard, that was so difficult.
And the Martin, in the early days, he used to explain, and then you go up, and then we have ziggy zaggy up here, ziggy zaggy. And when he talks about ziggy zaggy, then it's like this, those zigzags. He used to laugh. Or every rider's briefing, when he just opened his mouth and he said ziggy zaggy, we knew that we were in trouble. It was like, oh no. And then it started raining, and then it was like, oh.
And the classic comments from you guys and Cyril Dupre and them was this Martin is crazy, because nobody had ever seen this stuff before. He was the creator. He was the creator of this stuff.
Yeah, but the thing about Martin, he puts all this crazy stuff in, like jumping over rivers and the water towers in the early days. I mean, you had to jump between these two water towers. It was raining. Like the takeoff was just a wooden pallet, and Cyril hit this thing completely sideways. I mean, if you crashed off there, you'd be dead. And then I got there and I was like, okay, Cyril nearly died here, so let's just close that off. And I was like, yeah, thank goodness.
So Cyril was like the test pilot.
Yeah, we used to Martin. I mean, I think he's matured a little bit, because in the beginning, I mean, he's completely nuts.
Completely nuts. I mean, you'd put a freestyle ramp up against an old abandoned building, and we'd jump from the freestyle ramp up onto the 3rd floor.
But I don't think there's still lots coming from Martin, so let's go switch back to him for an interview.
So a majority of the gold class has been through the babysitter ones. The fastest guys are already out and into the next sections. After here we have a really gnarly downhill, which is the No Sex Ridge. Then it goes up in the so-called Lost World, not another section which is not very difficult. After that comes the Kill 'Em All, we talked about it before. Then comes the Perla, then comes the Galindo, then comes the long walk, and then the service point. So that's a lot of heavy stuff which is coming. I'm moving on now. I want to go further, and I know it's pretty much the end of the show as well. So I'm looking forward. I hope all of you guys will be joining us tomorrow. It's again an early bird. So watch us tomorrow again on our live stream from Red Bull Romaniacs.
But I reckon that was a pretty awesome start to the morning.
I think that was really interesting, different dynamic that Martin has thrown in there, different aspect for the guys to think about. Now they know from tomorrow what to expect, that we're going to have this for the next 3 days. So they'll be thinking about it in their hotel rooms tonight, strategizing a little bit, but definitely an exciting aspect to the race.
Yeah, what great coverage.
So don't forget that tomorrow you can tune in. We are 30 minutes earlier tomorrow, so tune in at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern European summertime, for some more live Maniacs action. And don't forget to head across to the website where you can see more live news. So you can follow the race from here, follow how the guys are going on the live news. We've got action from the gold class, from the Atom, from everybody, iron, bronze. You can see we've got a lot of field reporters out there who can bring you some action. And don't forget to watch Red Bull TV. Red Bull TV is going to give us a really great highlights reel for the day's action and some good commentary. You'll see some stuff from the service point, from the last hill climbs, from the finishes. And then that will be just about it. So we see you tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m.
That's it for
Ciao.
now.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of Red Bull Romaniacs. In studio with me again is multiple Roof of Africa winner Daryl Curtis. Daryl, how much drama did we see yesterday?
There was just so much, and there were so many changes in the top 5 that I couldn't keep up. I was out on track yesterday and I couldn't believe the pace of the guys. I mean, literally motocrossing from start to finish. They're going into some new stuff straight off the bat this morning.
Yep.
What can we expect?
So the first of all, when I opened my window this morning, I got a crack of thunder and a big downpour of rain. And unless your name is Graham Jarvis, you're probably shaking in your boots. But the Gold guys will go up 2 big hill climbs this morning and then head straight into Titanic, which is our section for live maniacs. And we have Diana, who is our field reporter, right in the section.
Hey guys, we're on off-road day 2. We're at the Titanic section at the Live Maniac stages, and today we're gonna have some fun with the boys. It's not too warm, not too cold. It's not gonna be so dusty like last day, and we're gonna see the riders on steep sections. First they're gonna do the river jump, and after that they have to go straight ahead up, and then we'll have a traverse, very steep traverse. Then they will have to show some skills with the pivot turn, with the clutch control. They will arrive at some point at the high edges and they will have some rocky stones there. That will be a bit difficult for them, but for sure they're going to do it like they did it yesterday, because Babysitter and Kill 'Em All are killing. And I think I will soon pass the connection to my guest today, Martin. So Martin, tell us, is the Titanic still sinking?
So unfortunately, Martin wasn't quite available there for us because looks like with the rain, there's a little bit of a change in conditions there. So for the Gold riders, I think it's a good thing because a bit of moisture on the ground, it really was so dry that it would have just soaked it up a bit and give the guys a bit more traction, but the others would definitely be a bit worried.
Well, here at the start in Sibia this morning when they left, it was literally like a downpour, but I don't know if it's localized or not, so I don't know how much water would have dropped in those mountains. And if we do have water on that section, what's it going to look like?
Well, it's definitely going to be very slippery, but today the guys are heading up to 2,400 meters of altitude. And 2 weeks ago when I was in that area, it was so hot, 30 odd degrees in the valley, and when I got up top it was just pouring with rain. So when you head into these big high altitude sections, you just never know what you're going to get. So let's take a look at the track walk of what the riders can expect in Titanic.
Yeah. Is the Titanic going to sink up here today? I think not. To be on the safe side, I already made my moves and sing the song. But when I was coming up here and realized how much I was sweating, how much liquid I'm spreading up here on the trail, and considering that also the competitors will be losing quite some liquid on this trail, it could get quite difficult and quite critical for Titanic that it may even sink. Why is it called Titanic? Good question. When we opened up that hiking trail, it's like a hunter trail, and then came another time and thinking about how could we name it, and from far away, from down there from the road, it somehow looked like the sinking Titanic. So it's called the Titanic. Where are the guys now? They are also in 2 other signature sections.
Let's have a look at what the track walk is, what the guys can expect. Hello and welcome back to day 2 of Red Bull Romaniacs, the 19th edition. This is the live Maniacs. I'm Craig Stone and today we are at Titanic, which is the section that the gold competitors will have to complete 3 laps of. Each day we're bringing you live action from the sections that the gold competitors will have to complete. Let's go check it out. That was our track manager Stefan van Deventer giving us a good demonstration about how to enter this section, showing full commitment, second gear, straight up. Now let's go see the zigzagging and the rest of the section. One of the most frequently used skills at the Red Bull Romaniacs is knowing how to do a pivot turn. There you go, Stefan showing us brilliantly how to get it done. So here he comes, he's going to go into probably on the outside of that tree, pause for a second, get his line. Nice turn there. Pause for a second, shoot it up. Good boy. So here we are with 2 line choices. Down to the lower side we've got somewhat of a chicken line with a nice easy path to a zigzag on the end there, or this A line over here where you can definitely save some time, but there's some big consequence down there. So once we're over that rocky section, it's going to get a little bit flatter here. The riders can catch their breath a little bit. Adrenaline will be pumping, so it'll be good for them to get a little bit of respite from that, build up their energy levels a bit, for then hit the next section hard again. So you'll notice how Stefan's been keeping his revs really low, just feathering that clutch gently, because the last thing you want to do is give too much rev and let your back wheel slide out and then fall down the side here. Because once that back wheel starts going, it's very hard to bring it back. And you'll use a lot of energy to pull on that strap, lift the back wheel up back onto the path again. So you can see this can turn into a real Titanic struggle for the riders. So there could be a bit of strategy that could come into play here. The guys will be learning the course as they go, remembering the sections that they've ridden, where they can push hard, where they need to relax. Because on the third time they come around, there could be a bit of traffic from the other gold competitors towards the end of the day. There could be a bit of traffic. Nicely done. See how I used that flat rock there to get some drive. We're just about at the top now. This will be the last push for them to get up and over the top. And if you're trying to make a gap on your guy that's chasing you, the competitor behind you, this is where to do it, because if you can get up and over here and out of sight, you can pull a little bit of a gap and you know, once you're out of sight, it's a little bit more difficult for the person chasing you to stick on your tail. And what? So then that is the Titanic climb. The guys have to complete this 3 times. So what will they do? Because they've got a little bit of a strategy and some decisions to make here. It's early on in the race, not too far from the start, still the rest of the day to go. So do they push hard, try and make a gap on somebody else, or just conserve your energy and keep it going for a long day ahead? So once the riders have completed their 3 stages of that epic Titanic struggle, they're going to head out into the wilderness, into the mountains. So let's have a look at that 3D image. So from the start you can see the riders had those 2 big climbs that they had to do before coming into Titanic and then into Titanic. Daryl, that's a nice little warm-up for them.
Yeah, and there's some serious off-camber there, so we're definitely going to be able to see who's who in the zoo.
And then from Titanic they're going to head up through a really nice canyon type section with some big stones before getting up onto the main ridge, down to the service point, and then a compulsory break before heading up the Forgotten Trail. Where the area is now on the image is so beautiful, one of the most beautiful areas that I've seen at elevation of 2,200 meters before heading back down to the finish, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a trick up Martin's sleeve. So Daryl, what do you think we can expect for today? Because yesterday's action was just intense. I mean, we had the live maniacs, first of all, where the guys got boiling and passing each other. We saw that the sun was just beating down. But when we ended that cut, I could not keep my eyes off the stages coming in, the pictures coming in. It was just so exciting.
Yeah, and of course with Graham Jarvis winning the stage yesterday with a nice surprise of Theodore Kabakchev coming in second. I was out there yesterday, and when I came through the little village, it was 36 degrees. And talking about the other classes, the guys were, some of them actually collapsed close to the finish line and things like that. So just to show you how tough it was out there, it was really a big day yesterday.
No, the conditions were extreme, but I just could not keep my eyes off the news feed. So don't forget to have a look at the website. We've got so many people out there taking videos and pictures, bringing them to you live. You can track the riders as they go. You can see the struggles. You can see the battles. And it was just amazing too how towards the end they just bunched up. And I just couldn't help but think what the guys in front like Mario and Manny thought when they looked back and saw Mr. Graham Jarvis.
Well, I was standing there on some of the black climbs as we led into the finish. And, they did, like you said, they bunched up. And just to watch the skill sets as and they were still able to ride like that at that pace, right at the end of the day, like really just boggled my mind. And I was there with Paul Bolton and we were just talking about it. Like the speed it doesn't let up the whole day. It's actually...
Well, we can talk a little bit about the different classes, can't we? Because a lot of guys come and enter the gold thinking, I win my local races, I can come and do a gold Romaniacs. But I can tell you, yesterday, after we had the first section of the babysitter, we still had gold guys just coming off babysitter when Graham was in the finish.
Yeah, and I don't think watching it yesterday on the screen really showed how difficult it was. But when we spoke to the riders, and they found out they had to do it 3 times after doing it once.
Because they're shocked to the system, right?
and some of the track managers also, they said, and they did that 3 times. It's like, so that's how hard it was. Yeah.
No, and that's going to be the tone for the event. So we're going to bring you this live right to your living room. Basically, you're going to see the action close up.
I can't wait for the start this morning because It's going to be really something else to see them go on that off camber. I want to see how they tackle it. There's going to be lots of pivot turns, and there's a very good chance of some of the bikes slipping down.
So let's head across to Diana because she's in right there where the riders could be coming in.
Hello again, boys. No gold competitor arrived yet, but I think they should be here from any minute. And I think they are already boiling because they had some difficult section. And if now Titanic is gonna come, I think they will be almost wasted. I hope not. I hope to see some happy faces, but if we think about the fact that they are gonna do 3 laps of this section, yeah, I might have the chance to see some sad faces also. Hopefully not angry like yesterday, but yeah. Back to you in the studio.
Hear from Diana there, but we can see on the visuals we're getting that Graham Jarvis is almost at the Titanic. So we're gonna go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere because there's mega action coming up. break the tension.
Yeah, no.
So that was good. We can see a nice shot there of the landscape, and what you can see down in the bottom there is the starting area where all the riders had congregated for their start, and then they'll head off right up into the mountains, and the gold guys coming towards us, towards the camera, for some great action. And we think Graham Jarvis is about half a minute away. He'll be here any minute. He's going to come down the hill with the silver. They're going to go down a steep concrete chute under the bridge, and then they'll be in this section. And don't forget, they need to complete this titanic battle 3 times. And look at that. Look how steep that is, Daryl.
Yeah, that's incredible. I haven't been up that section myself, but I can see if it looks steep on camera, then you know it's really steep. You can see there's somebody's trying to walk down there, and yeah, you can clearly see how steep it is.
I actually even ended up walking backwards. It was so steep because you just couldn't get a grip on anything. And in this section here, the pivot turn is just so important, and it's definitely one of the best weapons you can have on these sections.
And how many different lines are there?
It's a little bit more open than yesterday. So yesterday we saw a few guys getting held up once or twice, but there's definitely a few lines on this section, and it looks like Graham's just about to come into picture.
So they've got a little jump across the river there when they start?
That's it. So the 2 guys in picture there, on your right is Chris, on your left is Vidmantas. They're the 2 guys from MTB Hopper, and we've got a few of their jumps out on the course today, which is going to be so cool for the guys to just launch themselves, get a bit of motocross action going.
And then when they jump the river, it's straight up. You hit the hill climb straight away.
Pin. You just second gear as hard as you can, because you need that momentum to just shoot you up and catapult you out, because it's just so steep. If you cannot even walk on that first section there. If you stop, you're just going to slide down all the way to the bottom.
Okay, so basically what you're saying, if they don't get the run up perfect into this one, they're going to have to eject, turn around and come back down.
And hopefully you get your run up right, otherwise you're heading straight over the handlebars.
But then they'd have to go over the jump again, or not?
Yeah, I think they'll have to go around and give it another shot. I mean, we saw that yesterday. The guys, they don't want to struggle. They don't want to burn their energy. So they come back down, turn it around and fire it back up again. And it looks like some of the other guys are still getting going. We've got the Atom class, we've got the Iron class, bronze, silver, and of course the gold. So here we have it. There we go. There's Graham. So he's fired up there straight over. He's going to go to his right, and that looks like Bolt's chasing him.
Yeah, Graham was just exceptional yesterday. You know, he started in 11th place, 22 minutes down, and he just carved his way through the field.
22 minutes, and we can see there's a bit of dust there. So that rain was just a very, very brief shower, so it's not really going to help much to get more traction out of it. So similar conditions to yesterday, probably definitely in Jarvis's favor.
Well, he's the master of traction, like we said yesterday, and he'll find traction where there isn't any. And also, like when it's raining and slippery, it's also like when it's dry and dusty like this, it's just as slippery.
But he's going up here at such a speed. I just didn't expect him to be so fast. I mean, you know, when we did the track walk, it was, the conditions were a bit better, but he is absolutely flying up this course.
I mean, it makes it look so easy, right? It doesn't look difficult at all when Graham goes up. But I think as we see a lot of the other riders further down in the gold class coming up, then we'll really see how difficult.
So he's taken that left line there on the tree, which is so steep, and there's a big consequence if you get it wrong. But he's just fired it up there, and he's missed that double switchback, which has saved him a lot of time. But look at the speed he's going up here. Hopefully we should get a visual of Theodore. He's not too far away. He's just about to drop into by the river. But Jarvis is just about halfway up this course already. So we have a GoPro camera following Graham here. This is a live pictures coming from a GoPro camera. So we can just keep in track with him, follow him all the way up.
Okay, Graham with a quick little dismount there for that pivot.
He just had that little log above his head there too. So maybe that held him up a little bit, but he'll turn it around and fire it back out again. Oh, the back's sliding down just a little bit. But won't worry him too much. And look how he keeps his weight right on the back of the seat. So just so that he can get that back wheel, get as much weight on it as possible to give him good traction. So it looks like we've got Theodore's just about to come into the jump. But Graham is, I mean, he's almost at the top. You can see the sunlight there coming out the ridge. He's going to make a right at the top and the last fire up to the left before he starts heading down again. So if he can make it down really quick, would be really to his advantage before the other riders come in, before there's traffic on this section.
So what's about a 4-minute climb, and they're going to do it 3 times. So there will be definitely a lot of traffic in here a little bit later, and it's going to be, I think it's going to create some nice TV action.
No, definitely. I mean, we thought 4 minutes was a bit optimistic, but Graham is just ripping through the scores. So we've got Theodore is just about in the bottom now, and Tristan Hart's coming down the silver. So there's Theodore. So he's already done the jump. He's gone across the traverse and now he's in the zigzags. Looks like he's got a new pipe on his bike there. Maybe he damaged one yesterday. Del, did you come back with your pipe nice and shiny yesterday? I think I saw something on the left-hand side.
No, they were there before. Don't get
I'm sure it was a brand new bike, wasn't it?
No, I had a very clean day.
Looked like you had a bit of fun out there with both, which was good to see.
Yeah, it was really, really good getting out into the mountains again. I think if you haven't ridden in Romania before, you have to get out here. It's some of the best riding I've ever done anywhere in the world. And like the scenery, I think we're going to see a little bit later on today. The scenery that the guys are going to see is just mind-blowing. But Theodore, I mean, he's a young rider, and I just can't believe how well he's riding. We saw him yesterday. He actually got the fastest time on some of the loops yesterday.
Yep.
And let's see how this unfolds.
No, him and Graham really tore through the field yesterday. I think Theodore started in 14th position, so he also had a lot of time to make up from yesterday. And you can see there he took the different line to Graham, so he went over to the right and did the double zigzag. But we saw earlier that he had such good clutch control. He had those turns almost perfect. And I don't know if you noticed how soft his moose was. When he picked up that front wheel with his weight on it, it was almost flat on the ground. Every single knobbly from the tire was on the ground getting traction and drive.
He's quite a tall guy. He's got such an awesome build. And he's currently lying 7th in the Hard Enduro World Championship at the moment, which is insane.
So here's Graham. He's going to now get up onto this. This is the final shoot up. This is the final climb to get up onto the ridge. And then he'll go across and start coming down. And at the moment it's just him and Theodore in this stage, but Tristan Hart is just about to join the action as well. He's almost at the river jump, and then it'll be the 3 of them.
Man, you can just see how difficult that is. I mean, if Graham's getting off his bike, then you must know how hard it is.
And he's so calculated, isn't he? I mean, he gets off, he doesn't want to take the risk, he doesn't want the bike to fall down. He knows he's got two more stages to do after this before he heads out.
Where is he now on the course?
Now he's out. That's the last climb. That's the last fire out. So he'll head across the top before coming down again. These are the silver riders. So the silver riders, they come down the same downhill as the gold. It's a really, really steep off-camber downhill. You need to really feather your front brake, not bite it too much, otherwise you'll lose your front wheel. And here's Tristan. So Tristan's jumped across the river as well. This is that left-hand traverse before he starts climbing up. And the next rider we should see after Tristan, I think, will be Mario or Michael Walkner.
So Tristan's going to do 4 rounds of the Hard Enduro World Championship. He's not doing the whole championship. So he did Erzberg. He'll do Romaniacs. He's going to do TKO and Outliers. He started off with riding motocross until he was 7 years old. He broke his femur. And then he started racing extreme enduro races in the US from about 2012. And he finished 7th here at Romaniacs last year.
Well, I think that was his first time here at Romaniacs. So that was a really solid result from him for his first time.
He's the 2021 AMA Extreme Off-Road Champion. And 2019 to 2020, he was 3rd in the AMA Enduro Cross Championship for those 2 years.
So you can see Tristan, when he got down into that section where Graham fired it up onto that left, that really high risk line, he also decided to take the right hand switchback, the same as as Theodore. So you can just know how steep that chute is up on the left-hand side if riders like Tristan and Theodore are going off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, and Tristan's a guy that can definitely win this race. I mean, he's got the skill, he's fit, he's young, he's 25 years old, and it's nice to see this huge talent coming into the Romaniacs.
I mean, I think he was in a podium position at Erzberg before he got lost. So, for a guy of his age, he's got so much maturity, he rides with such a cool head. He's so super fit and strong and motivated. So we can definitely see some good results from him. But it looks like Graham has almost finished the first stage now, and Matthias Walkner's coming down to join him. So Graham should just pip in just ahead of Matthias Walkner to start his second stage, which is going to
Michael Walkner. I'd love to see Matthias on the rally bike.
So don't forget, Matthias is in the bronze class. So there's Graham firing up there. So he's got ahead of Michael Walkner, which will be good for him, because now he's only got Tristan Hart and Theodore in front of him. Could he close that gap to Tristan, do you think?
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see. If Tristan gets hung up on some of the climbs towards the top. But I mean, Graham's just carving this up. You can see how he managed to make up so much time yesterday. It's because of this riding.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. I mean, that's poetry in motion.
It's just so awesome that we can get this live coverage and actually being able to watch Graham like this as the race unfolds.
It is great, isn't it? Because if you're a motocross rider, then you can get your friends and your family involved. They can see all of it. But generally, when you do enduro and extreme enduro, you're out in the mountains and nobody knows what you're experiencing, what you're seeing. So it's so nice to get so up and close to the action. And there he goes again on that left line. Amazing. So
Tristan getting a bit hung up there. So there you can see how difficult it is.
So we got the GoPro cam following Tristan again. It looks like he might be slightly offline, I think. And Theodore should be coming back in stride. There he is. So Theodore's coming that's that last fire up to the top. Theodore's up and over, but Graham is on a mission today.
Well, this is going to be very interesting to see, and it might be a good indicator for how the rest of the day is going to play out. As we see Mario Roman coming into the section now as well. Mario led most of the day yesterday, but on corrected time, Graham and Theodore came up ahead of him on the overall time. They made up time on him yesterday.
And he took that first shoot up there from the river a lot more conservative than I was expecting, because normally you would want to be full throttle to catapult yourself up, but it looked like he was just looking for the best line, didn't want to make any mistakes, make it clean and cut so that he doesn't lose time to the others.
So just going back to the times from yesterday. So Graham won the stage. Theodore was 4 minutes 17 seconds behind him. Tristan was 11 minutes behind Graham. Michael Valkner was 11 minutes 31. And Mario Roman was 12 minutes. So that'll give you some kind of an idea of the overall times up until now. And 6 was Alfredo Gomez, 14 minutes off. So it's very tight up the front. All 5 of them within 12 minutes of each other on the overall. So yeah,
really tough.
What's in store for them for the rest of today?
So it's not a walk in the park, that's for sure. And there's always a little sting in the tail. So we'll see some good action from them. Keep posted. Look on our website at the live feed from all of our people. You can get live videos from their stories. But from here, they're going to go with the silver class. They're going to go into a nice rocky canyon, which is not so easy, believe me. There's a big step in there. It's almost 1.5 meters high. I mean, for these guys, they just make everything look easy. But for the silver guys too, they're going to have to ride these same sections as the gold. Then they'll turn a left up the valley, up onto the ridge, and then head across to the service point. So Tristan dismounting there in that's the same place that we saw Graham dismounting. So none of them want to take the risk. It's early on in the day. They don't want to take any risks. They've still got a long way to go. You could easily fall down, lose the bike, or even damage something. So definitely a conservative option is the way to go there. So you can see here we're back at the jump. Here's Theodore. So Theodore's coming in for his second stage now. So So he's off. He's off for a second stage. Who else have we got in the process there? So we got Mario, we got Waltner. Jarvis is almost at the top. So Graham's just going to do that last ridge soon back, and then he's going to come down for his last one. So here he is. Here's Graham.
Of course, he's going to be trying to catch Tristan Hart, and let's just see, he's getting a little bit hung up over there. At the moment, they seem to be pretty level pegged from what I can see on the live tracking. So nobody's really catching each other at the moment. The gaps are still pretty even, and the top 3 riders would have started 3 minutes apart, and then after that there's 2 minutes between them. So if Graham does manage
to bridge the gap, I mean, what's gonna go through Tristan's mind if he turns around and sees Graham charging up behind him? He started 6 minutes ahead of he started 6 minutes behind, of Graham. You know, what goes through your mind? That's a huge mental battle.
No, it is, and I can already see it looks like on the screen that that Graham's pulling time on Theodore. Theodore's still at the bottom of the climb, and Graham is just going out the top at the moment. There's a good shot of Michael Wagner coming in.
So this is where they're dismounting. There's a bit of a rut forming there. And they can't stop. They can't stop for too long. If you can lose so much time here. Of course, you want to save your energy, but you need to clear the section before all the other riders come in. And that's Alfredo. Alfredo's now in. He's firing across the traverse there.
So Alfredo Gomez is the 4th place guy at the moment. So he's had lots of 4th places. He's lying 4th in the World Championship at the moment. He finished 4th at Manas, 4th at Erzberg, and 4th at Epstone. Is he going to get onto the podium here?
I think he could. He's definitely due for a podium spot.
Yeah, he's such a consistent rider, and of course he's got his Alfredo Gomez racing team at the moment with Mark Serra and Saf Sella.
So is Alfredo going to take that left line? What's he going to do? He's going straight for the safe option there. He's just going to do that double zigzag. And we've got Sonny Godja and Matthew Green, both of them also going to start coming into the section pretty soon. So it's going to start filling up. But Graham is almost at the end of his 2nd stage now. He's going to be pretty much in about 20 seconds over that jump across and firing up into his last stage. Nice shot there from Alfredo from our GoPro. He's going really quick across this camber. Look at him.
How fit is our GoPro guy? That's the question.
Yeah, he's a champion.
He's doing a great job.
He's keeping up with them. I mean, it's so steep here. Definitely getting his early morning workout done. And looks like Alfredo's just knocked his pipe there on the left-hand side. So looks like it, yeah. So he's had a little fall down on that silver gold downhill there.
Wow. I think that off camber, well, but I mean, after the riders have been doing laps here, I think that some of these sections are going to get a little bit worse.
They could do, yeah.
As that top layer gets taken away, that's what we were talking about yesterday. The guys are going to be battling for traction, I think, on as we go further down the field.
So you see these guys dangling their legs off the back of the bike. And why do they do that? It's to get as much weight on the back and then just keep their balance going. Almost like, what did we see from Paul yesterday, that riding?
He did some green riding for me, yeah, that was so funny. No, we were laughing, it was awesome.
So here's Graham, he's going to take the left line again, I'm pretty sure. So Sonny Godja, they're just in front of him. If Graham shoots up the left, he can get ahead of him. There you go. So you see that left line is working so well for Graham. He just passed Sonia, didn't have to sweat, didn't have to pause up a bit and wait for Sonia. He just fired it up on the left side.
Michael Wagner, they're heading up for his 2nd loop. Michael's currently 6th in the World Championship at the moment. So he got an 8th at Manas. He got a 6th at Extras, 5th at Erzberg, and a 7th at Epstone. So we saw him blow out at Erzberg. He was right up there with Manny in the beginning. And then he started getting tired and he dropped down the order. But I mean, a 5th at Erzberg for this youngster is absolutely incredible.
I mean, at that age, it must be so difficult to hold back, to hold yourself back from just, you see Manny, you see these guys in front of you, and all you want to do is stay with them and pass them. But you got to just bear in mind that how long the day is, how much more you've got to do. You can't burn all your energy in the morning.
What did you say yesterday? Burn all your matches, right?
Burn all your matches. So Graham's almost halfway up on his last stage now, halfway up before he comes down. So he's going to be through this section before we get any heavy traffic. Theodore just getting a little bit held up there.
It looks like Graham's making up a bit of time on Tristan, but I don't think he's going to catch him.
I don't think he'll catch him. It's a great shot this from this right-hand turn. It's so steep, and we haven't seen anybody riding it yet.
And there you can see how handy the long legs of Theodore are. 24 years old from Bulgaria. Last 7th in the World Championship,
so there he's up and over. So Graham will be just about in the bottom. Theodore just crested the top of it. So I think there still could be a little bit of time between them, but I think Graham's starting to stretch that elastic a little bit. Looks like our GoPro guy ran out of breath there.
Yeah, he's going to have to go back down and catch the next rider. So he's doing a great job. There you can see actually in frame there how loose it's becoming as it's
and look at that angle.
Up.
Look at that angle of the hill.
Yeah,
I think we have over 60 degrees on these climbs, inclination. So that just gives you an idea of just how steep it is.
But it doesn't normally look steep on camera, but it does. Yeah, so yeah, it's difficult to even walk up.
Tristan and Alfredo together. So Tristan is now come up to the back of Alfredo, and we did expect this. We didn't anticipate that some guys, because they were clearing this section so quickly, that they would come into a bit of traffic.
There's David Cyprian in the picture at the moment.
So Matty Green should be through. Oh, there he is. There's Matty Green. Yeah, boy.
He's the current leader of the Junior Hard Enduro World Championship.
So these two are pretty close together. So they only had 1 minute between them. So Sonia's closed a little bit on Matty, but I'm sure Matty knows that it's a long day ahead. He's going to conserve himself. He doesn't want to overdo it here. Nice riding from the youngster. And remember, he's the current leader of the Junior World Championship. So he just looks ahead. As he turns that corner, he's looking ahead so he knows what to anticipate. So Graham will be almost, so there he is, he's over the top. He's going to go back down and then he's done. And he's going to be out into the mountains again. We should hopefully get an interview with Graham, because when they finish these 3 stages, they've got a 5-minute break. Get their energy back up before they head out again. It'll give us an opportunity to get a few words out of him. And here's Theodore. So Theodore's finished as well. So he's going to head out for his last one. So Sonny being really conservative there, because we saw a lot of guys riding that. He's just going to bring his back wheel up onto a little bit of a platform, so he can launch himself up this one.
And that's the danger there. See Michael Walton at the back losing a little bit of time. So yeah, you can really lose time here if you get stuck behind a slow rider on some of these sections.
And do you think we'll see some of them getting a little bit impatient, maybe trying to take their own line, a bit of a bull line, and that could either get them a jump ahead or cause them to lose more energy. So Matty Green's just cleared that long left-hand traverse, and he's going to start going up the real steep bits now, doing those zigzags. And that's Michael. So Michael's up and over, and he's going to start heading down again. And here's Theodore.
Yeah, he's really impressed me so far. Finishing second overall yesterday, and yeah, he's a danger man for this race.
We haven't seen Teddy this morning yet, so Teddy should be coming in pretty soon because he started 3 minutes behind Matty Green, and we've seen Matty Green come through. Teddy had a little bit of an off day yesterday. Del, do you know what happened to Teddy at all?
No, but I do know that he's a sprint specialist, so these rally kind of races over here are not his favorites. And I don't know if he lost a little bit of time already in the first couple of stages, so I'm not sure what happened to him.
Tristan is making his way up again. He's going really nicely through. So he's got ahead of Sonia there. So he managed to find a little gap somewhere just to get ahead of him. He'll probably take that right hand line again. And Alfredo coming charging up behind him.
But I mean, this is so tiring doing this. I mean, this is the pace that these guys ride for the whole day, and that's what myself and Paul were saying yesterday. Like, how do they manage to maintain? And you've just got to be so fit. I mean, the recovery heart rate wise, they might stop at an odd place for a couple of seconds, just get that heart rate down a little bit. But
I mean, in our days, when you and I were racing, they would push hard in these difficult sections because this is where the time was made, and then on the open sections they would slow down, bring their heart rate down, bring their body temperature down. But nowadays it's just motocross from start to finish. So Teddy firing up there. So Teddy's now coming to the section. So we see Diana. We've got some interview now with Graham from Diana. So down to you, Diana.
So I'm here with the Silent Assassin. How is the Silent Assassin doing?
Yeah, definitely warmed up.
Are you a bit boiled?
Yeah, tired already. Just done the 3 laps of the hill. It was intense, but a clear run today. Yesterday I was behind riders, there was dust, so it was more enjoyable today.
I'm sure. I saw you didn't jump over the river.
Well, I try to avoid jumps if I can. I prefer the wheels on the ground.
You take care of your knee.
Exactly.
Okay, and how did you like it?
It's good fun so far. Not too tired, but long way to go.
Great, then I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
And take care of you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Nice to hear from Graham there. So he's taking it a bit conservative from the start. He doesn't want to take any risks. He's the leader of the race. He just wants to put his head down now and stretch that gap.
It was interesting to say there that Graham didn't want to take the jump because of his knee. So remember, he had that ACL repair, as so many other guys have had injuries. So you've had lots of problems with your knees as well. And once you've had surgery,
and it's always on your mind, isn't it? So, you know, a big surgery like that, it's always on your mind. You don't want to dab with that foot. You don't want to let it come too far off the side of your foot peg, because if something touches it, it can so easily tear again.
Yeah, you just put your foot out and twist it in the wrong direction.
Yeah, so Graham definitely making the right choices there to just be steady and consistent. He's going to have a little bit of a break here, but I'm sure he's just chomping at the bit to get going again. But we saw him as well just topping up his camelback or his water bag, because he's got a long day ahead and doesn't know when he's going to get a chance to have a break, because the sun's coming out again.
Well, there's a mandatory break there, so they've got 15 minutes where they have to stop and fill up their camelback. So
super shot there of the heli. Very nice. Very nice shots there.
It's a great way to watch the race.
Prime seat.
Okay, back to Theodore and Tristan Hart.
So Tristan's closed that gap to them.
It certainly looks like it, because Theodore started second this morning, Tristan third. So Tristan's made up time on Theodore, which is very interesting.
Unless Theodore's on fire and he could have come in from behind him.
I think Tristan's catching Theodore.
So he's almost finished. So there he is. He's going to go across the top before heading back down, and then we should hopefully get some interview with him, with Diana. So there's Teddy. Teddy's got goggles off. He wants all the air in his face. The sun's coming out again. It's going to get super hot. He's taking the goggles off. Get a bit of a breather. You don't want the goggles misting up and then you can't see where you're going. He wants to be able to make clear decisions. And he's just stopping it because he wants a bit of momentum over this camber. That's very nice, because you saw some of the guys that back wheel sliding down there and then they had to stop and use a bit of energy to pick up that back wheel and put it back on the trail.
We mustn't forget that Teddy's still nursing that wrist that he broke last year. So he had surgery and still recovering. But we know these wrist injuries, he hasn't fully recovered yet. So I'm sure he's got some pain. 39 years old at the moment. And of course he's a 5 times Erzberg Rodeo winner. And he's got 5 titles in the AMA Enduro Cross, 6 in the Super Enduro World Championship, 4 gold medals at the X Games. But he still hasn't been on the podium here at the Red Bull Romaniacs. Teddy dismounting. There's Safsella coming into the picture now on the Alfredo Gomez gas. This youngster from Israel has also got lots of promise.
It looks a little bit like yesterday. The dust is starting to linger and hang around in the air. There's not too much wind in the morning.
And Sif is chasing Maddie Green down. Sif is second in the Junior Hard Enduro World Championship and 13th in the overall championship at the moment. Maddie Green is 10th at the moment in overall. So there's going to be a big battle going on there for the Junior Championship. We saw them both on screen together yesterday. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to catch each other on this section today. I don't think so.
And it looks like Graham's headed out. So Graham's had his little 5-minute compulsory stop, and he's now out on the track. Oh, nice jump there. So the guy's jumping over the MTB hopper. That's the Area 51 ram from MTB hopper.
There's Paul Bolton, our Sonny Gaugier again. Paul Bolton's been doing a great job out there on field, capturing all of the action from the riders. So he's been chasing them down with a GoPro. But I mean, even Paul yesterday was telling me that he was battling to stay with the guys. The pace is just so hot at the moment.
So I've got some of the provisional times from the stages and how quickly these guys have cleared it. So Graham did 7 minutes and 24 seconds on his second stage and 7 minutes 25 seconds on his third stage. So only one.
And then we've got Manny Lettenbichler coming into this stage.
Nasty. So he's ridden straight up there. So everyone else was taking to the right. He's just cut right across that one. Very nice riding there from him. He's going to be pushing hard today to make up, and you can see, look how soft that moose is, just getting so much drive. So we're going back to Diana now, I think is with Theodore.
Back at the interviews, guys, we have here Teo Kabachiev. Teo, how is it going?
Good warm-up.
How were the sections before the Titanic first?
Pretty intense, not as hard as Titanic, but pretty intense. We got warm.
You're boiled already?
A little bit.
I saw you jumped over the river, so you are not conserving energy. You're just going straight up. You're full gas.
Well, I think for me it's more efficient to jump it than go ride it. It's slow and it's not that bad to jump it actually. You can try one time.
Okay, if you think that is safe, we can try it. Yeah. Okay, I'm in for fun. Sure. Then I wish you good luck and take care.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
So who we got here? Number 17?
David Cyprian.
David Cyprian. Nicely ridden. You can see how much grip he got of those rocks there, and everybody favouring that right-hand line. So the only one that we've seen take that left line so far is the King Graham Jarvis.
Sonny Goggia is 29. He's from Italy. He finished 16th at Minus in Israel. He was 19th at Extras, 12th at Urzberg. He got to checkpoint 21. And they finished 25th at Eberstone.
So we think we have Diana down in the field there with Tristan Hart. Let's go down to Diana.
Hey guys, we're back here with Tristan Hart. He came right after Teo Kabachiev. So Tristan, how is it going?
That was a good warm-up for the morning. I mean, right into 2 golds and then followed up by 1 gold 3 times in a row. So that's definitely a way to wake up in the morning. It was good. I mean, not too many issues so far, so just keep plugging.
Do you think you had some very difficult sections?
This morning or coming up?
No, at the Titanic, at the live stages.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's cool doing laps on one. I mean, it's good for the fans too because they get to see a bunch of us on the live. So, yeah, I like doing that.
Definitely. Okay, then I wish you good luck and take care.
Thank you.
So nice to hear there from Tristan, and you can see we've got 3 guys there now in this little short decontrol area. We've got Tristan, we've got Mario, and in the background, did you see the other?
Wasn't really paying attention, but there's Maddie Green back in the screen. And Manny Letterbeckler is not far behind Maddie, so we might see them together just now. Teddy Bliziziak starting his next loop. He's right at the bottom of the climb.
Nice pivot there from Teddy. So I think we saw Teddy doing the jump earlier on the MTB hopper, and we've got several of these jumps out on the racetrack today. Give the guys a bit of action, and these jumps you can clear big up to 12 meters. And now we have Diana down with Mario Roman.
I got Mario Roman here. Mario, how is it going?
Very good. We started early morning with a really tough stuff. Already, a lot of hill climbs and also sketchy downhills, but overall riding good. Trying to catch the guys in front and doing my best.
Did you have any possibility to take them on, like to cross somewhere to?
I was very close in the downhill before Titanic, but nothing happened yet.
Not yet, but who knows, maybe right after the Titanic. What do you think about the Titanic? How is this section?
It's beautiful, and I am happy to make it 3 times. I think it's such a good idea by Romaniacs, so I hope we can keep doing this. I just can say that it would be good to have a couple of lines some places to overpass the lappers, but overall super happy.
Okay, since we have such good feedback from you, maybe in the future we will also add these live stages, these live Maniac stages, because we call them like this, the 3 times laps. So maybe you'll be more happier when you'll see this. I wish you good luck and take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Still lying 3rd in the Hard Enduro World Championship. Billy Bolt is leading. He's just had that wrist surgery. Manny Lettenbeckler 2nd in the World Championship. Like I said, Mario's 3rd, Alfredo Gomez 4th, and Graham Jarvis 5th. With Theodore, Michael Walkner is 6th, and Theodore in 7th.
So Dieter Rudolph now, he's coming to the section as well. Just behind Teddy. We've got Dieter, we got Teddy, we got Sofsteller. We should see a Ring Tenstra coming in soon. And then Rigo Rica from Brazil. So we saw that it was Michael Walkner that was in that little decontrol area with the 3 guys. And when they get out into the racetrack, they're going to get above the tree line because of the altitude. And then we're out into the open a bit. We're out into some open areas on the top of the hills. And if you're in a little bit of a group, it's going to be super hard to break away.
And off-road day 2, how does it compare to off-road day 1 in terms of difficulty?
Well, it's a much longer racetrack. We're almost 40 kilometers longer than yesterday's stage. So it'll be not as tough because we've got a little bit more distance to cover. And once we up onto the Alpine, when they start heading down again, the angles are going to get so steep.
And you said a very scenic day today. So the Forgotten Trail, I remember I've done that before. It's really beautiful out there.
So we got some provisional results here. Look at that gap from Mario. He's 1 minute and 7 seconds faster than Graham after those stages, and then Michael Walkner in third. So Mario is definitely on a mission.
Yeah, he lost a little bit of time yesterday. He was out in front, and Graham obviously made time on him, and he knows he has to put the hammer down today.
He was fast in the morning, Mario. We saw him just putting the fastest times through all the checkpoints, and then he must have got caught up somewhere, and that is where Theodore and Graham managed to close up to him a little bit. And here's Mark Skinner. So Mark Skinner has just entered as well. Mark will know this section pretty well, so he knows what to expect and to just pace himself a little bit.
Yeah, he's no stranger to the mountains here. He's been here for the last couple of years, and I think if anybody knows the mountains here, it's Skinner.
Mark's pretty handy on a downhill bike as well, so I'm sure he'll be pretty keen to get into some of those steep downhills once we get up onto the Alpine regions. Let's see which line he takes here, left or right. So he's having a look. He's having a look at that left line. So Regal Rico is coming to picture. Just spinning out a little bit there.
Our Brazilian rider. Nice to see him in the gold. Just taking a moment to catch his breath there.
So I just want to come back again to those MTB hopper ramps because it's something that's changed the race a little bit for us. We saw it in the prologue. The guys just leaping over those things. I think I even saw someone doing laser ball on the prologue. You can do backflips, 360s, no handles, double backflips. It's super strong. They have a revolutionary truss construction. So it packs up into a pallet, that bigger one, and the smaller ones, you can just almost fit it into the back of your car. Only doesn't weigh too much and super easy to put together. It's like a bit of a puzzle. And Teddy coming up on the stage. So Teddy's almost up and over. You can see those beautiful shots behind him there. So there's Teddy. He's up and over for that stage.
Still got another round to do, I think.
Yes. So we have an interview coming up. Diana's with Alfredo Gomez. Let's see what Alfredo had to say about those stages. So it looks like we're not quite with Diana. We're getting some nice shots of the valley there, the sun burning through the mist. And Suf Sela, so he's up and over. He's going to take that right line, I think. We didn't quite get to see which one Skinner went on, but he definitely had a good long look at that left-hand line.
But a bit of traffic there for Suf, so he's just going to wait a little bit, losing a couple of seconds there.
So David Cyprian back into the course again.
Lap number 2 for David.
So Matty Green, there's a bit of a battle going on there between him and Matty Green. Looks like Matty's just managed to get ahead of him.
Now it looks like Matty Green's definitely pulling a little bit of time on Suf. They were a little bit closer earlier on. He's holding his own, and he's going to want to get out of the section in front of Suf. So Alfredo Gomez has already left, so we're going to miss that interview with him.
And I just want to give you a little bit of a taste of what's happening in the other classes. So in the silver class, we've got quite a big battle going on there. Mr. Chris Birch, former winner of the gold class, he is currently in third position, but there's only 39 seconds between him and the leader. So big battle there. And Chris, when we spoke to him at the beginning, he said, I'm just here for a nice tour and I'm just going to enjoy myself. And so we can obviously see that when that helmet came on, things changed.
Well, they all say they're here for fun, like Matthias Walkner as well, who's currently reading the bronze class on that rally bike.
And the leader in the silver class is Fabien Poirot from France. They have Adam Giles from Australia, and then Chris Bird. And in the bronze category, would you believe it, Matthias Walkner is leading. He got his first stage victory yesterday in the bronze, so he's leading the bronze. And he's got 1 minute 40 over Edgar Sillens, and then it's Maurice Povacci from Romania.
And of course there was a big battle that we were expecting between Matthias Walkner and Paul Terrace, but unfortunately Paul yesterday went down and broke his collarbone.
That's really unfortunate and really sad to see, because we all got geared up for this titanic struggle and this big battle between Paul and Matthias, so that's a real shame.
Well, Alex Tomasic, I saw him yesterday riding really well.
We should see Zolt from Romania right behind him, and then followed by Philip Schultz.
So we'll see how these guys get on. I mean, the pros made it look really easy. Not that these guys aren't pros, but let's see how they get on up the Titanic climb.
And Matty Green has crested the top of the climb now, so he's going to come back down. And here we're back with Manny. Nice to see some shots of Manny again.
No.
Looks like he's too fast for the cameraman there.
Manny just going past Teddy up the climb. Manny picked up a penalty yesterday, so he started quite far down.
But I mean, nothing's impossible, Dale, because I think he's starting 17th today. Yesterday we saw Theodore starting from 14th and Graham from 11th, and they came through the field really strong. And what we've seen so far from Manny, look at him, he's on fire.
Yeah, so he picked up a 2-hour penalty yesterday, which is going to have quite a big effect on his overall. So I think he's just going to try and push as hard as he can to try and make up some time. He'll be really aggressive out there today. And, well, we'll just have to keep tabs on him and see how he does.
So Teddy keeping it nice and steady there.
Yeah, I see also he missed that jump. He rode around the jump earlier on, so I think he's trying to protect his wrist. Pretty much the same as Graham Jarvis. You know, that impact, every little impact throughout the day is just going to add to that pain. So, yeah, riding conservatively, doesn't want to make any mistakes. Nice and smooth.
And for a longer stage today, do you think the guys will be not opting for that super gummy, super soft tire because they've got almost 170 kilometers to go today? Yesterday, you were down in the finish there. What did some of those tires look like?
Well, I didn't see I didn't have a good look at the tires. To be honest, I didn't really spend too much time at the finish. But I think in terrain like this, they could go for a medium tire, not a super gummy, because you know, it could well wear off by the end of the day. But by saying that, those gummy tires, even when they do wear off, there's still amazing traction.
So we could have Matt Green now at the end of the stage. Hopefully we'll get down to him with Diana and see what he has to say, see what his thoughts were.
Dieter Rudolph there in the frame. Looks like he's doing a really good job so far. Let's see how he handles his pivot. There's a bit of a track starting to form now, so there's some nice little grooves on those pivot turns. So
at the moment for these day 2 results, Mario is up on front, so he's definitely on a charge today. So we do have Matty Green. So Matt Green is at the end of the stages. He's going to have that little 5 minute decontrol before he goes out again. Let's head down to Diana and see what Matt had to say.
Ladies and gents, we have here Mr. Matthew Green. How are you, Matthew?
Yeah, all good.
How is the Titanic?
It's hard, eh? We've done this hill a few times and nothing quite wakes you up like doing 3 laps of one of the hardest passes in Romania before 8 o'clock in the morning, eh?
Do you think the Titanic is sinking or not?
No, I think it's all good, eh? That place is not going anywhere anytime soon. Seems pretty strong.
Would you like it? 30 seconds. Okay.
That's all I have to go.
Listen.
He wants to get going there. I don't think he wants to hang around. He wants to get in the mountains and get going.
So Rico looks like he's quite close to the top of the climb, but I can see in the background Manny Letterbuchler is coming right up behind him. Looks like Manny's had a bit of traffic there. Safselo, and right behind him there's Manny.
There's Manny. One move.
Picked up a bit of traffic there. So far we got Mario Roman in first place, Graham Jarvis second, and Michael Waltner in third up this section.
But Manny has still got to come through all three, so that could change because Manny looked like he was on a charge there. So that's just from the riders that have completed their 3 stages of the Titanic. And we haven't spoken too much about the name again today. So this one was Titanic because when we first found this one, Theo and Martin were trying to get up here and they just could not do it. They came back the next day and tried again. It was like a big Titanic battle for them. And now these guys, Martin's sending them 3 times. So we should have someone in shot here. Who's going to jump across? No one yet? No one's coming? So Dieter Rudolph is in now. Super nicely ridden.
It's Dieter Rudolph going up for his last loop now.
Here he comes across this left-hand reverse and then he's going to start the zigzag.
So after those 3 loops so far, just to recap there, we had Mario quickest, Graham second, Michael Waltner third, Tristan Hart 4th, Sonny Gogia 6th, and Theodore in 7th. Alfredo Gomez in 8th, Matty Green 9th, and David Cyprian in 10th. David Cyprian just to finish his last loop, but that looks like the overall for these 3 loops so far.
Manu, he'll be fired up for today. He'll be fired up to come through and do what the other guys did yesterday.
It looks like Manny's just popped up on the screen now, so those 3 loops, it looks like he's done the fastest time, which will move Mario down to second now. So that's incredible. That just shows you that Manny's on the gas. He's fired up.
Definitely fired up.
He wants to try and make up some time, as much time as he can.
And that goes for a lot of these different trails and these different sections that we have here at Red Bull Romaniacs. You know, you'll go to one and think that it's not really possible, and then think about it overnight, come back, and until someone's ridden it, until it's been done. And that's the same what Manny might have today. So he saw Taylor and Graham charging through the field, and that'll give him more motivation today to come and give them a bit of their own medicine. So here we go down to Diana. She's got Letty in the finish.
Manuel Lettenbichler, ladies and gents. Manuel, well done. You've already done 3 laps. How was it?
It was pretty good. Like at the beginning, I thought to have such a bad starting position, it's going to be a bigger disadvantage. But now it was like no traffic, which was pretty cool. So I could kind of ride my pace, and yeah, pretty stoked. I'm trying my best now to get some minutes back.
What do you think? Is the Titanic sinking or not?
It's definitely sinking now, let's say. Like I hope, hopefully next year we're gonna do something else, because you can see that it's written in now.
Something else, you mean another section 3 times or no more 3 times?
No more 3 times, that would be the best.
Okay, then I wish you good luck and take care.
Thanks.
So nice to hear from Manny there. It looks like he's saying he's had enough of the Titanic. He's done his 3 laps. He wants to get moving now. He's got some work to do.
Okay, so that's Philip Schultz there. So obviously just running back down to go and try that again. That's come off the jump there. Somebody else coming in.
So it's going to be pretty hard for them from here. They need to get some good drive because they're going
Okay, there he's got it up. So, Mark Fraser from Spain is right behind him. He'll be the next rider up there.
And just to give you an overview of the day so far and where the guys are. So Graham and Theodore, they are out in front. They have now finished that river canyon, that rocky canyon with the silver guys. And him and Theodore up on the Alpine. So they up and out of there, while the other guys are still battling in the Titanic. But Mario and Mark Walkner are coming up pretty close behind them. So we should hopefully have Teddy in the finish with Diana. It'd be nice to see what he has to say about this, because he looks like he could have one of the top 3 fastest times on here. Philip riding nicely up there, good turn from him. Philip's got a really solid background in trials as well.
So I'm picking up Teddy was 11th fastest on those, 10th fastest on those 3 loops.
So we're hopefully going down to Diana for an interview. Nice to hear the rider's perspective of what they've had in the morning, their struggle. Theodore saying it was a good warm-up from in the morning, but he's already sweating. So Philip just lining up this chute again. He's going to go through that gap. He could take that left line there.
There's Dominic Alzawi coming in now. And just going back to the results from yesterday, so we had Graham Jarvis, who's 4 minutes 17 seconds ahead of Theodore. Tristan's 11 minutes down. Michael Wagner 11 minutes down. Mario Roman 12 minutes down.
So to give you an idea of the times that these guys have been posting through each of the stages, on all 3 stages, Manny Littenbichler posting the fastest time, so he's on a charge again. And then Mario was fastest on the first and the second, and Michael Walkner on the third. He was second fastest behind Manny, so Michael had a good third stage there. We should have an interview now. We've got an interview with Diana, so let's see who she's with. Over to you, Diana.
We're here with my good friend Taddy Blazuziak. Taddy, how were the 3 laps?
Man, they were good, tough, but not too technical, just really physical, intense. So, yeah, I just have to ride steady, I thought my race gonna be better than it is, and I just have to take it easy, can't jump, can't really, on the downhills, I'm like really struggling. So, just riding, trying to bring the bike home and build myself back up and treat it as a good ride in the mountains.
Great. What do you think about this idea of doing 3 times the same section?
I don't know, it's something new, definitely very different from the original Romaniacs spirit, for sure. But I'm okay, I'm up for everything.
Great, that's good news. I wish you good luck and take care.
Thank you.
So there's Rink. We're not quite done yet. We've got Rink. Rink has now entered the Titanic.
So he's a local here in Romania. He knows his mountains backwards. He would have been up here, I think, a couple of times already.
And I'll just give you a rundown of the top 10 so far of what we've got out of these Titanic Live Maniacs. We got Manny Lettenbichler posting the fastest time. Then Mario Roman, Graham Jarvis, Michael Wagner, Tristan Hart there, Sonny Goggia, Theodore, Alfredo, Matty Green, and then Teddy Blazuzio. Francesc Morot there from Spain, doing a nice job of it. Looks like he's got a hiking boot tread on his boots there, Daryl. I think I haven't seen too much of that.
Yeah. Looks like almost like a little bit of an extension there on the soles.
Definitely will help a lot in these really tough gold sections where you might need to do a bit of a push. You get some good grounding and.
Yeah, you can see how soft that moose was there, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's our Saf Seller. He must be on his last loop. All the way from Israel, quite a big riding community developing now in Israel, and of course they'll be watching old Saf, currently lying second in the Junior Hard Enduro World Championships behind Matty Green. He's going to be trying to bridge that gap between him and Matty over the next couple of days. He's also ridden a lot with Paul Bolton.
Should get some results on the screen there for you to have a look at, so we can see who's been posting what times through these sections. But Manny, from what I can see, Manny's definitely taken the fastest times on all three stages consistently, and Michael Wagner in a really impressive second fastest on that last stage, only 25 seconds behind Manny. So there you have it. So Manny Lettenbichler, he's been the fastest over all three. So these are combined times. Then Mario Roman second, and Graham Jarvis in third. And if you look down in the valley there, that's the start area again. So it looks like almost everyone is out on track. All the classes are off. They're out into the wilderness, go and see what they have in store for them. And definitely I hope some of them have taken their cameras, because there's some beautiful sceneries up on the Alpine region.
I'm just zooming out on the live tracking now. I can see that Graham's got a clear advantage on the road so far, followed by Theodore, Tristan Hart, Michael Wagner, and Mario Roman.
So here we have some slow motion shots coming up for you guys. Let's see what we have. So Michael really look, I mean, this is where he put the hammer down. This is on his third stage. He was only 29 seconds behind Manny, which was super impressive, because Manny was on a charge. We saw him just skipping the zigzagging and just firing straight up, trying to save himself some time and claw back to those leaders. And Theodore's gonna go over the MTB hopper. There you go. The Area 51, look at him clearing it, jumping it so nicely. And this was that right hand one where we hadn't seen anybody riding it yet. You can just see them controlling that front wheel, and here's Graham. So he did do some of the jumps.
Yeah.
Nice one. So Graham just turning out to do the last little decontrol, and then out in the mountains. Beautiful shots from the heli there. So Daryl, that was some good action that we saw. We saw Manny really pushing hard. He's on a charge. He wants to catch back up again. Graham trying to just break that elastic from the others because he doesn't want anybody following him in those open out areas, because if they can see him in their sights, they're going to close that gap really quick. So let's see what
Theodore's going to push hard to try catch Graham out there. So yeah, it's going to be a super exciting day. That intensity was crazy, wasn't it?
Super. And don't forget to stay tuned to the website, because you can follow live news on our website. Follow the live news, see the videos, see who's doing what, look at the results, because our results come through straight away as the riders are scanned. You can just have a good idea of what's happening out on the trail there, and we should have some good action again tomorrow. Tomorrow is a slightly to give you a bit more of a sleep in tomorrow. It won't be such an early day. So look at the website. We'll keep you updated at what time we're going to be broadcasting tomorrow. And we should have another action-packed day out there, Daryl.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Adios. Hello and welcome back to day 3 of Red Bull Romaniacs. In studio with me again today is Roof of Africa champion Daryl Curtis. Mr. Daryl Curtis, what can you tell us what's happened today so far?
Well, first of all, we got Billy Bolt. He's going to be our field reporter today. You know, he had some recent wrist surgery, so it's really good to see him out here. This morning kicked off with some really fast sections. They played into nicely for Michael Volkner and Mario Roman. They won the first 3 stages. But, you know, it's early days. It's going to get into a lot more difficult stuff this afternoon.
You definitely want to stay tuned because we've had a lot of drama out there. A lot of things have changed. So let's go across and have a look at some of the morning impressions of what's happened so far.
Now we are at off-road start 3 and it's looking so awesome. So it's like every year at Red Bull Romaniacs, they do some good job, and I really enjoy the riding here. When you look at the start, it's quite so cool, and yeah, I really like it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit fresh, a little bit cold this morning, but hopefully my body will ease up a bit. Aching this morning, long day yesterday. I'm hurting.
Yeah, I think day 3 is very important in Romania, so I will try to do my best, try to recover some minutes if it's possible, and if not, try to don't lose time and get ready for the last day of Red Bull Romania.
Alfredo, you feel bad?
Feel better.
Yeah.
Couldn't eat. I eat rice this morning and that's it. But let's see.
Strategy?
If I feel good, I go. If not, I stop.
Hello guys, welcome here to the finish line in the old valley at the Robesh village. I'm Billy Bolt. There's no racing for me this year, sadly. I decided to get surgery on a wrist injury that's been bugging me all season long. So unfortunately you've got me on your screen instead. Hopefully I do a good job. Go easy on me, it's my first time doing this kind of thing, but we'll give it our best shot. So we've got a gold section which is just a couple hundred meters on this hillside behind me, which is going to be the live Maniac section for this year. It's called Brokeback Mountain. We're expecting the guys to get here anytime, well, in the near future. So without further ado, let's go and check out the track walk preview from earlier in the week.
Hello and welcome back to Red Bull Romaniacs, Live Maniacs. We are on day 3 of the race, so we're at the halfway point. Behind me here is Brokeback Mountain. This is towards the end of the day 3 for the gold competitors.
they'll need to complete this lap 3 times. So let's go check out some action. This climb Brokeback Mountain starting out a lot easier than the others. Nice and pretty smooth. Get the guys to get their rhythm going. And once again, you can see how important it is to master the skill of the pivot turns. Because the steeper the hills get, the more you need to pivot turns, change your direction, look for a easier line. But this is pretty good going. Nice and easy for Stefan. The gradient's going to really start getting a bit steeper now as they get higher up in the mountain. A bit steeper, pivot turn again, and you can just see the skyline at the top. So some riders might think that this is just a short, sharp climb, but once we're up on the ridge, we're going to go even higher up. Fire it up. That's it. The conditions are pretty dry and loose at the moment, so just looking for traction wherever you can. And on these longer, straighter sections, you can fire it up, get good drive out, and ride out the top. Now then, the higher we go and the steeper it gets, the hillside becomes a lot more exposed. So some riders might choose to go a little bit off the main line and ride above these stones and these roots here, because if you hit the front wheel on the stone at the wrong angle, it could spit you down on the hillside, way down back where you started again. So some might try to get right higher and above those lines and shoot up just like that, get a good line, turn the bike again and ride out the other side. Now it's getting really steep, so he needs to think carefully about the line he's going to take. But just see again how important it is to do those pivot turns. You can just save so much time riding it on your bike. The soil up here is really loose at the moment, so you see the back wheels sliding out a lot, as well as all the leaves from the winter time on the ground. So the first rider through is going to have to open up and make the tracks for everyone else to follow, so which could be a disadvantage. You know, if you're the first one through, opening up the track for everyone else. He needs to change direction now, try and pull it around, bring it back around again, and fire. We're almost at the top of the climb now, and you don't want to risk sliding back down, wasting more energy. And up and out. So that's almost it for Brokeback Mountain. From here they'll just go a little bit further up, turn to the right, go back down again for their next laps. But it's all, like I said, right near the end of the day, so they have some decisions to make here about how much effort and energy to put in. Those that have some energy spare in the tank will certainly push hard here to get some time on the others and get ahead and out of sight. So it'll make it pretty interesting. So we're going to bring you that live Maniacs section a little bit later. The riders are still making their way across to that live Maniacs sections that they're going to need to do 3 times again before getting down to the finish with Billy. And there's definitely going to be a lot of action there. Daryl, what's happened so far up to now?
Well, this morning, as I said, it started out very fast, and then there was a like Graham, he was battling a little bit with all of the choppy stuff. He wasn't too comfortable. It was a little bit too fast for him. And Michael Wagner and Mario Roman seemed to like it, as did Matthias Wagner on the rally bike.
Yep.
Somehow he got out of the bronze route in the mix with the guys, and he put the hammer down. It was quite good to watch him along there. And then when the guys got into the service, just before the service point, there was a difficult climb. And Graham Jarvis pulled about 4 minutes on the guys, on Letty and on Theodore. And they were like very stressed in the service point. And when they left there, I think it was like everybody just put the hammer down. And the second half of the race is going to be where it all counts. And Live Maniacs, day 1 and day 2, we brought it to you in the beginning of the morning when everybody was fresh. And today it's going to be right at the end of the race, just before we go back to Billy Bolt, who's going to be waiting at the finish. But there's the layout there, Craig. Will you take us through day 3? How difficult is the day today?
So from the start, they had it pretty easy because they went right across the top of the mountain there, and we just saw those beautiful images that were brought to us by our track reporters. They started at 2,400 meters. It was super high, and what a better way than to start your day. Then the gold guys went into Mofo for the first time, and this is where Graham put 4 minutes on everyone. We had our jaws on the floor from those footages that you can see on our website from the live news. After service, the gold will have 6 sections, 6 different very hard climbs before they even arrive at Live Maniacs. So their day really only begins after the service point. And from what the images that we've seen at the service point, Graham was looking really fresh. You know, he struggled a bit in the faster sections, but you know, yesterday, I don't know about you, but to me, he looked really a bit tired and worn out. But at the service, he looked really strong again.
Yeah, he did. Alfredo Gomez as well took a lot of strain yesterday.
Yeah.
He was fatigued. Graham in 2018, he DNF'd because of fatigue. But I must say now, he's looking stronger than ever today.
No, he's looking strong. And Mario too. Mario was in good spirits. So head across to some of that live news that you can catch on our website, and you can see what the guys had to say about the sections that they had to deal with now. And the other classes too. I think everybody had a tough day yesterday. It was a long racetrack, about 140 kilometers that they had to get right up onto those mountains at the altitude that we have. And we had a lot of expressions, but then the camaraderie once again, you know, the guys joining together, making sure that they don't leave anybody behind, everybody get to the finish line, and that's what the spirit of hard enduro is all about.
But if you go back to those impressions that we saw this morning, I mean, what really stands out for me, you're on top of those mountains, basically above the clouds. If you look at that scenery, there was a bit of rain that fell last night, so there wasn't too much dust this morning. But I mean, we saw Matthias Wagner there. That's proof that you can do Romaniacs on a rally bike. Incredible, you know, like bronze class. Matthias finished 3rd yesterday. Today he's dropped a little bit. He's 5th on the road. But to do that on a rally bike is quite something. And we've also got Chris Birch running in the silver class. He was leading overnight. And I haven't looked to see how he's getting on today, but those are some interesting things to look out for.
And there's a real tight battle going on in the silver class, so keep your eye on those results. But I actually think it was really great that we had some overnight rain yesterday. The first day was really dusty, and now that there's a bit of rain in the forest, I mean, it certainly suits some, may not suit others, but for general, it's just so good to have some rain on the ground, get the guys get more traction, but then it does make those logs and those routes just like us, you know. And the bronze guys were from the start, we were going to head into quite a tight woody section, so they're going to have a big workout right at the start of the day.
There wasn't enough rain to change the race.
No.
But I think temperatures are slightly down and possibly a little bit less dust early in the morning. But by now, you know, the sun comes up. We're still in the middle of summer here. And I think it's going to start getting a little bit dusty later on in the day. The Live Maniac section this afternoon, a little bit easier than
Yes.
day 1 and day 2 sections, Craig.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. So the Live Maniacs is not always the most difficult sections of the track, but just something that we can have to bring you some footage and some action. They've been through some really tough sections, but I think, in my opinion, Live Maniacs tomorrow will probably be the hardest one of the day. So don't forget to miss that. Tune in at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, Eastern European summertime. Check your timetables and when that'll be in the country that you are. But don't miss that, because there's going to be heavy action there, and it's going to be close to the finish again.
Well, there's lots to look out for. And of course, day 4, our finish in Gusta Rita with a spectacular hill climb. So that's what we've got in store for you tomorrow. And there's also some really hectic gold sections. I went and had a look at one yesterday, and I just couldn't believe that they were going to send them up there. It's like absolutely ridiculous.
I can't wait to see Matthias fire that Dakar bike up the hill climb. We saw some images of him coming down there. Honestly,
literally wheeling down
I
the
was
back wheel.
gobsmacked.
Yeah.
I could not believe my eyes what I saw. But even the footage we saw this morning from the start line, because the bronze guys started together with the gold, and Matthias set off together with Graham. And Graham was just taking it easy, just easy through the throttle, whereas Matthias was just full gas right off the start line.
Well, he's a two-time world motocross champion, and he's won the Dakar before. So any chance he gets to open up that 450 rally bike there, he's going to take advantage of it.
And he's definitely going to want to come away with the win again and take this one. You know, he's a really accomplished rider. And, you know, he's super chilled out. You know, these guys, they're so approachable. That's what's been so nice about the sport.
But
too.
while talking about the rally bike now, what does the rest of the day look for him on the bronze route?
So the bronze also, and all the other classes, for me, this was one of the most beautiful days because you start up at 2,400 meters, super high up. You got beautiful views and scenery. And then from service point, it's going to get really tough for most of the classes, but also such nice riding, the open forest, you know, really trails that don't get used much at all, and it's just all fresh and new stuff that most guys would not have seen before.
I'm quite excited to see who gets to the Live Maniac section first, because I've had a look at the tracking, and now after the service point, it looks like Manny Lettenbeckler has actually managed to get past Graham Jarvis. So how much time is he going to be able to make up? You know, he has got that big penalty, and it's going to be interesting to see how the day plays out.
Well, he's got to keep the overall for the championship in his mind. So he's just going full throttle to try and claw back as much time and as many positions as possible so that he doesn't lose too many points in the championship, because, you know, that's the end game. We are at a very, very high level now at the championship. So he did manage to get past Graham, but we have a lot of sections coming up, and when Manny came into service, he wasn't too happy. He was a bit unhappy about something. Maybe he's got a bit rattled with Graham pulling that 4 minutes on everybody in that last gold section. So it'll be interesting to see now with 6 heavy sections to go, plus our Live Maniacs, what's going to happen. But Manny absolutely flew through Live Maniacs yesterday.
So just going back to that point scenario. So in the Hard Enduro World Championship, obviously Billy's in the lead. He's not here. So that leaves Manny with 60 points. So if Graham wins, and even if Manny DNFs, then they'll be both tied on 60 points.
Wow.
If Theodore wins, he'll have 55 points. If Manny doesn't finish, he still leads. But the interesting one for me is Mario Roman. So if Mario wins, he'll have 78 points, and he'll take the overall lead. Manny is only likely, I think, to claw back to around 5th place. You know, he was 10th place overall after yesterday, and that'll give him 11 points. Or if he finishes 6th, 10 points. So if Manny finishes 6th, it'll give him 70 points, and Mario would need a 4th, which will give him 13 points, and they'll be tied. So Manny would need a 5th and Mario a 4th to tie on 71 points. So they're the two danger men for the overall lead in the Hard Enduro World Championship after this round.
But it's interesting because the thing that will be your biggest, going to help you most in these events is consistency, isn't it? Because, you know, you can be on the top of the pile, leading the points, but, you know, just one DNF can change the game. So you look at a guy like Matthew Green, youngster coming up. I mean, he's leading the Junior World Championship. He's had such consistent results this year and all the races to come. And this year, day by day, he's been stepping it up. He started out 9th overall. He's up into 8th now. If he keeps that trajectory going, he could very well come and upset the apple cart a little bit.
But more importantly, on Saf Seller, you know, our 2nd place in the championship isn't here. So Saf is lying 3rd at the moment, and he's more than 2 hours behind Matty at the moment. So is Matty going to preserve his Junior World Championship lead, or is he going to try and get the best results he can in Romaniacs?
I think that when that helmet goes on, also you just want the best result, and the footage that we've had from our field reporters coming in, Matthew's definitely on a charge today. He's been riding clean. He was really tired yesterday. He was pretty exhausted, but he got a good night's sleep. He's recovered and he's riding really super well today.
Yeah, if you can't really appreciate the difficulty of the track unless you go out there. And I did quite a lot of riding yesterday.
Yep.
And to push the pace that these guys are, I mean, how long were they in their saddle for yesterday? I think it was around 6 hours. They were definitely blown by the time they reached the finish. The fittest guy, the young guys, I mean, look at Graham. He's 47 years old, and he's still
at the top of the game.
Giving the young
isn't he?
guns a hiding. I mean, like if you just look at that hill before the service point, he pulled 4 minutes on everybody.
Yeah, incredible.
So later on in the day now, how many more difficult climbs are we going to get before Live Maniacs? I mean, how hard is it really?
So we're going to get 6 climbs, but we're running a little bit behind today in terms of their riding time because of that overnight rain and yesterday's rain. So it's making things a lot more difficult, and that's also why the guys, it was a really long day for them. When the rain comes down in those mountains, it just becomes super slick, especially on the grass and over the roots. So they are running slightly behind, but just goes to show that they're still human,
And you guys are going to have to put up with us for a little bit longer then while we wait. But yeah, there's so much action out there.
But all good. And we should get Billy with some interviews with some of the other guys. We're coming in to Billy. He should have some thoughts from the bronze and others, but we'll come back to Billy right after this commercial break.
What's up, guys? We're here in the finish with silver class contender Chris Birch. We've just been having a little bit of a chat, and being a contender definitely wasn't on the agenda, but it appears it is now.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the plan, but it's way better than going and thinking you're a contender and finding out you're not. So
Definitely, there's obviously still some youthful spirit in there. I've just been checking the results, and you've been having a right old battle with. You're currently leading second place, and it's pretty tight going into the last day. I don't know if you know the results or what, but it's a good battle going on out there.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, it probably looks like more of a battle on the page, on the papers and the numbers, than it is actually on the trail. I've really enjoyed riding the Fabian. Like we've, kind of almost like working together a bit. I'm sure that's going to have to go out the window at some point. But
yeah, we're arriving to the finish line of the whole race at some point tomorrow. So at one point, I think the elbows are going to have to come out. But he's won today, so you've got the advantage going into the last day of starting behind him. So I think the ball is in your favour for tomorrow.
It sounds like you know more about it.
Oh, okay, he hasn't seen the results yet, obviously, because he's just finished the day. But other than the results, how's your week going? I see you've gone for the big girl on the 500. It's a pretty brave decision for the silver class, but so far so good, eh?
Well, there's no replacement for displacement, eh? No, the plan was just to come and have a good time, really. And then KTM said, hey, would you consider doing it the 500? And honestly, I've never really ridden a 500. So the obvious answer is, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, so if we have an influx in silver entries on 500s and people needing to be rescued from the mountains next day, it's purely your fault. But I'm sure we have a rescue team out there that's good enough for the job. But no, so far so good. Hopefully you can have another good day tomorrow, and we'll see you at the finish line tomorrow in one piece and see how the battle goes on. Whether you know you're battling or not, we're all watching tightly at home, waiting for the battle to kick off. But have a good one tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. We'll continue with the plan of just having a good time.
Back to you guys.
He came, he's won Romaniacs, he came to South Africa, gave us all a riding lesson back in the day.
Yep.
Won the Roof of Africa a couple of times, upset our South African Enduro Championship. And, he's just got to the finish there in silver class. Right now, he's 21 seconds behind Fabien Perot. And, he could well win it on that 500.
He could definitely do it. So for today's stage, he was 21 seconds behind. But if you look at the overall, he's still maintaining that tiny gap. He's got a tiny lead of 36 seconds, of Fabian. So it's still in it. And that's Chris's approach, isn't it? I mean, he's just a laid back guy. Everything is, he never seems to be in a hurry. Even when he came to the roof, he just said, no, he's just coming he's never done it. He wants to experience it. But he's just on another level, really.
Yeah, when I saw him here, I said, no, he's just coming for fun, right? So when that helmet goes on, then the brain switches off, and it's all about a result at the end. We're all way too competitive for that. I've just had a look at the tracking now, and it looks like Manny Letterbickler and Graham Jarvis are quite close to each other on the track. So Live Maniacs is going to be very exciting. If we manage to get them both there at the same time, it's going to be a real show to the finish line.
It's going to be a real titanic battle in the Brokeback Mountain, because Manny managed to pull a bit of a gap from Graham. Perhaps he was trying to just get out of sight so that Graham couldn't hunt him down. But the Silent Assassin is right on him again. They've just got one downhill, a really steep downhill to do. Then they're going to go across the valley and up onto Brokeback Mountain for Live Maniacs.
I can't wait for it. It's going to be a little bit dry, I think. Maybe a bit of dust on the section, but certainly a lot faster than the last ones that we've watched. And then it's just a short little stretch over the ridge, and we're going to catch up with Billy Bolt there.
And the gap that they've managed to pull on the other riders could well mean that they clear the section. So Manny and Graham could be in the finish before the other riders come into the section, which would be really good, because then they can just bash each other, struggle bar to bar, up motocross style, up this last section of Live Maniacs.
I've done a little bit of stats there. So Manny ended up 17th on day one, because he got a 2-hour penalty. He won day two. He pulled back 16 minutes on the guys.
16 minutes, that's huge.
Yeah, on Graham actually. Currently he's in 10th overall. That's where he started this morning, but still 2 hours behind. So, and so far he's won both Live Maniac sections collectively by 9 minutes. So he's on a charge. He wants to make up time, but it's going to be impossible to make up 2 hours. So the question is, how much time can he make back? Where is he going to finish overall?
Well, that's what it is. So he's just on a charge. Sometimes, usually at this race, the guys play a little bit of strategy, a bit of a tactical game. They don't want to always be the first one out with that 3 minutes gap, because if the guy starting in second closes up to you, closes that gap, it's already an advantage. But Manny's got no other choice than to go full gas.
And Graham this morning, he didn't feel comfortable and he didn't push, Typical Graham style. But when he got into the climbs, he preserved his energy. There was bone-shaking stuff this morning. Teddy Bluzuziak pulled out. His wrist isn't ready yet. We heard him there. A big struggle. Cody Webb, they broke their wrist at the same time in that last round of that German championship. And Cody's still sitting out. And it proved now that Teddy wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, really sad and unfortunate for Teddy. And it just shows that how much experience that Graham Jarvis has. He knows that those open sections aren't his game, but he just keeps that average speed going, keeps it up, keeps it going, and now he still managed to just keep in touch and then extend.
Preserving body, and we know that Graham, he knows what's out there in these mountains. He's done it, so he's won this race 6 times. And he's just waiting for those difficult hills, because that's where he's going to charge and make up time. And we saw it before the service point. 4 minutes on one climb. He gave them a hiding.
Yeah, and tomorrow being the last day, after day 2, mentally you sort of think, I'm only halfway through. I've still got a long way to go. But once they finish today and they've got one more day left, mentally that's such a huge battle. You're just about there and you can just push everything out of your body and get to the finish line.
So the legend Graham Jarvis, I'm just going to run through a couple of stats here just to put it into perspective. Okay, so he's won Erzberg 5 times. He's won Hell's Gate 5 times. He's won Romaniacs 6 times. He's won the Sea to Ski 5 times. He's won the Roof of Africa 4 times. He's won Allestrem. He's won 5 times British Trials champion. He's the 4 times winner of the Scottish 6 days. So if you put all of that into perspective, still racing at the top of the pack at 47 years old.
So let's have a look at some of the footage that we had in 2019 when the guys had to tackle this Live Maniacs. So we saw some of that action from 2019. The guys will know what to expect and what is coming. And Graham Jarvis is just about into this section. They're about seconds away, Daryl.
We were saying who's going to be there first, Graham Jarvis or Manny Letzenberger. So it looks like Graham Jarvis is in front at this moment. And then we've got the wave coming. We've got Theodore, we've got Michael Wagner and Mario Roman coming next. And those three are riding together. So we're going to see these first two come through. There's going to be a little bit of a gap, I would say about 5 minutes. And then we're going to get the other three. So how long will it take to do a lap here?
We estimate about 3 or 4 minutes because we had about 8 minutes to begin with. But the way they've been riding so far in the race this year, they are just killing it out there. I think 3 or 4 minutes would probably be about a good estimate.
It's so unpredictable. And, the organizers have to keep on making these races harder and harder. That stage that I saw there yesterday is the cliffhanger one for tomorrow. Man, I'm so excited to see that track being ridden.
So it looks like we could be going across to some live pictures there. It sounds like we've got Letty and Jarvis in this section.
And it looks like the guys are together from what I can see. Let's go through to the pictures.
And there he is.
There's the man.
Graham Jarvis.
The GOAT. So Craig, it looks like Graham's gone into this trail first at the moment. I expect to see Manny in frame at any time. And there we go. Fantastic. What a race. Now the battle is on.
This is going to be full on. Do not go anywhere. forget about the kettle, your coffee, or your toilet break. You need to be here watching this. This is gonna be intense racing.
This is motocross hard enduro. I mean, after the whole day today, and they're riding like this at this pace together, it's just incredible.
And the thing is that they're pushing each other. They're pushing each other all the way to the end. They know the finish line is right in sight. They can go over the limits if they have to because they're so close to the finish, and then get on and do some recovery. But it's all about taking minutes away from all the others behind them. And they'll know also that from the other live maniacs in the previous 2 days, when the other riders start coming in and it gets a little bit congested, it's going to slow down their pace. So they're going to want to clear this before anyone else comes in.
I can tell you that the climbs these guys have done up until this point have been a lot harder than this. And you can see how dry and dusty it is. The guys struggling to get traction there, and lots of pivot turns needed. This is insanely steep. The camera doesn't do it any justice. But if you just have a look, anybody that rides an enduro bike can have a look and see how steep it is. You know, we actually need to do a pivot turn, right?
You know, Daryl, yesterday we saw Mario and Alfredo suffered a bit from dehydration because they didn't take on enough fluids in the day. And at that, when Graham had cleared the live maniacs yesterday, we saw him pouring water and filling up the bladder in his Lizard Endra hydration pack, even though it was still early on in the day. And that just goes to show how much experience he has, because he knows there's still 2 more days to come. And if you burn all your energy in the first few days, it's so difficult to recover. And that Endra hydration pack and water bladder was designed in South Africa by Lizard. It was initially developed especially for Jarvis, just for him. But now it's available to anyone who wants to look like Graham. And it's all part of his Graham Jarvis 1 range, and a start of a collaboration with more to come. And there's Paul. So Paul Bolts is also on track. He's going to get some good footage there and motivate the guys to go even faster.
Yes, he's done a great job up until now, hasn't he? So, okay, so just looking at this, Manny Lettenbickler has won all of these live maniac sections, and collectively by 9 minutes. So he's going to definitely want to pass Graham Jarvis. Can Graham keep him at bay until the finish line?
Keep him behind him, because there's no passing opportunities here. And we know between these two, we saw Manny straight lining it yesterday, straight lining it straight up the hill where others were doing the zigzagging. And we know that he's definitely knows in his mind he's not going to be able to do that to Graham. He's not going to be able to push past him unless Graham gets held up on something. But the way he's riding, they're both just dominating here.
Yes, isn't this great footage from our GoPro? Watching these guys in the thick of the action. And just, you know, I just have to mention that Graham is nearly double Manny's age. Put that into perspective.
It's incredible. Absolutely amazing. I mean, we were racing together with Andreas, Letty's father, together. We bashed bars together, we were racing together. And Graham as well. Graham too raced with us, and now he's here racing Manny.
Well, I've raced with Graham so many times, and I stopped racing 8 years ago. So I look at it, I ride out in the mountains, and I just look at it like how can he still be in the front? It's like, it's impossible.
No, he's a phenomenon, you know. He's like Greg Minnaar of the downhill. You know, these guys don't come around very often, and when they do, it's just amazing, and we're just so lucky to be able to see these guys in action.
Just to go through Graham's race so far. So currently he's leading. He came from 11th after the prologue. He won day 1 by just 4 minutes to Theodore. He finished second on day 2, losing 16 minutes to Manny. And again, Theodore was only 4 minutes behind Graham. So on the overall time, Theodore Kovachev is only 9 minutes behind Graham. It's just insane.
No, and Theodore did a really good race yesterday. He pushed so hard in those sections, and he took some of the best times of the day on the sections like Man Ridge, which when we first put on, we just were not sure if it was even possible. And these guys just make it look so easy and effortless.
There's a great shot of Manny. Also second on the Live Maniac sections, it's actually been Mario Roman, and third, Graham Jarvis. So, I mean, Graham's consistently been third here. Manny's, there we go, we can see Manny has in fact passed Graham Jarvis here. So the data doesn't lie, Manny's faster on the sprint.
So he's taken that gap, he's taken that opportunity on the downhill where it might be, he's prepared to take that risk, isn't he? He's prepared to take that risk on the downhill to get past Graham and try and get in front of him.
Well, there's not much place to pass there, so it would have had to have been on those downhills. Those switchbacks are almost impossible to pass. But Manny definitely wants to get to the finish line first today.
And he's got that in his mind, doesn't he? Because he's just got to put everything into it. We're halfway through the season. He just knows that if he doesn't take back as much as he can, it could count against him in the end. And now Graham's got back ahead of him. He's got back ahead of Manny. I wonder where he made that pass. Beautiful.
Every point counts right now for Manny Letzenbichler. So yeah, as you can see here, this duel, probably a small little mistake from Manny somewhere. Graham he won't ask twice. If there's a gap given, he's going to take it.
It could have been at the bottom, because at the bottom, the path goes up to the right and left, and there's some really big step rocks on the left-hand side. And I won't be surprised if Jarvis just flew and launched his bike up over the rocks onto the path, just so he can get back ahead.
And Manny's not going to like that. There you can see how Graham he's still got the energy. He's saved himself. He knew that this section was going to be at the end. And it's on camera. So these guys, they don't want to disappoint the fans. They want to show these guys how it's done. I mean, this after the whole day, how many hours have they been riding? And they're still managing to ride at this pace. This is what's changed the game of hard enduro. And it's great to have it as a world championship and to be able to see these guys live on this section.
You know, it's really a professional sport now. So, you know, guys like Manny, who have the Red Bull Training Institute, they are so finely tuned. They have such a strict program, such a strict regime, diet, sleep, everything is so finely tuned. And this is what gives them the edge. This is what makes them and allows them to push those boundaries and push so hard, even though they've been on the road for 4 or 5 hours.
I always thought it was a professional sport, Craig. Now you say it's only now.
Oh, Manny's dropped his bike there. So that's going to give Graham an opportunity to just get a little gap, because if he gets out of sight of Manny, he can really stretch that elastic band.
Well, not much stretching to be done now between now and the finish. But there you can see like a little slip of Manny. Those seconds when you have to pick your bike up as well, that's also going to cause some extra fatigue. You know, you don't want to be doing that. Heart rate goes up. He's stressing now. He wants to get back on the wheel with Graham. So, and this is where Graham is so good. But Graham's also having to get off once or twice, so he doesn't really gain the big advantage there.
And the thing is that when you get hung up like Manny did, your blood is just pumping. All the adrenaline is going through your body. And it's so difficult sometimes to keep that up for a long period of time, because your muscles just they can't take it, and that he'll get an opportunity when they get to the top to come back down again. Maybe he won't take those risks to catch back up and just use that 20 seconds or so just to get his body, bring the heart rate down, bring it back into the zone that's a little bit better for the muscles.
I haven't done the section yet. Oh, they're busy on their second lap.
They're busy on their second lap now, so Graham's at the top. So Graham's up and over, and he's going to start going down again. Manny not too far behind him, so it's still a tough battle, and as long as Manny can stay in sight, if he's got Graham in his sights, it'll definitely make it easier for him.
And these boys are tired. They just got to dig deep. They're digging. I mean, we saw Alfredo yesterday come to the finish line. I think Mario Roman and Alfredo Gomez both picked up a stomach bug of sorts, and they battled their way through yesterday. So Alfredo lost a lot of time yesterday, and that was due to, you know, when you've got a stomach bug, you're just dehydrated. So he was totally exhausted at the finish. Mario got a 2 from what I hear, but it looks like Mario today is in better shape than Alfredo.
Oh, and here we got Theodore. So Theodore's just come in shot. So he's going to be up on his first section now, while Graham and Manny are on their second. So hopefully for Graham and Manny, they'll only have Theodore on track to deal with. And that's the thing with Alfredo and Mario yesterday, is that hydration. And with the rain yesterday that we had, it's a little bit of a trick on your mind, because when you see it's raining and that temperature drops, you sort of stop drinking because you don't feel as exerted, but that's when you need to keep it going, because you've burnt all your energy in the morning already.
Okay, so Theodore Kabakchev, he's from Bulgaria. He's 7th in the Hard Enduro World Championship. He's currently 2nd overall at Romaniacs. He's 9 minutes 11 seconds behind Graham Jarvis when they started this morning. He only lost 4 minutes 17 seconds on day 1 and 5 minutes on day 2. And he's 5th fastest on these live Romaniacs sections so far. He finished 8th at Romaniacs in 2021.
So Graham and Manny are coming down to the bottom now. They're going to go up and do their last section. It's going to be their last section before they get to the finish.
Theodore's long legs are certainly going to help him throughout the day. I mean, he's just got the right frame. I think the Bulgarian terrain is a lot similar to what we have here in Romania. Is this the last lap for Manny?
This is the last lap for Manny, and you see there he just managed to pip in front of the group that's coming into shot now. So he'll be super stoked for that he managed to get in front of them before anyone can be blocking up the path, where he might need to take another risk and try and straight line it again.
I was just about to say, where is Graham Jarvis? But he's right there.
He's right there. So both of them just got ahead of Michael Walkner there.
That youngsters, I can't believe how well Michael Walkner has ridden today. Isn't that not insane from the young Austrian rider?
It's really good. He's got such a cool head, he's got such a mature head on his shoulders, learning from the others what to do, when to push hard, when to take it easy, to make sure that he's strong all the way to the finish. So many there coming, you see them straight lining up there to the right of that tree, and they'll use the base of that tree just to prevent the back wheel from sliding down, to give them good drive again to head up into the next section. Apologies for the visuals breaking up every now and again. We're relying on the internet connection for the 3G mobile, and with so many people in the service area which is so close, we have a little bit of a draw on the towers, but this is much better.
So Michael Wagner's made up some time today. So where is Mario Roman? Michael Wagner, he lost 11 minutes on the first day and 27 minutes on the second day, and currently he's 6th overall. So I mean, the finish for Michael here. Wow, there's Mario Roman just coming into the picture now.
He must have heard you, Daryl.
Yeah. I'm just not sure who came into the section first. Was it Mario or was it Michael? But I know that Michael, Mario and Theodore rode almost the whole day together.
I hope Theodore didn't go wrong there. You saw the yellow tape, and the yellow tape means that you're going the wrong way. You need to turn and look for the blue. So it looks like the marshal might have shown him to go down, but these guys, they need to just try and get as much time as possible on the other competitors.
A change in the lead again. Manny in front of Graham Jarvis. Michael Walken not too far behind. This is the perfect way to showcase these rider skills. When you see it like this after a full day of riding the mountains, you can really appreciate how talented these guys are.
Manny's really pushing the limit, isn't he? He's pushing the boundaries, he's pushing the limit, and Graham knows in the back of his mind he had that 9-minute advantage over Theodore with one day to go still, and he's still in the lead today, so he knows he doesn't have to take that risk. He doesn't have to push the boundaries like Manny, whereas Manny's got to give it everything he's got.
Yeah, Graham's not worried about Manny at all. For the overall, he's just thinking about Theodore Kabakchev from Bulgaria.
So Michael just picking up there, taking the safe option to get off, turn it around before he gets going again. So these two are up and over now. Manny and Graham, they're up and over. They're going to start heading down to Billy in the finish, and we're going to get some raw emotions from them. But let's see here, Michael's also just getting off again, pull it around. I can tell you that chute up there is so steep. It's almost vertical. I think it's around 70% inclination, extremely steep. So you don't want to lose your bike down there. Michael taking the good option there, just to secure the bike, turn it around and get going again.
And just to correct myself, Michael is actually currently 5th overall when he started this morning, and he's actually 4th fastest on these live Maniac sections. So it makes perfect sense that he's up there with these guys.
So Theodore heading down now. Theodore heading down back to the start of his next section. He's going to go through the gates and up for the next section of the track.
And then Manny's onto the back wheel of Theodore. Is he going to pass him?
And when we saw it, when Theodore started, he had a really fair gap on Manny. So Manny's really closing down the time again. Mario onto the second lap now. Off he goes, up again.
Still motocrossing it, he looks like he's not tired at all. He looks like he's overcome his stomach bug, being so close to the leaders. I think he's been able to recover nicely.
So Theodore will have Mario in his sights as well. It's always so helpful when you have someone ahead. It helps you just push that boundary a little bit, and he's got to make up time. So he's in a position like Manny, he can't afford to stop, take a breather, line up. He's just got to push to the end. The finish line is right there. Mario lining it up. Is he going to straight line over this? We know how good he is at hill climb. He's one of the best hill climbers, him and Manny, but he's taking that line again next to the tree to keep it. Did you see he didn't stop there? The others were stopping to secure. Mario just pushing. Maybe he knows as well. He needs to just try and bridge that gap. Definitely one of the favorites for the win this year, Mario. So he's been riding strong all year. He's been so consistent, so strong. He's definitely one for the podium.
Well, he's got a number 3 on his bike and he's currently in 3rd overall. He was 5th after day 1. He only lost 12 minutes to Graham. He was 4th on day 2, 22 minutes off. And like I said, 2nd fastest on these sections. Yeah, you can see why.
So we've got Billy in the finish with Manny. Let's go over to you, Billy.
So guys, we're here in the finish. Manny has just arrived. Pretty tight battle for the most part in the Live Maniac section with you and Graham. How was that to end the day on?
Man, it was actually pretty cool. Like at the beginning I let just Graham go because he's literally fighting for a win and I'm not really fighting for a win at the moment, so he made a really good job, but at the end I passed him at the down and I was like, oh man, I have to get in front now because I'm a little bit better in the 6X, but it was a good ride now. Congrats to the king, he absolutely nailed it today.
He's arrived. What was going on there, Graham, can we ask? There's no TV cameras. It was on Roxy's film on my vlog if anyone wants to go and watch Graham get a little bit lost at the end. But we'll get to Graham in a minute. But back to Manny. Overall, how was the day? I seen you lost a little bit of time this morning. I'm guessing it was a pretty difficult track to lead out on and there wasn't, navigation wasn't easy. But happy with today, or was the time left behind?
Nah, definitely happy. Like it was super difficult in the morning with the navigation, and I think I tried my best, and I think I did a pretty good job. But for sure, lost some minutes to Graham and to the other guys. But yeah, still stoked. I think my riding was pretty good. I'm definitely tired because I was pushing too much the last 2 days now with this huge mistake. So I can feel my body quite a bit.
One more day to go. Go and get rested up and come out swinging tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you in the finish tomorrow.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
Should we go straight to Graham, or what's the plan? We might as well go straight to Graham because I think you guys are on me. All right, Graham, how are you feeling? You're looking magnificent, I must say. Oh God, look at all that sweat dripping out. Loving it as ever?
Yeah, I mean, I was tired this morning. It's when you struggle to get out of bed.
You're tired every morning, so what difference does that make?
It's not much difference to a normal day, but just couldn't get going this morning, and just long grass, I didn't like it, I got scared. And then this afternoon in the forest, the tough stuff, I did really well.
Yeah, I think overall wise and time wise it's not too bad. Been kind of in control, obviously there's been kind of in control of the overall all week. I guess how you like it. What's the plan of attack for tomorrow?
Yeah, just try and focus on the track, but you know, them guys are fast, as you know. Theo caught me up, Mario caught me up. You're under pressure, aren't you?
What do you mean? You're getting under pressure. Yeah, but you're handling it. One more day to go. Bodies, I'm sure feeling wonderful, and you've got no complaints there. We'll not give you any airtime whinging about how old you are. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you in the finish line tomorrow. We'll see how it goes.
Very good.
You have to wait for them to come through the finish checkpoint. So nice to hear from Billy and the boys on the finish line there. And Daryl, how much respect do these guys have for each other? I mean, they're Manny acknowledging King Jarvis, Billy as well. They all have so much respect for each other.
Yeah, no, isn't that just great to see? But my question is, as we're looking at Mario and Roman in the frame there, what would this race have looked like if Billy Bolt wasn't injured? He's our current hard enduro world championship leader. And some of the guys that are missing here, we got Cody Webb, he had a broken wrist. Wade Young's got a back injury. Johnny Walker has had knee surgery. And of course now we lost Teddy this morning. He's out. What would this race have looked like with everybody here? It would have just been insane.
There's just so many guys at the top at such a high level now. It just makes it so exciting, and this is why we bring you these visuals. This is why we bring you the Live Maniacs, so that you can get up and close and see what these guys have to deal with, see the struggles they have, and acknowledge how much respect that we have for them and how fit and strong they are.
Yeah, well, I can tell you now, when you actually go out onto the course and you go and actually look at some of these stages where you can't walk up them, then you really, really appreciate it, TV, yeah, it looks all great, but if you remember how many hours these guys have ridden for, they've ridden over for more than 5 hours today. So, sure, it's just actually unbelievable that they can ride at this pace. The stuff that we don't get to see on camera now, we're going to pick up from all of the Red Bull motorsport coverage. It's going to be popping up, but it's just fantastic that they managed to get such good footage together in places that we miss.
So Mario is on a real charge because I'm looking now at some provisional results of these different stages they're doing, and so far he's taken the fastest time on the first two stages. He was 43 seconds, faster than Manny, and 2 seconds faster than Graham on the second. So remember, we saw Manny get held up there on his second stage. He got his wheel slid down, he got stuck in the hole, so he lost some time there. But Mario on a real charge. And Michael Walkner, he has posted the 3rd fastest time in that second stage, so he's also doing well, but the times are so close, Daryl. 2 seconds, Graham was behind Mario. Another 2 seconds, Michael Walkner behind Graham. These guys are just so competitive.
That's in the Live Maniac section. I want to see the overall times now when they go through the finish line. I want to see who's who in the zoo after this long day.
So we'll have to wait for all of them to be in the finish and scanned at the checkpoint before we can make any comment on the overall, but it's looking good for Graham at the moment, I would say. So Morris just about to clear it. He's just about on top again, and then he's going to be done. You can see the expression on his face. Look at that effort he's putting. He's so determined. He knows he wants to take this. And there's some bragging rights to this too for these Live Maniacs. We got bragging rights for the fastest stage. We got bragging rights for the fastest over all 4 days of a Live Maniacs. So there's some at stake here, Daryl.
Yeah, and there's a good shot of Michael Wagner. Again, this youngster has really surprised me. I mean, if you just saw in Erzberg, he was fighting for the win there with Manny until he blew on Carlsden. He just ran out of energy, but it looks like he's managed to sort out his... I don't know if he's been training or changed his diet, but I tell you what, he's on the gas. I'm looking for Tristan Hart. I expect him to come into this section next.
He's just about to come in. So he's just about to come in. Good to see Tristan because he was riding really well this morning. Super fast on the top of the mountains. He was closed that gap. He unfortunately lost a little bit when we got into the really hard sections. But you know, he's young, he's determined. He's going to put everything into it.
Michael Wagner also, he's got long legs, quite a skinny lad, tipping over there. But he's just riding, he just keeps getting better and better.
No, he's just gaining so much experience. You know? He's also part of that group, he's part of these guys, he just feeds off them, he feeds off their experience and what they do.
Mario on that downhill, he must be almost finished with his 3rd lap now.
So I'm looking at...
There's Tristan Hart. Tristan Hart's just come into the frame now. Currently 4th overall. He was 21 minutes off the lead after yesterday. He was 3rd on day 1. He lost 11 minutes. He was 6th yesterday, 28 minutes off Manny's time. And of course he finished 3rd here at Romaniacs last year.
Oh, it doesn't. Look at the expression in Michael's face. He's just exhausted, but he knows he's almost at the finish. He's almost there, but he's just giving it everything he's got. It looks like we may have lost Alfredo because from what I'm getting the news here that Alfredo could be out of the race. I hope that's not the case. It might have happened. The other riders are still coming in. There's a bit of a gap between Matthew Green, David Cyprian and Sip Stella. So they're a little bit behind these guys. They'll have clear track ahead of them when they get here, but they're not quite in the mix today. Another really tough day out there. They've got about another 140 kilometers today, so it's a long stage.
Tristan, of course, our Canadian rider. He's 25 years old, Tristan Hart, and he finished. He's the off-road. He's the 2021 AMA Extreme Off-Road Champion as well. So hard enduro. That's what he's been focusing on. Yep. He's only doing 4 rounds this year. So he did Erzberg, Romaniacs, TKO, and the last one, the Canadian run. He'll be right at home there.
And Mario, I think, is in the finish with Billy. So hopefully we'll get some insights from Mario of how his day was and how it's been. He's ridden super well today. He knew he lost time yesterday. He knew he had to catch up and make it, and that's exactly what he's done.
Mario Roman has just joined us in the finish line, battling right to the finish. We've just seen him overtake Theo in the Live Maniac section. Mario, difficult day for you yesterday, but you seem to have come back with a strong performance today. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a good day for me. Warner catch me very, very soon in the morning, but then I was able to follow him. We caught Theodore as well, and then we pushed each other quite a lot until the Live Maniacs section, and then I knew I have more speed than them, so I pushed a little bit harder and I opened a couple of minutes, so pretty happy.
And one more day to go. How's the body feeling? And any aches and pains, or are you still feeling strong going into the last day?
I mean, as you know, Romaniacs is pretty tough. Feeling a little bit of pain in every single joint, but overall I'm feeling strong and ready to fight tomorrow. Let's push.
Okay, good job coming back from yesterday. I think we'll go straight to Theo as he's just arrived now, if that's all right. Are you ready? This is the last section. You don't even have time to get your breath back.
Yeah.
No, we'll give you a few seconds. I've just been watching. You were the first couple of laps riding pretty aggressively in the Live Maniac section. You were pushing pretty hard. How's the day been? Well, so far the week's gone pretty well. We've seen you've been challenging and second overall behind the old man. So I guess you're pretty happy so far.
Yeah, it's been going good until now. The boys are really pushing on the technical stuff, and I make a little bit more mistakes than them, but overall I'm pretty happy, and for sure I will get better, and one day I will be everywhere.
Still in the fight anyway, still in the fight with one more ticket. Anyway, I think we best let Theo go and get a drink straight away, because he's feeling pretty hot right now, and he's got to try and recover and have one day tomorrow. So best of luck tomorrow. Hopefully we see you in the finish line there, and thank you. Still a while, but
You was in the APC in Austria, huh?
no. We're here. I'm at Mikkel Wagner. How's your day?
Yeah, the day started quite good, so I tried to push as hard as possible in the beginning, and was riding with Mario always. He was in the front and me was in the front, so we pushed together, and I think we were quite fast in the beginning, and yeah, after the service point also quite good, but just the last uphills here, the media laps were quite hard for me because it's so hot. So it was not that difficult, but the heat is the problem today.
Yeah, and I think when there's a few of you guys in the Live Maniac section together, you're always going to ride with a little bit more intensity and push a little bit hard, and that added into being completely at the end of the day, I guess, is not the easiest way to finish the day.
Yeah, exactly, like you say. So like yesterday, when it was in the beginning, the media lap was not that hard, but if you are nearly the finish line, then you try to push as hard as possible and do everything 100%, and then you get exhausted. Yeah.
Anyway, good job today. There was some. I was watching the results earlier. Some really strong checkpoint times throughout the day. So, good job. Best of luck for tomorrow. Hopefully, we see you in the finish line then as well.
Thank you, Billy.
So good to hear from the guys down there. So great to have Billy as our field commentator, isn't it, Daryl? Giving the guys gears. I mean, joking with Graham there and saying, come on, Graham, you tell us you're always tired. You tell us you're tired every day and you still just dominate.
Well, Graham always looks like a ghost after the race, and yet, yeah, he still
He's going to come at you for that.
Yeah, no, he still manages the next day to come back strong. So it's like, yeah, you can't really get a reading of Graham. You know, he looks like, I mean, yesterday he was so drawn. He looked so tired. And he's like, yeah, no, it was good, yeah. And then, you know, he came back hard this morning. I just, you know, it's so consistent. Graham Jarvis.
Yeah, you're right. You can never get a reading from him. You can never really tell what he's feeling, what he's doing. He just sticks to his job. He knows what he's got to do. He's so focused.
As we're looking at Tristan Hart over there, I think he must be on his third round by now. Tristan having a fantastic Romaniacs. He wants to be on the podium here. He's got a way to go. but tomorrow is going to be the decider. For me, I want to see who's going to come out on the top of this Romaniacs, because Graham Jarvis and Theodore Kubakchev are so close on the overall.
So provisionally for the day, though, we can look at that for now. Provisionally for the day, Graham Jarvis has taken the win once again, ahead of Mario Roman by 5 minutes. So Graham just extending there. Michael Walkner in third, and then Theodore, who is, I think, 5 minutes behind Graham. So that gap is just extending between Graham and Theodore.
And that's where the respect came from, many calling Graham king at the finish line, because he tried everything
He
today.
just put everything in, didn't he?
And Graham still managed to smash it.
So Tristan doing really well, though. He's kept up a consistent pace. He's just being conservative, keeping that pace going, because he knows he's still got one more day to go.
So I stand to be corrected now, but on the overall, Graham Jarvis has now got a 15-minute, 8-second lead over Theodore Kubakchev. Am I right there, Craig?
That looks right. And, you know, even though he's got that buffer, he knows he'll still push hard. He's going to push hard tomorrow because he wants to extend that lead and show him what he's got and show them that he is the king.
Mario Roman is in third. He's 22 minutes off on the overall after day 3. Michael Walkner, 28 minutes off. And there's a big gap. Tristan Hart. No, because Tristan hasn't reached the finish line yet.
No, Tristan hasn't reached the finish. But as soon as he's scanned in there, we'll get to see where he's lying on the overall.
So far we've got 28 minutes separating the first four. Graham Jarvis, Theodore Kubakchev, Mario Roman, and Michael Walkner.
So
the podium's open. It's anybody's podium.
It looks like Tristan Hartz is the only one now that on the Live Maniacs. He's the only one in there, so he's got clear road ahead of him. He can just take his time, pick the lines he wants, and push to the finish. We have got a group though that's coming in fairly soon, with Maddie Green leading the front there.
Are we going to run out of time, or are we going to be able to pick up Maddie Green?
Hopefully we can get some footage of these guys. It'll be so nice to see their struggles too. Maddie had a really big battle yesterday with David Cyprian. They were back and forth all day. One in the front, then passing each other on the rocks and the roots. It'll be so good to see them fighting it out on the Live Maniacs.
And Maddie Green has also extended his lead on Safsello, third placed in the Junior World Championship. So Maddie Green is going to secure his lead. But it looks like out on track, you're 100% right. Maddie Green and David Cyprian seem to be riding together. Next will be Safsello and then Olzawi a little bit further back.
So Tristan coming down the hill now. He's off. He's done. He's finished his Live Maniacs. He has conquered Brokeback Mountain. He's going to be in the finish with Billy. And then we'll get a good time from the checkpoint to see where he stands overall.
The big question today.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry. He's got
one more
to go.
Sorry for you, Tristan. One more loop. But just going back to Alfredo Gomez, I think you were right there. We saw him on the road on the live tracking. So he's had a problem. It looks like he is out. We would have seen him on the route, and he's nowhere to be found.
Really unfortunate that to see Alfredo out, but he had a really, really tough day yesterday. He almost didn't make it to the finish line, and we saw that from him in the previous editions on the Killamore, just emptying the tank. And that's where the experience comes in. I mean, Alfredo's been around for a while, but that's where the experience of Graham comes in. You know, he knows how to pace himself. He knows how to get it over the line.
No, I'm going to interrupt you there because remember, Alfredo's stomach bug. I've had a stomach bug before in a race, and you can't compete with a stomach bug. It just kills you. So it automatically dehydrates you and you can't ride. So I'm not surprised that he's pulled out, and I would probably think that that's the reason.
Yeah, because all your power comes from your stomach. So you're quite right there, Joel. So that probably really affected him badly, and it's really a shame to see him out.
You know, you travel all over the world. The guys try and eat as carefully as they can. A lot of times they have, they make their own food where we can. I think in Urzberg in the apartments there, the guys just make pasta and that. And over here it's a little bit different. There's so many amazing restaurants and there's amazing food here in Sibiu. But it could be that he just managed to pick up something somewhere.
So we've got Manny's time now from the finish as well. So on the day 2 results, for the results for this day, for day 3. For day 3, we've got Graham. He was the fastest, followed by Manny. So there was 2 minutes and 55 seconds at the end between Graham and Manny. That's why they were pushing so hard, because they want to take those stage honors again.
There's just nothing in it. I mean, all of these guys coming out into the Live Maniacs section within such a short time period just shows you the level.
And we've got now, so we've got Graham, Manny, and Mario. Those are your top 3 for the day. We'll get a scan time from Tristan as well when he comes in to see where he'll be.
But Tristan will be 6th for the day then, from what I can see so far.
The thing is, when you're riding alone though, you just don't know if you're on the pace, is it, hey Daryl? Because when you're riding with a group or you're riding together, you're pushing each other, and sometimes it can be slower if you're overtaking each other too much. But if Tristan's riding by himself, I mean, he'll push as hard as he can, but if there's somebody in front of him dangling that carrot, he's definitely going to push harder than he would be on his own. So he could be losing a little bit of ground here.
It is difficult to judge your pace when you're riding alone, but he'll be riding his heart out. Excuse the pun, Tristan Hart, but I don't think he's holding back. I think he's giving it everything he's got. He wants to get onto the podium here.
So we should have some more results for you after these other guys have been through this Live Maniacs. And at the moment, it's still Mario Ramon. Mario absolutely dominated it. On the first stage, it was Mario, then Manny. Manny was 43 seconds behind Mario. So when Mario came in, he really gave a big push. And Theodore was third. Theodore posting the third fastest time on the first stage of this Live Maniacs. On the second stage, Mario once again, as I've said, took the fastest time, 2 seconds ahead of Graham Jarvis. And then Michael Walkner in third, 2 seconds behind Graham and 4 seconds behind Mario.
So just going back to the Hard Enduro World Championship, I said earlier, if Manny finishes 6th in the Romaniacs race, then and Mario would need a 4th. Mario is currently in 3rd, which means that currently as things stand, I think Mario would be ahead in the Hard Enduro World Championship if it had to finish like this.
So this is why he's pushing, he as well. They all know they need to secure their points. They need to push as hard as they can, get that extra position and get their points.
But we still have to see the rest of the guys finish, and we'll see what Manny's position looks like once everybody's been through the final checkpoints. So still way too early to tell.
So Tristan now, he's making his way down. He's going down the hill now. He's going to get into the finish. We'll get him to post the time and see what it is, and we're good to hear from him. We've also got Martin in the finish. Martin is in the finish, our race creator. Martin Fernando, the creator of the Red Bull Romaniacs, is with Billy Bolt at the finish line.
How long?
What's up, guys? We're here with the creator of this complete madness that we call Romaniacs, Martin Fernando here in the finish of day 3. How's everything going so far? Everything, I guess, nothing is to plan, but also everything is to plan. How's things going?
No, actually everything runs quite smooth. Yeah, it is as planned. Yeah, we did make a plan. Yeah, and morning was really nice, sunny, and just hard to get up. But it worked out. Once you sit on the bike, things are going. And yeah, the tracks were good. I've been in the Happy Birthday, which is one of the more heavy gold sections, and the boys are riding really amazing. So it was nice to watch, yeah.
Yeah, the pace is high at the front, that's for sure. One more day to go tomorrow. Any surprises that they should look out for, or are you being gentle to the guys tomorrow?
No, there is definitely a few new hills as well. We're using in the Sado Valley one of the new hills, the Fratzidler Hill. That's really heavy. So, no, surprises are definitely there. And then the Maniacs is up again.
Okay, so we have action-packed day tomorrow. There's no rest. The guys are going to be working hard right to the finish line.
So, Daryl, wasn't that some great action? We saw bar-to-bar motocross style between Manny and Graham.
Yes, it was exciting. It just doesn't get better than that. To see them both after the long day that they had, just like motocrossing, that last little section, man, that was exciting.
And we've still got one more day to go. We've still got one more day to go in this great race. Red Bull Romaniacs tomorrow is going to be action-packed. Don't forget to watch Red Bull TV and get the highlights or reel of all the other days that have passed. We've got some great footage there for you some great stories to tell. And also on the website, we got live news from the stories of the other classes, because it's not just about the pros. We've got 4 other classes in this race, Daryl.
We've got atom, we've got iron, we've got bronze, we've got silver, and we've got gold. There's just so much to tell.
So much. And so hopefully we could get some words out of Tristan, hopefully, but we'll see how that goes. And Daryl, how's it going to look for the other guys still coming? We've got Matty Green and that battle with David Ciprian. So those guys have been fighting for almost the entire race.
Tooth and nail, yeah. They've almost got into their own little group. So quite excited to see how Matty comes through. But tell me a little bit more about tomorrow. I mean, day 4. What does it look like?
Well, we'll get a good 3D image of that for you tomorrow, but the guys are in for some real fight tomorrow. Are we going to go down to Billy, who's with Tristan in the finish?
So guys, we've got Tristan here in the finish. Tristan started out 6th, and I think you finished 6th. Was it as lonely as it seems out there? Have you had any company out there today?
Oh, it was so lonely. I didn't see anyone all day, so that was kind of a bummer. In the morning I didn't ride too well either, because I was trying to catch those guys and then just making some mistakes. So then just got into a rut of riding like crap, and yeah, and then this afternoon I actually was kind of having fun and started riding a little better.
I've been there. I've had plenty of days riding around these mountains without seeing a single soul, and it does get pretty lonely out there. So I bet Tristan's pleased to be here in the finish. Overall for the week, are you happy with how things are going, or do you feel like there's room for improvement, and you want to come back and try and get a little bit better?
There's definitely room for improvement. I mean, I've made probably 1 million mistakes these last 3 days. You know how it is. It's just there's so much going on in one day, and just so much can happen. But yeah, at one point today, I'm like, what am I even doing here? And then once I started feeling better, I'm like, yeah, this is not bad. But yeah, definitely room to grow, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
One more day. How's the body feeling? Are you ready for one last attack, or we're just gonna try and survive to the finish line?
No, I think we'll go for an attack. I mean, this morning I was feeling so bad. The food here has made my stomach really upset, and yeah, so it's been pretty rough so far, but we'll give like hell tomorrow and see what happens.
Tristan's going for it tomorrow. Quite a few guys, I think, need to be very careful of what they pick from tonight's buffet, as we've had a fair few stomach bugs going around. But yeah, good luck for tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you in the finish.
Well, it was good to hear from Tristan there as we were about to wrap the show up, and there's a bit of insight into why their stomachs are all turning at the moment, Craig.
No, it was great, Daryl, and it's so good to have this live Maniac. So join us tomorrow for the last and final day, so we can see who's going to take the crown for our live Maniacs and the overall stage. Tune into Red Bull TV to get those highlights. Watch our webpage for the live news. See you tomorrow. Hello and welcome back to the last day of Red Bull Romaniacs 2022. In studio with me again is Daryl Curtis, Roof of Africa champion. Daryl, what can you tell us of the race up to now?
Well, it's just been nail-biting the whole way through. I mean, it's so close at the top. We're going to bring you to the live Maniac section, which is going to be a cliffhanger today. 3 loops there. And here we're sitting at the finish, which is at Gustarita. So there's going to be lots of action here up this massive hill climb. I'm staring out of it at the window at the moment, and wow, it's just so impressive.
Lots of action and also lots of raw emotion, tears of joy, of jubilation, of conquering the world's toughest hard enduro rally. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the morning start impressions.
What's your strategy for today?
Well, my strategy is to ride good and just keep my pace.
As low as possible.
I think I have a good rhythm, so I just try to keep it.
Do you think you'll be able to hold on to the podium place?
Yeah, my target is to bring Bulgaria to the top, so I have to follow the plan.
What do you think will be the hardest part of this day?
I have no idea. They said that day 2 and day 3 will be easy. They were not easy. So today they said it will be hard.
Great.
We will see.
Good morning, Jarvis. How are you?
Yeah, good. Tired, but ready to go.
You are so close to win a Romaniacs for the 7th time. If you do you think that anyone could ever repeat this performance?
Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat 6 wins, 7 wins, whatever it is. I'm sure someone will win.
What's your secret for the last day, your strategy?
Just stay focused on the track, conserve energy, and then that's it. Just try not make any mistakes.
What do you think will be the hardest part of that day, of this day?
I've heard there's a lot of tough hill climbs. Just try stay on the line, look in front, eyes on the track.
What is your strategy for today?
Yeah, to push as hard as possible from the beginning on and to make no mistakes, and yeah, I will try to keep pushing.
Do you think you can push for a podium place?
Yeah, maybe, but it's hard, but I will do everything for it. So, like I said, I will keep pushing and do everything to get on the podium.
What do you think it will be the hardest part of this day?
Well, I think till the service point there are some hard uphills, so like last year maybe it's more or less the same, but yeah, there are some hard uphills out there today, and yeah, we will do the best.
You're competing here at Red Bull Romaniacs in the gold class, and you're here without a proper support team. How was your first Red Bull Romaniacs so far for you in the gold class?
Hello. So far, up to now, I'm sitting on a 12th position and very happy with my riding. I like the race here a lot, and hopefully today I'll be in the top 10. So we'll see what will happen.
Go ahead. So we've cut that because we've just had the first guys coming into the section of cliffhanger. Let's go ahead and see what's in store for us. Man, he's just come up the first chute. He's heading up to the right now on his rocks, and I can tell you that first chute up is almost vertical.
Yeah, I had a look out on the course yesterday, and yeah, it's exceptionally difficult just to get where Manny is already. That start, there's no run up. You've got to go up it's like a sharp 90-degree right-hand turn up to the tree and then turn right again. So this is going to be, how would you compare this live Maniac section to the last 3 days, Craig?
This one is extremely steep. I mean, yesterday we saw them blitzing through that section, just making zigzagging, tic-tac their way up. But this one is so much steeper, and the trail is really narrow. It's going to be a different ball game today. And what we've seen through the race so far is that the guys that are pushing really hard in these Live Maniacs are gaining a lot of time. If I just give you a breakdown from the first day, is that on day one, Manny won the first one at Babysitter about 3 minutes. On day two, Manny won again by 5 minutes and in the Titanic. And yesterday we saw Mario dominating Brokeback Mountain by 6 minutes. So these Live Maniac sections really, I think, Daryl, do you think, in my opinion, will play a part in the race somehow? Because the overall results for the day, so we don't even see these times, but so it looks like they're making a lot of time in these sections.
Yeah, they are, and you know, there's a big podium fight on now for the overall. So we've got Graham Jarvis, who's still leading. He started this morning with a 15-minute lead over Theodore Kabakchev, and Mario Roman is another 6 minutes behind. So it's very close. And on the first stages, everybody was pushing really hard. So Mario had a really good run up until this point, clawing back some time. And Graham seems to have lost a couple of minutes, 4-5 minutes. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how they do on this Live Maniac section. And then of course, we're going to see them with the all-out race on the podium today.
So he has Mario in shot now, and I can tell you Mario is on an absolute charge today. He's been fastest through most of the checkpoints. He wants that step on the podium. He knows what it means to be on the podium at Red Bull Romaniacs, the toughest race in the world.
Manny getting a bit hung up there. I think this one is a really, really difficult section. They left the best for last. And can we expect anything less from Martin van Artemets?
No. I mean, Martin, he's just got a mind of his own, doesn't he? He's just so unique to all the enduro events, and Martin felt many times that there's no enduro event which is related personally to each individual competitor at these enduro races. You know, Martin dominated the snowboarding scene for 10 years, and he didn't conform to normal styles. He questions everything and applies his experience and knowledge to create unique experiences, and this is what we see at these races. That's why we have these Live Maniacs. It was a new creation that he came up with to spice things up here. And his wish was to create an event which was organized by sports athletes for sports athletes. He wanted to organize a race which is fair for every competitor.
Well, here we can see these are two of the best extreme riders in the world, and Mario so far has been consistently second fastest on all of the Live Maniac sections. So
I mean, Mario, he lost a lot of time on day two when he was a bit dehydrated, so you know, it could have been a different race to him. He could have been much closer to the front, because you know, we had him on our list as one for the win, so he's definitely pushing super hard. So Manny's cleared the top, and he's on his way down again. Daryl, these guys are unbelievable.
That was fast. I mean we've got guys out on the route there at the moment, and they just can't believe how steep it is. So we've got Alfie Cox in the game.
Alfie was there,
out from
wasn't he?
South Africa. They just said, "Man, this is unbelievable." They're really going up there, you know. But there you can see the gradients sliding down. He's going to work his way back down to the road at the bottom, and then he's going to go around for lap number 2.
I mean, when Alfie got to the point, Daryl, didn't he say, "Guys, I'm pretty sure this is not the place because they can't go up here. Are you sure I'm at the right place?"
Absolutely.
So Mario's almost at the top as well. There's a couple little zigzags left, and then he'll be out. So he's been up here really quick as well. I wonder where the others are, because they seem to have bridged a little bit of a gap. Mario just balancing it off there, trying to get as flat a piece of ground as he can. You see, he's even backed it up onto the tree there. He backs his back wheel up onto the tree so he can't go back anymore, and give himself some good drive. It's super hot today as well. You know, we saw some cooler temperatures on day 2 and day 3 when we had those rains, but today it's just so humid and swelteringly hot again.
So Manny is carrying a 2-hour penalty, still holding 6th overall. And you know, the fight for the overall the lead in the Hard Enduro World Championship is between Manny and Mario. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the day plays out. So Mario currently is sitting in 3rd overall, and Manny is in 6th. So right now, if that stays the same all the way to the finish, that means Manny will end up at 70 points and Mario will have 73 points. So right now, Mario is going to take the lead in the Hard Enduro World Championship, but things could change.
Interesting that Mario taking that line there between the trees, because it was pretty narrow, just wide enough. And here we see Jarvis. So Graham Jarvis has entered the scene.
The king is aptly named by many yesterday. After yesterday's stage,
Yeah.
it was, I mean, many pushed everything, and Graham still managed to pull 1.5.
Mario on his way down, you can see a bit of dust there, but he's also cleared it pretty quickly, burnt a little bit of energy trying to get past those trees again, but he'll be able to recover once he hits the bottom. They have about 150 meters to ride on flat road before firing it up again.
Mario managed to claw back quite a bit of time this morning. He's feeling really good. I managed to get a little video of him during the day at one of the stops there, and he said that he was feeling so strong. Theodore Kabakchev. Okay. What a race for him so far. Second overall.
And he was posting some really quick times yesterday in the gold sections. You know, we expected that, we know that Graham Jarvis, Manny Lekmikler, these guys have always notoriously been quick through these sections, but yesterday Theodore really surprised me with the pace that he set.
And Theodore's currently 7th in the Hard Enduro World Championship. You know, he finished 6th at the Manus, 2nd at Extras. He didn't finish Erzberg, and he got 8th at Epstein. This result here, 2nd, will definitely push him up in the championship order. He only lost 4 minutes to Graham on day 1, and 5 minutes on day 2, and 6 minutes on day 3. I mean, that's just incredible consistency.
And Graham's managed to get ahead of Theodore now. So on the road coming in, Theodore was in front of him, but Jarvis just showing his strength. He managed to somehow get past him because this trail is so narrow. There's almost no passing opportunities. So we've got some good footage here too from our GoPro guys, and I must just tell you that these guys with the GoPros are incredible. The pace that they can run up these mountains, which are almost vertical. I mean, a normal person wouldn't go there. And what was funny is, Daryl, yesterday when the guy that took them to these points was telling me, when we brought the runners to show them, you know, this is where you're going to go. This is where you need to follow the riders. They said, up here? No. Are you really serious? They ride up these hills? And I mean, on the flip side too, we can't believe how fast those guys can run up the hills. So, you know, it just shows how a sports person in their area of sport that they focus on and how they become such fine-tuned athletes.
Okay, we got Tristan Hart in the frame at the moment with Mario Roman. So did Tristan manage to get into the section before Mario? Mario's on his second loop. He's catching Tristan Hart. Wow. Mario is so good at these climbs. Soft mousse, soft compound tire. They would have put the gummies on for today. And you can just see, I mean,
you look at his boots. You can see those hiking soles again on his boots, and that's just going to give him extra grip for when he needs to hang his legs off the back, maybe give it a little push and get over the rock. You're not going to slip off, and you're going to save a lot of energy by those. So Manny's entering his third stage already. His third and final one. This pace is just unbelievable.
I mean, when you look at the bottom, that piece is already like almost unrideable. It is so difficult to get to where he is now. It makes it look so easy.
So easy. He's going to cross this ridge, and then he'll get a little bit of a break on this right-hand traverse because it's been got a bit of a line going, not so steep, and then you just get him a bit of rest for that last push up to the top. Hardly even stopping there after that turn. He's going to over the step, he fires it up over that rocky step, and then he's got to negotiate that thin little trail. And you can see that he's been conserving his tire too. That tire looks in pretty good condition. So You know, that's always in the mind of these guys. They've got to make the equipment last all the way to the end, and you can see Manny really conserving his tyre.
Graham Jarvis coming down to the checkpoint there, so he's going to go onto his third loop now.
So he's going to come across to the right, and then this is where that steep shoot up is. From here he's going to fire up, and I can tell you it's almost vertical where he is now.
But they just make it look so easy. I mean, that was effortless.
Effortless. Nice to see a lot of spectators in this point as well. Guys getting so close up to the action and get an appreciation of what these guys what our riders are capable of.
So Graham won day 1. He lost 16 minutes to Manny on day 2. So Danny, on day 2, Manny really blew out a little bit. He just pushed so hard. He suffered on day 3, and Graham won day 3 again by 1.5 minutes to Manny.
And there's the consistency that we spoke about a few days ago. You know, Graham taking 2 of the day's wins, and he just manages to just gain not huge time. He doesn't have to make huge time. He's just making minutes and minutes each day. Keep consistent to make sure that he's going to save his energy, save his body for all 5 days.
So Graham's currently lying 5th in Hard Enduro World Championship after his DNF or his DSQ at Oatsburg, and he's won Romaniacs a record 6
Can
times.
you believe it? Can you believe it?
About to make it 7, but the times are tight. Can Theodore Kabakchev catch Graham Jarvis? This is the question.
Graham's tyre also looking really good there. So these guys know that today is a really tough day for them. This was probably one of the tougher days for the gold guys. So they're really, and it's on the last day, Daryl. On the last day.
Tell me how far this is. So Cliffhanger, how far is this from the Gusariti Hill Climb?
It's not very far at all. Probably take them around 30-35 minutes once they exit this section to ride across the flatlands, which is pretty quick, come into the city, along the river, and up here to the hill climb.
So this is the last hardest section that we're going to face.
There's one more little uphill after this, but then that's pretty much it. And we saw pictures this morning from our guys out on track. Manny absolutely flying down on the downhills, just taking like any line he could take, which was fastest, whereas the other guys in front of him were just conserving. So he's just trying to claw back as much time as he can. Every position counts for him. So he's going, looks like he's going at the checkpoint now, and then he's going to head out and towards us here at the finish. So Mario, looks like he got stuck there, didn't make up that chute, he went back down again. That's normally the sensible thing to do, just to go back and try and fire it up again. But he's definitely burning energy now. So Manny is out. Manny is out, he's on the road, he's through that checkpoint, and he's going to put the hammer down to get here to Gusariti Hill Climb.
And here you can see how easy it is to lose time. So the clock's ticking. Mario's already done this he had to go back down, and he's obviously spent a little bit more energy there. Heart rate's going up. I mean, this really is a crazy piece to do 3 times.
It's nuts, completely nuts. But you know, these are professionals, and this is what they do, and this is what they love. They love to be tested, they love to be pushed and push the limits, because that's how they're improving.
Big thing here is managing heart rate. So when you start getting flustered in that, just stop even for a couple of seconds and just get your heart rate down a little bit. Like now, Mario's just choosing the best line. He's not racing this section at the moment. I think he's just trying to make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes. That little breather there just helps get his heart rate down a little bit. So it's a big part of hard enduro, is to be able to manage your heart rate to a level where you can ride properly.
Yep. So here's Theodore. We haven't seen too many shots from him on this section, but he's riding super well here. And he just switches it around there on the off camber, switches it around so you can get that back tire, get the full width of the tread on the ground. Otherwise it slides down and it's difficult to get back up again.
So far on all of the live Romaniac sections, Theodore's been 5th fastest, and he finished 8th at Romaniacs last year. I mean, he's going to make the podium this year. Is that what an incredible achievement?
It's not quite a done deal yet. I mean, Mario, he knows he's got to push. He's got to push and try and get there. But to see Theodore on the podium will be really awesome. Another young rider, up and coming star. And we've got a bunch of those guys there, don't we? I mean, Matty Green.
We've got Matty Green, Saf Seller. There's so many of them coming through, and it's so nice to see. I can't wait to see Matty Green on the section. You know, he's leading the Junior World Championships, and he's got quite a big lead on Saf Seller. He just has to manage himself to the finish line, and he'll maintain quite a healthy lead there.
So here's Graham. He's firing up for the last time now on this section here. And Matty Green, Daryl, he's got such a mature head on his shoulders for his age. I mean, you would never say. The way he just paces himself, he knows what to, how to learn from the guys, the older guys in front of him, the older guys that have been around. And he just takes it step by step. He doesn't let anything fluster him. And he's just got such a strong head.
Graham just picking his way through there as well, so he definitely is the king of hard enduro. We've seen it. Manny said so himself yesterday, so there's just so much respect there. Graham Jarvis, 47 years old, 6 times winner of the Red Bull Ring.
I mean, he's twice as old as Manny. Can you handle it?
Almost, by 1 year.
So yeah, we have some provisional results here in the cliffhanger, and Manny taking the fastest time so far, followed by Graham and then Mario.
And there we can see how important these sections are there, so by the time difference.
So with Teo getting scanned in there, that could jump up a little bit, because you can see, look how fast he's coming into this. He knows he needs that drive, and look at him, just firing up. He took that line right from the bottom. Apologies for a bit of noise there, Daryl. Now we're sitting in a bit of a hot box
container on the side of the mountain in Costa Rica.
And we've just got so many people around everywhere. There's just so many spectators who have come out to enjoy the sport, to come and see what the action is and what's going on. There's bikes everywhere. There's children.
This is the start now. This is the start. So Theodore's got a bit hung up there. Michael Volkner's just come in, and he's lost all of his momentum there to get up around that tree. So he's going to be pushing a little bit there, or he can opt to go back down again. So Michael, he fell off today. I saw him nursing his foot. So he had some ice on his foot. He had his boot off, and it looks like he's just put his boot back on, and he's definitely going to have a bit of pain, and just wants to make it to the finish line.
Oh, nasty rid in there by Teo. And look, he doesn't even stop. He just keeps going. He knows every second counts.
He knows he's got to try and bridge the gap to Graham Jarvis, make up that time. But he also knows how good Graham is in these sections. So, yeah, unless Graham Jarvis makes a mistake between now and the finish line, and let's not do the commentators cursing again, but it's looking very good for Graham Jarvis right now.
You see so Teo's also got those hiking soles on his boots. So these guys learning from each other. They don't keep many secrets between them, because and that's the thing, that they share their knowledge too, don't they, Daryl? I mean, they're all good mates.
Yeah, a lot of these guys ride together in between the races. So that's the thing about our sport. It's just such great friendship and camaraderie.
So Graham's heading down now. He's off now. He's just about off the cliffhanger. He's going to get scanned in and then head his way across on those flatlands. This is Michael Walkner.
What an incredible ride from him. I've been so impressed by Michael. So it's really, really incredible. He's lying 6th in the World Championship at the moment. He was 8th at Minus, 6th at X-Ross. He finished 5th overall at Erzberg. Right in the beginning, he was fighting with Manny, and then he blew out Tristan Hart there. Did you see the way he launched up?
That's a bit of a bull run, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my word.
But
look at the angle, Daryl. Look at the angle of his bike.
So that's right at the bottom of the climb. That's that difficult entry where we saw Mario went down and tried again, and that's where Michael Bachner was stuck.
And we saw Teo, look at the speed he carried from the bottom. Just used that momentum to catapult himself up.
I can't believe the short work these guys are making of this climb. I mean, I went there yesterday and had a look, and it's just like absolutely ridiculous. Tristan Hart, the Canadian, 25 years old, currently 5th overall. 39 minutes off the lead. He was 3rd on day 1, 6th on day 2, and 6th on day 3.
I can tell you one thing for sure, and that is that Martin is not going to be very happy about the way that these guys are just flying through the scores. So beware for next year for Live Maniacs, because there's going to be definitely some action in store. So Taylor making his way across the top now.
So Michael Wagner there, they were in screen together just now, so he just had to do a little bit of pushing at the bottom there, so you can see that Theodore's made a bit of a jump on him. This will be impossible to pass if you catch somebody here.
Well, look at that line we saw Manny take yesterday in Brokeback. I mean, he passed Graham on the downhill. You know, these guys, they're prepared to take the risk. They know what's at stake. They'll do anything to get that crown. So Taylor just picking his way there. He's just looking ahead, looking which is the easiest path to take. He doesn't want to go the wrong way down, because to his right there is a vertical drop.
So Teo currently 2nd overall, 15 minutes 44 seconds behind Graham this morning.
And I'm just going to keep my eye on the timing sheets here when Taylor gets scanned in, so we can see how they are ahead on the road, because you know Taylor's going to keep pushing. He's going to keep trying closing that gap to Graham.
And Michael Wagner having to get off and push there with that sore foot of his.
It's just incredible how these guys push through the pain. I mean, you know, he's really hurt his foot, but he knows he's got a job at stake. He's got something to do, and he just gets on with it. I mean, Billy Bolt riding half the season with a wrist that you could say is pretty much broken. Just the way that these guys push through that pain barrier is unbelievable.
Okay, I think Theodore's going to motocross this section to the finish line. He's going to put everything on the line to try and catch Graham Jarvis. He knows Graham hates the fast sections. He's going to really put the hammer down.
So provisionally now I can tell you that on the road, as it is for the guys that have been through that last checkpoint, Manny Littenbichler so far is the fastest rider on the day of this day 4, followed by Mario, who is 1 minute 20 behind, and then Teo 4 minutes behind Manny, and then Graham 9 minutes. So there's about 5.5 minutes between Teo and Graham, so there's still a bit of work to do for both of those guys to make sure that they can secure their positions. And Marco now, he should be just about off. He'll be pretty happy to clear this section, because every time he dabs with that foot, every time he puts it out, it's really going to send a sharp pain through his body. And he's getting off there to push, which is quite interesting. So Tristan coming in, Tristan having a look at it. And look at that, he's going to ride it. And you see Tristan there, he had the bike right up parallel to the mountain just to help those tires dig in and give him a little bit more grip. So we've got some provisional results here again for this Live Maniacs cliffhanger. So Manny taking the fastest time so far, followed by Graham and then Theodore. So Graham doing a really good job through that section.
Yeah, so Graham obviously, he's still got that lead on Theodore overall, so that'll help him to maintain it. So he'll be really, really happy about getting through cliffhanger unscathed. And now it's just that short 40 minutes of flat riding before they get to Costa Rica.
So Marco having to get off there now. So now he's going to try and remount. Let's see if he's going to get across the camber, if he goes back down to try and shoot it up again.
That's a difficult entry point where we saw him struggling just now.
So there was some good action there in the cliffhanger. We've seen some great times. So let's go to a commercial break now. Don't go anywhere, because we've got some serious action from Costa Rica and the final finale of Red Bull Romaniacs. Is he gonna? Will Daryl talk over the NFTs or he'll talk after it's finished?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the after party, and for all of the cryptocurrency fans out there, pick up your NFTs online. There's some amazing opportunities on the website.
So now we're going to cut back to the action and let's see what's happening on Cliffhanger. So Michael, he's still in the section, but he's just going to try and thread the needle there, get back across. He'll be really relieved to get off the section and onto the flatlands and into the finish. And just look how steep that is. Look at the angle of those rocks as well.
Yeah, only by walking that section can you really appreciate. But I mean, you can just see how quickly Manny, Mario, Theodore and Graham blitzed through that section. But that's why they're at the front of the leaderboard, aren't they?
Yep. Hopefully we should have some of the other guys coming into this live Maniacs just now. We've got Matty Green, David Chiprian, and they've been at just bashing bars pretty much the whole race, back and forth.
There you can see the struggle. I just wonder what this race would have looked like if we'd had all of our missing injured riders. You know, Billy Bolt, we're going to see him, we're going to cut across to him just now. He had his wrist surgery. Cody Webb has got a broken wrist. Wade Young has got a back injury. Johnny Walker had knee surgery. Teddy pulled out yesterday due to the pain. Not quite ready after his surgery. And Alfredo Gomez was out yesterday due to stomach problems and dehydration after eating some bad food. And of course we lost Sonia Gaugier yesterday, also with a broken wrist. So yeah, if we'd had all of those boys in here, then what would it have looked like?
No, it would have been just a fight to the end, tooth and nail for it. That's quite a long list of guys you've got there, so you can just see and tell how extreme this sport is, how the guys just put everything on the line for it.
Yeah, hard enduro is brutal. So Michael Valkner, he did fall off this morning. He's hurt his foot. Wonder if that's holding him back a little bit. I don't know how much pain he's got right now, but this youngster has really impressed me. I mean, what I have seen over the last 4 days is the fatigue setting. So you could see it on day 2 when Manny pushed so hard. He wasn't able to fight on day 3, and all of these riders now, as they get into day 3 and day 4, they have to really manage themselves. The bikes are really good these days, but the pace that they're riding the whole day at is honestly, it's unbelievable really. And you've got to be super fit or super skilled or a combination of both to be able to ride them without over exerting your body too much.
No, definitely, it's a long day. It's a long game, should I say? It's a really.
Yeah. I always look at Graham, like he's 47 years old, but his skill set is so high. So, but yet again, the youngsters should be a lot fitter than him. So I just don't know what it is about Graham Jarvis. He really is a phenomenon in our sport. At that age, to still be winning these races against the youngsters. Like we said earlier, he's almost double Manny's age, and yet he can take the fight to them. It's just, it really is, it's unreal.
And that's the mental game that he plays with them too. I mean, the others are wondering, how does he do it? How does he stay in front of me all the time? You know, it just, in science and in theory, it just shouldn't work. But Graham, you know, he's an absolute phenomenon of the sport.
The silent assassin. He doesn't have that name for nothing.
So the atmosphere here at Gushterica is really building up now. We're getting so many people in here. If you're in and around Cebu, in and around the city, get here. Come, bring your family, bring your bikes, come on however you can. Set up your picnic spot, see the guys conquering the big hill climb that they need to get up. This year, some are making it a little bit easier than the last. We saw that last year there was quite a bit of rain on it. was a little bit difficult, but you know, these guys, the jubilation of just getting out of the top of this hill climb is amazing.
So a little bit earlier here, while we're waiting for some more pictures to come into play, we saw Matthias Volkner smashing this Gustavita hill climb on the rally bike. That was unreal. But I think Billy Bolt is ready for us. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi guys, it's Billy Bolt. You've got me for the second day in a row. We're here at the finish line by the infamous Gustavita hill climb. The guys are clearly on a blistering pace. They've caught us out a little bit by surprise. I'm sure they're going to be here any minute now.
So we're back to the action here, and Michael, he's almost clear the section. Good to hear from Billy there on the finish line. You can see how the sun is out, it's baking down on everyone, but shirts are off, people are really enjoying themselves and come to watch the heroes that they see on TV, the heroes that they look at and look up to, and just can't believe how they do the sport that we do. We should get an interview from a few of the other guys from Billy a bit later on, so don't go anywhere because it'll be good to hear from some of the guys from the other classes. And let's talk a little bit about Matthias Volkner on that Dakar bike, Daryl. I mean, how impressive was that?
Yeah, it was insane. You know, he won day one, he finished third on day three, fifth on third on day two, fifth on day three, but he's made a big comeback. He's actually finished on the podium. He's finished third overall in the bronze class, just 11 minutes 22 behind Edgar Sillens, who won it. Marius Popovici from Romania was second. I mean, what a show. I could not believe him ride that rally bike up the Gustavita hill climb.
He just flew up there. I mean, there's a bit of a jump at the bottom where you can lose your speed, and he just had that thing pinned all the way to the top. And let me tell you, even though it's the bronze class he won, the bronze is not so easy, especially on a Dakar bike. You've got thin little single track trails to negotiate, where you can't get the handlebars and the tanks through, so he's done a really amazing job there. We can see Michael here on screen now. He's really had to get off his bike, use his energy to pull that back wheel back up onto the trail again.
And another very interesting fact here, we've got Chris Birch, who's won the silver class on that big bad boy, that KTM 500. He told me there's no replacement for displacement yesterday, and he's managed to get that big bike to work on these mountains.
Mr. Birch just came here for a bit of a holiday and a scenic tour, so he said.
Fabien Perrault there, the French rider, only 1 minute 26 behind, followed by Adam Giles from Australia. Michael Volkner, you can see he's losing massive time over here now. I think it's just the fatigue. You know, we know how well Michael rides at this section. It just shows you really how difficult it is for a rider like this to be struggling here. And as we get further down the field, we're going to see more struggles.
Yeah. And we're also going to bring you some action from the guys when they come into the finish. So just keep your eye on that, because as soon as we get light or ear of Manny and Graham and Theo and Mario coming through, you're going to see them flying up this hill climb.
Well, it's hot again here in Gustavita. I'm pretty sure it's above 30 degrees here. There's some promise of some rain this afternoon, but this has been a dry Red Bull Romaniacs this year. Not much rain. We had a little bit overnight, but for the most part, it's been dry, it's been hot, and it's been dusty.
So we should see some of the other guys coming through now. Matty Green and David Ciprian, they should be almost in this section.
Of course, Matty Green and David have had a royal battle throughout the whole race. They've swapped places so many times, and I think they've really enjoyed riding with each other. Sif Seller had a great day yesterday. Israeli rider, he finished only 3 minutes behind Matty Green, so it was his best day yesterday throughout the race. So he's quite a long way off. He's more than 1.5 hours behind Matty. He's second in the... Matty's first at the moment in the juniors, and Sif Seller is second.
So I can tell you from what I'm hearing and what the information I'm getting is that Manny Letty is almost into the city now. He's going to enter the city, go along the river, and be at this Gustavita hill climb in front of us. And behind him is Mario Roman and then Graham Jarvis.
And Theodore Kabakchev is fourth on the road at the moment, followed by Tristan Hart. So it doesn't look like Theodore has been able to make an impression on Graham Jarvis today.
Michael Walkner really emptying the tank here on this Live Maniacs cliffhanger. I'm sure he's going to be glad to put this behind him because this last lap of his seemed to be a real struggle for him.
It just shows me how difficult this climb is, and the fact that the front runners went through this so easily, it just really shows us.
So now he's going to go across the top here and then head down again. He'll go through the checkpoints and he'll be very happy to get some fresh wind in the face and recover again on his way to the hill climb.
Michael will be super happy to be going back down, so he just manages energy levels going back down to the bottom, but he knows he still has to do this 2 more times. I'm sure that is not going to be, must be difficult to process mentally.
Yep.
I mean, if you were fresh and you went into the section, fair enough, but after the 3.5 hard days that they've had, to go and have to do this 3 times now, I think is really tough, and a lot of these guys are going to be hating Martin van Ardeman.
Yeah. I mean, in those early days, Daryl, we saw. Oh, so Michael did he
dismounted there? Yeah, so it just shows you how steep that down is.
Yep. I was saying in the early days, when Cyril came, and there was the should I say the expression everyone said was, "This Martin is crazy," this Martin is crazy. That's what everyone kept saying.
Well, you were talking about his style with the snowboarding, how he managed to do everything differently to everybody else. So for sure we had a different surprise at every Red Bull Romaniacs we came to. We were forced to jump across these massive rivers and across towers and into buildings and everything else. So he's always got a surprise, and like at Erzberg with the Motor X Highway, that was the sting in the tail there. I think this is the Romaniacs sting in the tail, this cliffhanger section for Live Maniacs. The front guys seem to just blitz through it, and we're going to see now some real struggles now in our screen while we wait for the leaders to get into the Gustarita finish line.
So hopefully we'll cut to some of those visuals of the other classes conquering this hill climb before the other gold guys come back into this Live Maniac section. Because the front guys, the front group of guys, Daryl, they pulled such a gap on the others throughout the day. Sure, the group behind is should we say the youngsters, but even so, it's just incredible to see the differences between those different groups.
Yeah, well, the pace, the guys are really they're racing flat out at the front today. I didn't realize it until I looked at the live timing. So at the moment we've only got Michael Volkner in the Live Maniac section, and we're waiting for the guys to come into Gustarita. But let's go and have a look at some slow-mos. Alright, so there's some beautiful slow-mos coming through there. So we saw a shot of Manny just now, and there Mario Roman. These guys really ate this section up. It made it look so easy. I only saw Mario once at the bottom there. We had to go down again and do a second run up.
Yeah.
Graham Jarvis making it look like a flat dirt road, just riding up as if it's nothing.
I mean, Mr. Consistency, isn't he? He just paces himself. He doesn't worry about what's going on around him. He doesn't worry about any of the other guys. He knows he's got a mission to do, and he goes and gets it done at his own pace.
He has a beautiful shot of the entry. So as you come in here, there's no run up, and then there's a right-hand turn, and you've got to be in second gear right about here, and just blast it as hard as you can up around this tree at the top. That's the hardest part, I think, one of the hardest parts of the whole climb. It's the entry.
Graham going across the top and then back down again.
He's done a great job of composing himself and managing his energy levels. So the trick is not to make any mistakes. Old Theodore there on that off camber. Tire selection has everything. I mean, the guys are using these bikes are so good. They've got so much torque right off the bottom. They're using super gummy tires, and
just the way that the tires have progressed is also what's helped these guys just push the sport so much further, so much harder. Because I mean, we were racing on motocross tires almost all the time. It's just a completely different ball game to what the equipment they're using now. And this is how they can conquer these sections so fast and just blow our minds on everything that they do. This little pitch here was really, really tricky. It's such a narrow little gap you got to get through, and you know, keep your wheels in between the gap. Try not get your foot pegs or your back brake caught on it. It was such a fine line.
That's that critical entry point right at the bottom.
I think this is where Mario had to turn around and go back down again. This could have been his second run.
Yeah,
look at him wait. Look at it. Look at his heels down, weighting that back wheel just so that it doesn't slide down again.
The trick on all of these things is placement of your body, its balance, and then your traction. To find traction where there isn't any, and that's where Graham Jarvis is so good. He's good on the slippery stuff, and with it being as hot and dry as it is here, this terrain is actually extremely slippy. So you're going to look for any bit of rock, and even the roots can offer you a little bit of grip, but when it rains here, then it just turns everything on its head. I mean, the hardest race that I've done in my life is definitely Romaniacs in the rain. It makes every slight little hill and off camber
almost impossible.
Like snot. It's like us. Yeah. I'm super impressed by Tristan. I spoke to him last night. I went for dinner and I caught him in the street, and he just said to me, man, it's so long and so hard, and he's just tried his absolute best.
So we're expecting the guys into the finish fairly soon. Manny is now in the city. He's gone under the river, and he's going to start making his way across to the hill climb.
I'm just feeling for Michael Walkner at the moment, because I think that he's really spending himself at the moment on this climb. He has to do it 3 times. And man, I think it's just going to suck the last little bit of life out of him. He's got a sore foot. So
I can give you some...
He's digging deep.
I can give you an overview of some of the provisional results for the combined times for the whole race at the moment. So Graham Jarvis has got a 10-minute lead over Theodore. This is combined times for the prologue. Day 1, day 2, day 3 and day 4. So 10 minutes is really great. So here we go. We're going to go to a commercial break soon after this, but oh, look at that. Spinning up the tire, trying to get every bit of grip out of it. Daryl, how was that?
No, that was insane. You know, so like you just said, now Graham Jarvis still maintains his overall lead. Theodore's managed to pull back 4 minutes, and Mario has managed to pull back 8 minutes today already. So Graham knows he's got a bit of time to play with. I think he's just been really taking it easy. He didn't make any mistakes on live on the live Maniac section, and he knows that Gustarita is just a push and a shove away.
He really knows how to play the long game, doesn't he? He's so good at that strategic, maintaining what he needs to do and playing the long game to make sure he comes out on top. And this will be number 7 for him, Daryl.
Well, don't jinx it yet, because he's not there yet. But let's just go and have a look and see what Gustarita looks like right now. Oh, what a shot. Look at all the spectators. There's such a cool atmosphere down there. There's beer going, there's lots of food, and of course there's that, another creation of Andy Fazekas. So we saw Matthias Walkner on the right hand side. You can see the freestyle jump. He jumped that on his rally bike, and as you see the guys here, that's silver and bronze still coming through, struggling there. Somebody's opted to go right through the barrier there. I've got no idea what he's thinking.
I mean, look at that gap, isn't it? Look at that gap that Matthias jumped on the Dakar bike. That's huge. And these guys, you can see that they don't want to take that option. They would rather prefer drag themselves through the mud there.
So if you look closely at the bottom of the hill climb, there's actually, it's almost a vertical step there. So there's a left-hand line, and then it's so rutted and so dry, but so far it hasn't presented too much of a problem to the guys. Let's see, this is a bronze or a silver rider. I'm not sure if they're going to go all the way up or if they're going to cut off. Do silvers have to go up here? Can they opt to go all the way up, or do they cut off?
So you can see there's certain levels there or steps where the people are standing. So you can fire up as high as you can, and if you don't think you're going to make it, just jump out onto one of those levels and go across, but it will take you a lot longer.
Okay, so let's have a look at this obstacle over here. So, like, where do gold go, where does silver go, where do bronze go? Or do they have it, can they go anywhere they want?
I mean, you can choose, but I would definitely think that you would see the gold guys taking that MTB hopper jump there and clearing that big mud pile.
And there's lots of guys that are going to go straight into the mud. I mean, how deep is that mud? Are we going to see some over-the-bar action? What can we expect there?
Most definitely, and you know that balancing beam there, after 5 days of racing, your concentration is not what it was right at the beginning of the prologue. So the safer line would probably be, if you got a bit of motocross background, if you do a bit of motocross for training, that MTB hopper is going to be the one to send you over it.
Well, I didn't see any tire marks there on the balance beam, so I'm not sure if anybody's taken it yet.
Oh, look at all the people. There's such a good atmosphere here. Everybody cheering for the heroes of their sport.
I mean, it's a beautiful day here. It's summertime. And this is one of the reasons why this race has been so exhausting, because of the high temperatures. We've seen Alfredo Gomez put himself in hospital yesterday with complete dehydration after the stomach problems. And most of the riders have been struggling because of the heat. It's either one extreme or the other, right? It's either rain and cold, or it's hot and dusty. And it would have been really nice this afternoon. They're expecting a lot of rain. It would have been nice to have a bit of rain this morning, just to take the edge off, the dust away.
The rain will definitely change things a bit. If we get a heavy thunderstorm, it'll change us a little bit, but everybody should be more or less into the finish by that time.
But it would have made this finish so sweet if there'd just been a little bit of rain. The traction, wow.
Yeah.
So a lot of the bronze and silver riders are in at this stage. All looking forward to the big party tonight at the backyard in Romania.
There's Maxi on the microphone, building up the energy, building up the atmosphere. He does such a great job at the prologue and here at Kusturica. Get the people motivated and cheering for their heroes. And so exciting for the kids too. Come and see there, guys. I mean, you look at this hill climb, it is so intimidating, isn't it? So Manny's at the GPS drop-off station. He's literally minutes away from us now. He's dropped off his GPS at the station. He's going to go across the flatlands. He should be here any minute.
So what does the gold section look like? There's a couple of little up and downs here before they hit this big hill climb, Craig. What's in store for them down at the bottom here outside our window?
I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff here in the past, like 3 or 4 meter drop-offs that they have to go up and down. It's not a walk in the park when they enter this arena, because we want to see the action and get the spectators involved. They want to see what their heroes can do. They want to see them conquer these steep up and downs. And you can see them starting to make their way up onto the hill climb now, onto those levels where they can get close to the action, and this place is just filling up.
So at the live Maniac section, I can see El Zawi and Mary Green are in that section at the moment. And Safsela is on his way as well, so they've still got another 40 minutes before they reach us.
So on the tracking here, I can see that so Manny's dropped his GPS. Mario is almost there, followed by Graham, who's literally minutes away. They're almost in the group now. Mario, Graham, Theodore, and Tristan Hart. So they should arrive more or less all together into this arena. And we've got everybody going up here. I mean, all classes can give it a shot, which is so great. That's why we've built the levels into it here. Andy and his team, I mean, everybody wants to try and conquer this hill climb, and everybody can give it a shot up at it. Wow, he's just burning. every ounce of energy he has to get that bike up the top. He just wants to get it out and over.
And there was George Siwa from Czech Republic, a bronze rider that we saw there just now.
Awesome shot there. Look at him firing up, back wheel bouncing all over the place. And the sound of the bikes here, isn't it just so great?
So from our calculations, it looks like Manny will come in 6th if nothing goes wrong, and Mario will finish 3rd. And if that's the case, then they'll put Mario 3 points ahead in the Hard Enduro World Championship standings. Of course, there's still a few more events left, but it's certainly hotting up. From here, they'll go to the TKO in the US, they'll go to the Outliers in Canada, and then Hispania in Spain in October, and that'll wrap up the Hard Enduro World Championship. There are just 3 rounds left. So the big changes here in the World Championship, of course, Billy Bolt with his, he was leading, and he's going to get did not start here with his wrist. And Alfredo Gomez, who was lying 4th overall, is now going to have a DNF here, so that's going to put him a little bit back. The big gainers, of course, Theodore Kabakchev, currently lying 7th, and Michael Waltner in 6th. They're going to move up the order. So is David Cyprian, who's currently 9th, and Matty Green in 10th. So there are going to be some nice gains there as they move up the leaderboard.
Oh, this is a good one. Let's see how he goes. And there's just powder everywhere flying around.
So there was Daniel Kelly from Great Britain, not quite making it up. Oh, and you can see how powdery and loose it's getting at the bottom. The more and more riders that try it, the more and more it's carving up this. It's going to become. This is like fish at the bottom there.
It was so cool. On the big 4-stroke. We don't see too many 4-strokes here. Mostly 2-strokes that the guys choose to do this race. And Daryl, the 2-stroke, just a little bit lighter, a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, like Chris Birch, I spoke to him yesterday on that big bad boy, that 500. He said he was working twice as hard as normal. But yeah, he managed to smash it and win the silver class. What a flippin' great effort from old Birchie. That's one of our iron riders, Gary Jones from Great Britain. Not quite making it up. Of course, we've got 5 classes here. We've got atom, we've got iron, we've got bronze, we've got silver, and we've got gold. If you haven't done this race before, I think it's definitely one on the bucket list. You've never experienced hard enduro riding or the most beautiful riding in the whole world until you've come and ridden in the forests of Cebu.
I mean, those clips that we saw from yesterday's start up on the mountain, 2,400 meters, absolutely beautiful scenery.
My favorite playground in the whole world, and every opportunity I get, I come here to Romania to ride. Martin didn't have to ask me twice. I said, yes, Martin, of course I'm coming. Get a bike ready for me. I want to go riding.
And next year is the 20th anniversary. Can you believe it? 20 years. And I can tell you, for next year, there is going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of new things, a lot of exciting things. It's the anniversary of this amazing event.
I can just imagine what the 20th edition is going to look like. And there we've got somebody. Let's see who that is. That's the Atom class. That's Jan Thundercliff from Great Britain, getting stuck in the mud. Yeah, I want to see how deep this mud is.
I want to see some of them flopping in there. I mean, they're going to take a little bit of a swim in this heat.
But it doesn't look like the entry to the on the balance beam is very good.
Oh, power. Nice one. Now the power's down. That's the... is that Santi? It's Santiago riding up there, so that's Martin's son giving it a shot at the hill climb.
Exited just in the middle there. So if you don't get a good run up, then it's better to abort. But I mean, the pro riders have to
And
get
this
up
is
here.
Sevi, so Severin, he's also one of our track managers, so the track managers are getting involved here. They're gonna show the spectators how it's done.
Or not.
Or not. No, but great to see how everybody involved here, putting on a bit of a show for everybody that's come to see. Look at all the people that have come out.
And I think a lot of people after the event, they're gonna go and have a couple of runs here again. This is a festival that's gonna last the whole afternoon here on the outskirts of Sibiu.
Oh, that's a good one. Look at the drive he's getting. Oh, he's made it. He's almost at the step. Let's see how he goes on the step. Hit it, boy. Yeah, boy.
Almost. And back down we go.
All the way down.
There you can see how steep that last little piece is.
Where his front wheel is right there is a massive step, let me tell you.
You literally got to launch up there.
It just kills all of your speed.
I mean, you need third. Would you go third there? Second gear by the time you're at that stage, and then just launch it up over the step.
Full throttle, full gas, third from the bottom, and just knock it down into second just before that step, because you're going to try to go a little bit to the side of it so that you don't get your back shock getting full compression, because then it just bounces you off.
Pin it to win it.
Christina Badio there in the picture, so she's been involved almost since the beginning. She does so much work behind the scenes, speaking to all the riders, involved with all the inscriptions. So get in contact with Christine and put your name down for next year's event.
So we're expecting Manny Lettenbichler here any minute now. He's first on the road. He's not leading overall, but we're going to expect him to come into the section here, the finish at Costa Rica, first today. He'll be here any minute. And I hear the crowds. I hear the crowds going mad. There's Manny Lettenbichler.
Come on, Manny!
He's going to make short work of this climb.
Look at the balance.
You'll see him launch it up onto that step now. There's the step we were talking about. Like child's play.
It's like nothing.
Yeah, up and
over. Nice riding, man. And he's going to wind his way back down the hill now. So there's one or two more little up and downers that he make, and then he'll be at the finish. Do you think he's going to jump the MTB hop or go for the balance beam?
Of course he's going to jump. That's not even a question. I saw Matthias Walkner there. He just had a little look at it. He turned around and he nailed it on the big rally bike.
That was so impressive.
Yeah, a couple of little, there's nothing difficult here. It's just a couple of little up and downs until we get the MTB hopper, jump, and then it's straight into the finish. We will be waiting with Billy Bolt. We'll be talking to the riders.
And last year we saw such entertainment here once the race was over, because it was so difficult for the guys to get up because of all the rain. And the guys gave a great show here. Billy, Johnny, all the boys giving it run off.
Oh, and there's that Manny getting stuck at the top of that climb. I think we just saw Manny. That's Manny over there on the right hand side. They're just getting stuck momentarily. He managed to push it out to the second part of that climb. So there is a little bit of a difficult climb there, Craig, on the left hand side.
Bit of a sting in the tail.
Need to look out for that.
You can see the stadium here filling up now. It's filling up with everybody. They've come to see the best of the best. So there's Manny. Oh my word. Look at him. Manny Lettenbichler into the finish. What a race from him.
So that should leave Manny in 6th overall here at the Red Bull Romaniacs after his penalty on the first day. He tried to claw back time, but 2 hours is just too far of a stretch. These top guys didn't give him the opportunity to make time.
What great scenes these are, Daryl. There's Manny with his father, Andreas, and the team all around him, all the support, because you know this is a team effort as well. So the riders are on their own, but there's everybody involved. There's so many people behind the scenes.
Manny was so disappointed in the beginning, but
so there we see Billy Bolton picture there. Can we go down to Billy for an interview with Manny soon? Here we go. So Manny just tidying himself up a little bit to look good for camera. Down to you, Billy.
Yo guys, first man to the finish line, Manny Lettenbichler. Bit of a slow start this morning, but I guess you could smell the beer this afternoon.
Definitely, like stoked now to be in the finish. like it's such a cool atmosphere again. I think it was a pretty good day, solid riding, and definitely when we went through the Life Maniacs, I was glad that we went through. So yeah, stoked.
Yeah, we've seen you were pushing the intensity pretty high in the Live Maniacs section. You definitely put it to the boys and finished the week on a strong note. Overall, how was the day? A difficult one or quite an easy one to finish off?
I would say because it's so dry, it's just so grippy. So it was definitely a super intense day in the morning. Such a hard first uphill, and I think everyone was kind of surprised with such a hard uphill. But yeah, stoked with the day. I think the whole week was awesome riding, and it's just so cool to see so many riders out there from like so many different nations. So yeah, such a good event.
There we go. Obviously the week hasn't started how we wanted, but I think he's definitely been the fastest guy out there. But that is what it is. This is motorbike racing. And one final thing before we go, we've seen you had to throw the bike up this final hill here. Do you think this could get interesting for the guys later on? There's still some battles and some guys are still pretty tight further down. Do you think we could have a repeat of Alfredo from a few years ago?
Maybe, yeah. It's so loose, and you don't really have like a place to park in at the first step. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting because it's just you can't really build up any grip. So yeah, I'm excited to watch now. I'm going to grab a beer and enjoy the show.
Okay, so you guys sit tight. We might have some more action coming on this final hill.
So great to hear from Manny there in the finish with Billy. You know, those two guys, they raced hard against each other, and great to see them, you know, in such good camaraderie. Billy congratulating Manny. So good to see them together again.
Yeah, it's awesome. Billy would have loved to have been here, but he made the right choice by having his wrist fixed because he's got the rest of the season to go and he just couldn't face the pain anymore. So yeah, really good call there by him.
And we should see the other guys coming into the hill climb soon, so we'll cut to those as soon as we do. But you know, if you out there somewhere,
Mario Roman, great. There's Mario up the hill climb. He's on it. Is he going to clear it? There's the big step.
Yeah, yes. Mario.
Oh, these guys make it look so easy.
For me, he's the king of hill climb, Mario.
Yeah, he is.
He just knows how to fire it up.
He's proven it time and time again.
You see it getting a bit windy up on the top there, which is going to help things here because I tell you, it is swelteringly hot.
It's not helping us in our little hot box container here. I can tell you it must be 40, 45 degrees where we are. I can't wait to open the door. So we're waiting for the king now, waiting for Graham Jarvis. We're waiting for Theodore Kabakchev. We're waiting for Mario Roman. We're waiting for Tristan Hart. As we watch Mario now on the last couple of climbs as he weaves his way down to the finish line. He'll be so happy that day 4 is over. These guys have pushed and pushed and pushed for these last 4 days. They will be so stoked to be finished.
So Mario just taking the last climb up now. He's going to go up to the top, turn and come down, and then over the big mud hole that Andy has created there.
Okay, so this next one is where Manny got a little bit held up. Let's see if Mario manages to clear it.
He's just backing up, lining up, and full throttle.
Yeah, and he's up.
Nicely done.
Nicely cleared.
Weaving his way. Look at the speed he's going, girl.
And hitting that MTB hopper.
Not even stopping for a second and launching. Oh.
No, he's going to check it out first.
He's going to check it out first.
Oh, is he? No, there he goes. You don't have to take it. Not much water in there today.
So Mario going for the safe option. Nicely done. So that's a great race from Mario Roman.
What a ride. That should put Mario in 3rd overall. Theodore just came. Was that Theodore that came into the picture?
That is Theodore. It looks like he didn't make it up for some reason and he's taken the one out the side. And we're going to go down to Billy. Billy's in the finish there with both of these heroes.
We're on. Here the finish of Mario Roman. We'll just let him take his helmet off and get his hat on. Pushing the pace pretty hard this morning. How was it out there?
It was super technical. I would say the hardest day of Red Bull Romaniacs. Yeah, all the way up and down, super technical and sketchy. And mostly because most of the uphills were without lines, so brand new some parts. So we have to push a lot the bike. But I am super happy to be with the pace of winning the race the last day. But yeah, it's good to finish third overall.
Yeah, I think with the day two you had, you've got to be happy with third and some solid points for the championship.
Yeah, I think for the championship it's really good result. I am in one piece, which is good after all the guys' injuries. So yeah, very happy. Thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you, bro.
So while Billy was doing that interview, we've seen a few of the other guys coming to the arena here. There's Mr. Graham Jarvis. He's firing up this line here to the top. He's almost going to weave his way back down into the arena. He is just about there, Daryl.
Yeah, this will be Mr. Graham Jarvis's 7th Red Bull Romaniacs title. He's only got a couple of 100 meters to go. Is he going to hit the MTV hopper? Yes, he is.
Yeah, boy!
He nailed it. This is our 2022 Hard Enduro Red Bull Romaniacs overall winner, Graham Jarvis, the king of Hard Enduro.
Take a bow, Mr. Graham Jarvis. Take a bow. Unbelievable. 7 times champion of Red Bull Romaniacs. Just incredible. And here's Mario coming over to congratulate him. They have so much respect for each other, these guys.
As we see our Theodore Kabakchev coming in there right behind Graham. Theodore will take his 2nd overall. What an incredible ride from this youngster. Huge congratulations there from the team.
Great scenes here down at the finish line. Look at the emotion. They know what it means. The team know what it means for him. What he's had to go through. What he's had to endure. And all the pressure as well. All the pressure on his shoulders. Because, you know, everyone sort of expects him to win all the time. Because he's the king. And he's done it and proved it right again. And we go down to Billy for an interview with Graham.
He's hobbled his way in here. Ah, sir. How was that?
Oh, it was a little bit tough today. I just had no energy. I was just surviving, just bloody hanging in there.
Yeah, I seen Theo put the pressure on a little bit in them early checkpoints. I walked up and checked my phone and thought, oh, this could get quite interesting this afternoon. But no, never was it really in doubt. You kept it cool and you brought it home this afternoon. Well done, Graham.
Not cool, but just incredible. Just happy to be here after the knee. You know what that's like, don't you? So,
and I don't know the stats, but I would imagine it's the first privateer to win Romaniacs for a very long time. First win on your own team. I guess it's a special one for you and Alberto there.
Yeah, just a big thanks to Alberto, Mike, Grant. Just put a load of work in. It's incredible. 1 year after the knee injury.
There we go. Anything else to add?
No, just thanks to my team and thanks for you for coming.
Oh, thanks, Graham. There we go. Private team winning the hardest race of them all, so I think everyone's got to tip the hat to that one.
Just incredible, just incredible. I mean, look at the emotions that comes out of Graham now. You know, during the race, he's just so focused and determined and just so nice to see with him a smile from ear to ear.
So Graham's got his own team. It's called the Jarvis Racing, and he last won Romaniacs 5 years ago. 2017 was his last win, and his first win was in 2008.
2008, can you
So
believe
there was
it?
11 years until 2017, and then again. So there's Theodore there, Kabakchev from Bulgaria. Let's switch across to Billy and see what Theodore has to say.
Here he is, Theo. Probably one of the most impressive rides of the week for me. I woke up, checked my phone this morning and seen that you had some pretty good pace going early on and you took quite a lot of time out of Graham in the first few checkpoints. Did you think, did you smell blood and think maybe it's possible?
Well, the gap was pretty big, but you never know. It's a race and anything can happen. And I tried to push as hard as I can and ride clean. And also the other guys were doing very good today. So I'm quite happy. Didn't make too crazy things. On the first hill they made a little gap, but then I could recover after that.
Okay, I think, throughout the whole week, like I say, you've been very impressive. I think the first couple of days last year was a little bit of a warning to everybody, but you just couldn't quite manage to keep it together for the whole week. So no, massive well done for this week. And yeah, what can I say? Second place at the hardest one of them all on privateer bike. You and Graham, it's pretty impressive.
Thanks a lot, Billy. I still am not where I should be on the technical level, but you know, step by step we're getting there, and I'm quite happy second place, but I would like to taste the win one day. Huh?
There he goes. He means business. Watch out for Teo next year. I'm going to have to go and do some more practice by the sounds of that, and looking how fast he's gone this week.
You're invited in Bulgaria.
Okay, maybe we'll have to raise the level together, but no, good job, massive congratulations, and go and enjoy it.
Nice to hear from Theodore there, and the motivation he has to be on the podium again. And he's so correct. You just never know what's going to happen. It's not over until you finish cross that finish line. And we're just waiting for Tristan Hart to come in. We should get some pictures of Tristan coming into the hill climb, and then we're going to go back to the live Maniacs cliffhanger where the other guys are into the sections.
So it looks like Theodore at the moment is probably going to jump up 2 positions in the overall World Championship. He was 7th going into this round, and it looks like he'll move up to 5th. He'll pass Michael Volkner and of course Alfredo Gomez, who got a DNF. So fantastic for Theodore. They're moving up to 5th in the overall. Some great action here at Costa Rica. As we were just watching there, Alexander Hutter from Austria. But let's switch back for another interview.
Yeah, Tristan in the finish. Pretty good performance today. I think the pep talk yesterday afternoon's definitely worked, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I had such a good morning. I think I was second with a couple test wins, and I ended up catching Jarvis pretty early on, and he was quite a bit in front of me, so I was having an awesome time with him, and I think he got a little sick and tired of riding with me because he got all aggressive and held it wide open, and I never really saw him again.
That's a shame, but I think for the overall it's gone pretty good. You've climbed another place today. I guess going off what you said yesterday, you're still not completely satisfied, but still a nice feeling to make it to the finish, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good to be over. It's a long race, as you know, and I mean, to compete with those front guys, you just got to go so fast. Like Teo, I don't think he cares about his life sometimes because he goes so fast in the open stuff, and yeah, I mean, work on some stuff and come back next year, and we'll all try and take down the 48-year-old.
There you have it. As Tristan said, appears to be on the podium. You just have to stop caring about your life.
So there's just about 9 minutes between Graham and Theodore. There's just not much in it, Daryl. I mean, 9 minutes over 5 days of racing is almost nothing.
Yeah, so Graham managed to claw back 5 minutes today on Theodore, but I mean, it was just so close after 4 days of racing that there could be 9 minutes in between them. It just shows you how well young Theodore, the Bulgarian champion, rode today. Rode the whole 4 days.
And hopefully we're going to cut back to cliffhanger fairly soon so we can see the youngsters battling it out in the cliffhanger. But for now, we just continue to bring you these visuals from this insane hill climb. Look at the people just packing in there, Daryl. Come and see what these guys are going to do. Some action, some loop outs, full of entertainment.
Just looking back on the tracking, it looks like we've got Alzawi and Matty Green out of the cliffhanger section, also making their way back to Costa Rica. But it's going to take them another 40 minutes to get them. So we're not going to be able to get visuals of them, unfortunately. But there are still some guys out in the cliffhanger section. Roman Tuma there from the Czech Republic getting himself into a bit of trouble there. He's a silver rider.
And look at these guys all coming into the arena together. Do you think we're going to see a motocross start here, Daryl?
Yeah, it looks like it. And cliffhanger's out. They've shut the cliffhanger section down, so unfortunately we won't be able to cut back there again.
Look at the wow! Look at the drivers getting up there.
So there was an Iron Rider there. We saw Aaron Flatt from the USA. No, that doesn't look like he's going to make it. Pablo Monje. Nah, you'll have to
Impressive-
turn it around and
impressive
give it
style.
another crack.
Impressive riding backwards so quickly there. So the guys are really going to start filling up here. You see this area filling up with riders. They're going to each have a shot at this big hill climb. See if they can beat their buddies up to the top.
Also not quite going to make it up there. Well, it looks like we've got Alfie Cox down in the finish with Billy Bolts.
We've got all kinds of special guests down here in the finish. Here I am, Alfie Cox, the Desert Fox. How are you doing today?
No, Billy, all good, man. Listen, you know, we haven't been here since COVID, you know, and for me, I bring tours here, and I brought 13 guys this time. We start our tour on Sunday, but to come here for the last 2 days is just unbelievable. This gets bigger and better and more intense and more serious, and yeah, I mean, the guys that have come here for the first time, it's just mind-blowing, and Martin and his team, it was nice to have an hour's break, and we met them in the forest, saw all the guys, and that's what it's about, you know. Yeah, it's just an amazing event, and I think to bring this event to billions of people, I think, around the world, and we're having a lot of fun. I'm sure you are.
That's what it's about. I think the sport's definitely heading in an upward direction since them early days of Erzberger.
Yeah, look, man, this thing has just evolved into more technical. Martin was just saying in the forest that the level has got so high that he thinks he's going to have to bring you guys to vertical walls. It's the only way he's going to stop you from going up. He doesn't like it when a lot of people finish. Obviously this year it's dry. Yeah. A lot of guys have finished, and that's not Martin's style.
There we go. Nice to hear from Alfie, obviously a legend of the off-road world, just out here enjoying himself and hanging out at the finish.
Thanks, man.
So nice to hear from Alfie there. And Alfie Cox, he took part in the very first edition of Red Bull Romaniacs way back in 2003. Martin gave him a call and said, "Hey Alf, I'm doing this, making this big event, you know, come and take part. I'm going to get you a bike." And so Alfie's like, "Yeah man, cool, I'm coming." And Martin gave him a 450 to ride in the gold class.
Well, you know, that was our inspiration back in the day. You know, Alfie doing the Erzbergs and everything else. Obviously, all of his Dakar achievements, I mean, finishing second at the Dakar and winning the first Erzberg. And he got us all into hard enduro in South Africa. And, you know, the continuation is all of these youngsters like Maddie Green still coming through, all caused by Alfie Cox right in the very beginning.
And, you know, that's what's so great about this event too, is that anybody can come and do it. There's something for everybody. You don't have to be an Alfie Cox. You don't have to be a Billy Bolt or a Manny Littenbichler or a Graham Jarvis. Get yourself to the gym. Do a bit of workouts. Get a bike and come and take part in the world's toughest enduro rally event. There is something for everybody.
And you can decide your level. You know, if you want to have just a really nice ride, you go for Atom or Iron. If you want to have fun, challenge yourself a little bit more, go for Bronze. And then there's quite a big step up to silver, you know, with Chris Birch. I mean, he finished on the 500. And then the gold is at a completely another level. So you'll know if you're a gold rider or not.
Gold is just another level. But, oh, look at that. That's so cool to see. There's a lot of lines getting formed there. He's just trying to keep that in a straight line. Because if you start going too squirrely on the sideways, you're going to lose a bit of momentum.
That was a good attempt there, Gerard David from France. Well, he got up to the top of the step, but he's going to go back down, and it's not nice to turn around from there where he's at.
Don't forget that you can catch the highlights of each of these off-road days and the prologue on Red Bull TV. They've got some great entertainment there for you to get up to speed and re-watch and relive all these emotions and what the guys have been going through. As well as on our website with all the live news, we'll continue to bring you interviews, pictures, videos of the day, everything and anything that can just show you how great these guys are.
Lots of action here on the Gisteriti Hill climb.
And the thing is that everybody is just enjoying themselves. you know, they're suffering. Their bikes are looping out. They're throwing them down the mountain. They're trying to get up this hill climb, but they would not rather be doing anything else than be riding their dirt bike.
I've just heard now that Matthias Volkner is down in the finish line. He did an absolutely incredible job on that, finished on the rally bike, on the Dakar bike.
Unbelievable.
Brought it here and he finished. Of course, Matthias there in the bronze class. He won the day today.
So that's 2 stage wins for him.
Yeah, he won the first day, he finished 3rd on the 2nd day, he was 5th on the 3rd day, he won the 4th day.
And 3rd overall.
And 3rd overall on the rally bike. He got onto the podium.
So Michael Walkner has come into the hill climb.
Let's see if he managed. Oh, he's getting a bit squirrely. Is he going to make it? Let's have a look.
Yeah,
big step.
Oh, nice riding.
Oh, he's
Look at
up,
him,
yes.
Soaked up that step and he's over the top.
He'll be
let's
so
go down to
stoked
Billy.
with that.
Billy's in the arena. Let's hear from you, Billy.
Finish with rally rider, and I think I'm right in saying podium finisher from the bronze class, Matthias Walkner. How was your week?
Was a really tough one. Was sure one of the hardest thing I did in my life so far. Was a really nice adventure, nice competition, and I really enjoyed it.
There we go. I was here in the finish line, watched you absolutely smoke up the final hill climb. Did they all go as easy as that, or did you have some struggles out there?
No, it was quite tough because it's so dry and the tire is already gone, but for me it was just one option and I really go all in and I say, okay, the last version I will shoot the bike, but finally I made it quite nice.
Perfect. And then one last question for the guys at home. From like a rally setting, how far off is your bike for this week?
Hey, the funny thing was I do the GPS test loop and this was like an enduro special test and they say it's like this the race. So I went from soft to harder again to make the bike more stable. But finally we end up on a super soft mousse, super soft suspension, really short gearbox, and yeah, now the bike works quite good.
Okay, and then do you think we have, is it more likely that you're going to return with the 300 two-stroke and do the gold class, or return with the rally bike and do the silver class next time?
No, the gold class for me is like nobody. You guys are on a really another level. It's unreal when you see it live, what you are doing on the bikes, and for me I just want to enjoy and spend some hours on my rally bike, and this was the goal and it works out.
Okay, mission complete for Matthias Walkner.
Well, there's proof, Craig, that you can do Romaniacs on a rally bike. Anybody's got a rally bike out there? Come and enter next year, bronze class.
And he's not the only one on the rally bike. We got, I think, 1 or 2 other guys in the iron class. We saw them going up the hill climb. You know, it's not, you know, there's just something for everyone. You join the class you want, and then you go for it.
Michael Volkner coming into the finish there. He'll be super stoked with that. Just going back to Paul Terrace now. There was a big fight with, you know, getting with the T7 and Matthias on the rally bike, and Paul had an early crash and broke his collarbone, so he's out. Well, Matthias Volkner made it to the finish with sore foot and all.
He just pushed through that pain barrier. Nice little stoppy there.
So Michael Volkner will come in 6th for the day, 7th for the day.
Let's go across to Billy in the arena again.
Hey, how are you? Just let Michael get a drink. I think all the guys have suffered pretty hard with the heat, and they definitely haven't gone easy from a track's point of view. Michael, I think they definitely didn't take it easy from the track side for the final day.
Yeah, the beginning was quite good, but then I hurt my foot, so I think there's something broken, and I took painkillers, and yeah, try to finish the day as good as possible, and yeah, now I'm happy to be in the finish.
Okay, good job for being in the finish. I think we'll let you get straight off and go and sit down and put your foot up. There we have it. So Michael injured his foot earlier on today, but he still made it to the finish, and I think still in the top 5. So good job.
Thank you, Billy.
Well, that's a solid 5th overall for Michael Wagner. What a great effort from the young Austrian. He's had such a great season so far.
I'm just looking outside the window here, Daryl, and there's a lot of clouds building up, so I think things are about to change here on the Kusturica hill climb.
Yeah, the heavens are going to open up. Not quite here yet, but I can see the wind blowing like crazy outside. It's going to be a huge relief from these soaring temperatures. Well, Craig, what an afternoon it's been. There's been so much action here at Kusturica, but I think it's time to wrap up now.
Daryl, what an amazing journey we've been through. Right from the prologue to the 4 off-road days, what an amazing adventure the guys have had. From being right down at 300 meters of sea level in Cebu up to 2,400 meters in the Alpine. What a journey, what an adventure. Everyone has thoroughly enjoyed themselves.
Been huge action there on all of the Romaniacs sections. So yeah, it's been a non-stop action.
Non-stop. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. Watch those highlights on Red Bull TV. Look at the live news on our website. And please, come and ride next year. Just do it. Get off the couch. Get to the gym. Get out of your fishbowl. And come and join in the action and Red Bull Romaniacs. See you next year.
Ciao.
Hello and welcome back to Romania for the 2022 Red Bull Romaniacs, the 19th edition. In studio with me is Daryl Curtis, multiple South African champion, podium finisher in the professional gold class here at Romaniacs, Dakar competitor and finisher. Daryl, you've done it all. Tell us what you think about the prologue.
Well, Craig, stranger to hard enduro either. It's great to be sitting here with you. We're here for the 19th edition, and it's scorching temperatures outside. It's 31 degrees.
Yep.
And I love the prologue. It's flowing this year, a lot easier than it's been in the past. And I think we're going to have almost like a straight rhythm feel to it. I think it's going to be so exciting.
Well, it's so good to have the prologue back again after a hiatus of 2 years because of what was happening in the world. But it's just super to see the guys pumped up again, ready for the prologue. It's the traditional way of the Romaniacs. That's how it started. And we're back to the roots again.
Yeah, it's festive. I mean, the streets outside are just lined with people like it used to be in the old days. Prologue used to start off, it was an easy prologue back in the early days, and then it got like extremely technical.
Yeah.
And now they've made it a lot easier again, but make no mistake, there's going to be plenty of action in the bronze and the silver classes. I can tell you now, I've already seen a couple of guys this morning going over the bars, eating the tarmac.
Yeah.
Going to be lots of that in store for us.
So let's go across and see to the Milwaukee making of the prologue.
Oh, hi guys. After a few days we are closer to finish this Red Bull Romaniacs, and we spent some really heavy and long hour to create something that hopefully enjoy and be and take a part of our Red Bull Romaniacs. Guys, have fun, stay safe, and let the show, and let's rock.
We just saw Milwaukee coming to the party for us this year, really helping out in the making of the prologue, making it a lot easier. And isn't it just incredible how they literally shut down that whole section of the city just for us, so Andy and his team can get in there and build this amazing course.
Yeah, and it's so strange because in the day before there's nothing, and then you literally wake up in the morning and you just don't know what you're going to find down there because there's heart palpitations. Because Andy Fazekas is a sadist. I mean, the guys hate him. But I must say, he's been pretty gentle this year.
Yeah, well, I was actually chuckling to myself because on the first night when they made it, then the next morning the riders all came out and had a look to see, and that night it just poured down with rain. I mean, can you imagine what had been going through their minds for those who hadn't been watching the weather forecast to see we were going to have great weather, but when it rains on that track and it rains in those mountains, there's problems.
Yeah, and every year the rain, the prologue, it's almost impossible to ride around the prologue unless you're a pro. So I think everybody's like, thank goodness. They don't mind the heat, but thank goodness.
Well, in 2008, when I was here as a competitor, we were in a big group of South Africans and we were looking at the prologue, looking at all the logs, and we just said, thank goodness it's not raining. Look at those big logs.
And then the heavens open and it started raining.
And no, Andy came with sprinklers. They put sprinklers on the logs and sprayed them with water for us. How cool was that?
Luckily I wasn't there that year.
Yeah. Let's go across and see what Teddy had to say about the prologue and what he thinks about it.
Hey guys, it's Taddy Blazusiak. We are back in the city center of Sibiu for the 2022 Red Bull Romaniacs Prologue, City Prologue. So we didn't have it for a few years, now we're back with it. I'm super excited. This is the start of the prologue and now we're gonna walk through it and I'll show you some of the obstacles. Okay, so we are at the tire mountain obstacle, I would call it. You know, it's gonna be a tricky one. Once you get in, you know, the first row of tires are really soft, so you have to kind of wheelie into it or kind of like pre-jump it or bunny hop the first spot and then just, you know, keep your weight back and just plow through it. So it's gonna be, you're gonna see quite a bit of chaos here. All right, the obstacle right after the tire mountain. So you have three different options. Definitely the middle option is the faster, a little double with a kicker coming in, you know, and then if you're not gonna go for the jump, you have to ride on the side, which is way slower. All right, another obstacle that we got here is the rock pile. So we coming in on this side with all them rocks. It's not super technical, but there's gonna be a lot of chaos because people's gonna get stuck here. Right after it, we got this little ramp and another rock pile on the backside. So when you're coming in, pumped up, it's actually super challenging to get to the other side. That's one of the last obstacles on the track. You know, the K-rails, they're pretty massive, so we're gonna see quite a few people getting stuck here. And right after that, finish line jump, a little double, done. Okay, what you see behind me is the Red Bull Arch. Red Bull Arch means the end of the prologue. This is where the technical section of the prologue ends. We take a right-hander onto the sidewalk, back to the beginning, and then we do it again. So you guys enjoy the race, watch it, have fun, and I'm gonna go back and do my work and try not to sweat too much.
To get some expert advice and opinion from Teddy. I mean, no one better than the multiple world champion for endurocross. And actually, he was walking down the lane this morning when guys were doing their qualifications, and some of the Iron and Atom riders came to him for some advice about, Teddy, how do you do this? How do you go so fast? And he says, well, you know, the faster you go, the easier it is. So just click another gear and open the throttle.
Yeah, he would say that. It's so good to see him back now, especially after his, you know, he injured his right wrist. He broke his right wrist. He's been nursing it, and wasn't sure if he was going to come back. But it's so good to see him here, man.
No, it's so good to see him back, and all the other experts out there. We've got Graham Jarvis, we've got Manny Littenbichler, Paul Torres on the Tenere. I mean, let's see what he's going to give up for the finals. And then don't forget Matthias Walkner on the Dakar bike. Can you believe it?
And we've also got Chris Birch on the KTM 500, so that's also going to be quite interesting. He's going to do the silver class this year. So yeah, it's going to be an action-packed brutal prologue here, and another 4 days, off-road days to come.
Yeah, so we have another expert on track, somebody that definitely knows a thing or two about hard enduro. Hey Martin, what's happening down there on track?
Like every year for me, it's a big pleasure to be here, and it's.
It is 19 years. I cannot believe it. Already 19 years ago, we started here with the third Red Bull Romaniacs. In my former life, when I've been a snowboard professional, I won a couple of world championship titles, and then I thought, now it's about time to organize the best enduro competition in the world. That was my dream and my idea. And thanks to all the people around me that helped me pulling up the Red Bull Romaniacs race, I think we're pretty close there. And that's also the place where I would like to say thank you to all of you who are helping to make Red Bull Romaniacs the toughest hard enduro rally in the world. Now we are here at the prologue. That was Andy's idea. We wanted to bring the prologue, the sport, to the city, to the people. It worked out very well. But after that, we got 4 days in the mountains, conquering Romania, going through Carpathian Mountains, up and down, many thousand meters of altitude, up and down. Mount Everest every day, once up, once down. So it's really a tough thing out there. But now, let's first focus on the prologue. Soon, the top riders will be starting. But before that, let's have a look what happened this morning when the amateur riders were struggling and giving their best to get a good starting position.
So here we see the lineup of the bronze class. You can see the guys are really amped there to get going. And that's Paul Torres, you can see number on the second to the end there. Daryl, how do you think he's going to get out those starting gates?
Well, you know, he qualified first on that big T7, so I think he's going to be like hot out of the starting gates. He's going to launch himself over those first couple of logs, and I think he's going to be gone with the wind, to be honest with you. I mean, his talent, you know, coming from a trials background, you know, his uncle, Jordi Terrace, a multiple world trials champion, and Paul was brought up on a trials bike, so...
Yeah, definitely a firm foundation and good background to have in these extreme enduros. You know, this is the toughest world in the rally event in the world, and to have a background in trials is definitely going to help you a lot in these obstacles in the prologue and once you get out in the mountains.
I don't think anybody expected him to actually get such a good time on that qualifying. I mean, I think he was also quicker than any of the silver guys on that big bike.
Yeah.
So it just shows you the skill level.
But Matthias not too far behind him, and actually I thought he had lost some more time because in the qualifications he got really held up on the apex of one of those wooden bridges just before the rocks and actually had to get off the bike and lift it up.
But he still qualified 16th. So,
yeah, amazing.
And he'll be on the 4th row then.
So here we are, you can see the focus in his eyes. They're just about to go, just about to get going. Off they go. Full throttle. Look at Paul just jumping over those logs.
Yeah, it's just incredible what he does with that bike. So now let's just see if he makes any mistakes, because that's going to be critical to you know, getting out into the front there.
Just losing his balance a little bit, but it's actually pretty impressive how far he went. He's still in the lead here. So these guys are going to be racing for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So you don't want to burn all your matches in the first 2 laps.
No, but he's got a bit of competition there, so things are heating up a bit for Paul. The trick is not to make any mistakes, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if your wheel just drops down into a hole, into one of those tires, and
I think this is where Matthias's bike got stuck. I think the bash plate in the rally bike was quite low, so he got hung up there quite a bit.
So Paul is still in the lead there, but we have somebody right on his tail. And they've just gone over the freestyle ramp. How much does that bike of his weigh, do you think, Daryl?
Well, he managed to save, I can't remember how many kilograms. He did tell me this, but it was 20 or 25 kilograms that he shaved with that bike. But it's still a good 145 kilograms, I reckon.
145, that's a lot, because normal KTM 300 or another Enduro is just on 100 kgs, right?
Yeah, 103 kilos.
So what they're doing now is they're going to loop around for their second loop and come round again. And it looks like there's going to be a bit of traffic, so that could come into play on the second lap here for Paul. And these tires, they were just brutal in qualifying. I mean, you underestimate the gap between the tires, and the front wheel drops down so easily. There you go. Paul make it almost all the way across, but this is a really good battle going on here.
And you see how he's trying not to make any mistakes. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon. The commentator's curse. He got it a bit squirrely over there.
It was definitely a bit of a traffic jam over those big tires. I mean, those things are monstrous. When you stand next to them, they're just about head height, just to give you an idea of how big they are.
And then the guys are starting to fall now. So as they start going on to their next laps, they're going to start getting tired and making more mistakes.
And there was a little bit of a sneak line there through those tires where we had those big concrete, what do you call them, ballasts or what they are, a little sneak line to the right. So you could just go to the left, miss the tires, take the sneak to the right, and get through a little bit quicker.
But that's for the pro riders, right? Because that's like really difficult to get through there.
Well, hopefully they blank off for the sneak for the pros.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it?
Yeah, see, there you go. So Paul is stuck on top there, and it's really difficult to get going again, because what's really going to help you a lot in these tires is the momentum, just like that guy was just flying past him now. See, there's the sneak. You can see those two guys there just coming out of the tires and then going over again. So I'm not sure if everyone's seen that line.
But on that right line, I mean, for the average guy to get over that, it's impossible. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You've got to be a seriously skilled rider. There's Matthias Wagner in
Matthias.
screen now. That's on the big Rally 450, and somebody's just gone down behind him. So Matthias says he's here for fun, but I reckon he's going to give it all he's got out in the mountains. So it's going to be really exciting. The race is on between him and Paul, a Yamaha KTM battle. So let's see what that brings us in the next couple of days.
Well, the clips that I've seen from Matthias's training is absolutely frightening how fast that guy goes in the forest. Just insane.
Well, he's a two-time MX1 motocross world champion, and of course he's won the Dakar Rally. So he's a seriously accomplished rider, but not that much enduro though. So that's going to become very interesting.
So as these guys do more and more laps, they're going to get more tired, and which makes it really a lot harder to keep good throttle control, clutch control over these obstacles. And from time to time you might see the bikes just leaping out and launching out from underneath them, and that's simply because they're just so fatigued and they just can't hold on to that clutch properly anymore to get good drive over those tires, and you end up using too much throttle, the wheels spinning, and just makes you even more tired. It's like number 443 is looking for a line on the edge of that log there, which sometimes can work. And we've got a new jump this year. You know, we've traditionally always used the freestyle ramps and built ramps out of log, but this year we've got a really awesome jump made by the guys from MTB Hopper out of Lithuania. I mean, this jump just looks so cool because it's actually designed to flex a little bit when it jumps, to give the rider a really smooth curve over it and get good trajectory over it to make it able to clear the jumps. And then we've got some results up there for you. So leading the way is Nikolaj Tybring, posting a pretty good time there. He's almost a minute ahead. Paul just launching himself there over the MTB Hopper. So that's the one there just in the middle, the purple one. So that jump really working well for him.
I think that MTB Hopper was also used in Red Bull Rampage.
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
So it's done its rounds, and
it's definitely done its rounds.
Getting some motorbike tread on the chair at Red Bull Romaniacs.
I actually spent some time with Chris, who designed it, and it's just so interesting to hear about how they had to work it from the ground up, and so many different prototypes and thousands of jumps on motorbikes, on bicycles, on BMX, on all different things just to get it perfect. So we'll see these ramps out on the mountains in the next couple of days as well to really spice things up.
So the lap times there, Paul got himself into a bit of trouble there right now. So the lap times there, the quickest time so far is a minute. But the guys are averaging late 1 minute 30 up until 2 minutes. And the pros, their time around here is, well, the best time is about 41 seconds. So you can see the difference in the level. So when those guys start coming into picture, you're really going to see how hard enduro has progressed. Of course, the HEWC, the Hard Enduro World Championship now is, since 2021, has become part of the, well, it is the Hard Enduro World Championship, which is now affiliated to FIM. That's raised the level a lot.
Yeah.
And of course, the guys have got a chance now to win a World Championship. So Billy Bolt won it last year. He was leading this year. And of course, he's not going to be racing. He's injured himself. He's gone through surgery now on his wrist. So it's going to be quite sad that he's not here this year. There's just so many injuries in our sport.
But it's so great, isn't it, to have finally a world championship in our extreme enduro, because, you know, in the background over the years there's been so much hard work and effort going into trying to build up a series of these extreme events, because in the past we just had standalone events like Erzberg, Romaniacs, the Roof of Africa, and then slowly we you know, the guys got together and started forming a series, and we had West, and it's just so awesome now to actually have a recognized world champion in extreme enduro.
You know, it went all the way back to 2010 when they first started talking about it. And we did most of the races in 2010 and 2011 because it was to be a world championship. And it's taken literally 10 years before it became reality. There's lots of planning in the background. And yeah, this is it. The fruits of all of their hard work. These guys are going to start getting tired because, I mean, they've got, how much time do they have? How many laps? Tell us how it works, Craig.
So it's 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and I can tell you that when you're a rider in these situations, in this heat, over these conditions and these obstacles, 7 minutes feels like 7 hours. It's just brutal assault on your body. All your muscles are just fatigued.
So that guy 502 that you saw in the clip there was Alexis Berapian. He's second. We've got Havard Nevland from Norway in first place, and Paul currently is in third place. So
he's moving up.
Yeah.
Number 500 there is Charlie Goddard out of Great Britain. So he's obviously one of the front runners and the favourites in this class too, with a good number. Wasn't that Alfie Cox's favourite number, 500?
Yeah, it was. It was because in South Africa they started off like if you raced in the 500 class, then the number was 500. So he raced with that number for me.
And Alfie's been here a few times. You know, he was at the very, very first one. He was back again at the 10th anniversary of it. So, yeah, Alfie a real legend of the sport and someone that certainly helped me get my career off the ground. And just great that you have guys like that who sort of set the groundwork for the sport.
Absolutely. You know, I started doing hard enduro because of Alfie. So you know, he definitely started everything. And then we had, you know, all of the DVDs that came out, and you know, we kept coming. Then myself and Rian van Niekerk and a whole lot of guys started coming, and then you guys came, and now we've got like all of these youngsters coming in. We've got Wade Young, we've got Matty Green, we've got Carl Flanagan, a whole lot of guys coming in from South Africa that are really, actually a lot of them actually living in Europe now, and they're taking on a championship.
So let's talk a little about that and how this, you know, the generations, if we can call that, and of how everything started. I mean, you know, you look back to the era where you and Alfie were racing, and we had Cyril Dupre, Michel Gao, those guys, you know, rally experts winning the Romaniacs. And then in my generation, you know, the year that I finished fourth, we had Graham Jarvis, who is still racing at the top of the sport. I mean, that's just incredible. And now we have all these youngsters coming through as well, you know, Manny. So it's just...
Did you see Matthias Walken on the left there? He was getting hung up with those tyres on the big rally bike. You know, the bash plate's quite low there. There's lots of friction there with that aluminium bash plate that catches on everything.
And is it a bit lower to the ground than the others? Because he seems to be just tagging the apex of that wooden structure there into the rocks.
It is, you know, the geometry of the bike, it's made for rally, and that's as simple as it is. I would really be interested to see if the T7 has got more clearance, but I think it has.
You want a sort of lower center of gravity for the high speed, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean the bike, I saw them being built and designed in the factory, you know, with all the clay models and everything else, how they try to keep the center of gravity low. And yeah, that bike is absolutely like factory built and purpose built for the Dakar Rally. It definitely shouldn't be going around a prologue course like this.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
I want to see, look, I hate to say it, but I want to see what the bike looks like after a couple of rounds of the forest. See how it comes back.
I think the windshield will still be there.
I don't know, I don't think so, I'm doubtful. I think they've got a couple of spare parts. And for Paul too, I mean, after Erzberg, that bike took serious punishment. But if you look at how far, I think he got to check 118 at Erzberg, which is really something else. It's incredible.
So Paul's still sitting in third position there, which is good to see. He's running about 3 minutes is it behind the leader. So Havard, who's now taken the lead out of Norway, he's really on the pace.
Yeah, so currently Alexis is 3 minutes 2 seconds behind him, and then Paul is 3 minutes 8 seconds. He actually made up a little bit of time on second place. Let's see if he can make the finish line and take second. I don't know. Of course, the guys want to do well in the prologue because you know, they're obviously going to start first on off-road day one. So the order is any. I mean, when you finish the prologue, is that where you're going to start tomorrow? We don't know yet. But normally it's the case. If you win the prologue, then you get a choice. Where are you going to start? Or are you going to start first?
No, they've got a little trick up their sleeve this year, so we don't
quite know what's going on.
You know, Martin likes to mix things up a little bit, and so you have like 2 or 3 years with the same sort of idea, and then you just hit you bam with some other trick. So we'll see tomorrow what's going to happen. But certainly there is a lot at stake for the podium positions this year. And if you're going to get a podium here, you'll definitely get an advantage. So Charlie Goddard there out of Great Britain, he's actually lying in 5th place. So he's doing really well around the course there, even though he's getting hung up a little bit. a lot of training and preparation going into this race as well. I mean, you know, obviously the professionals in the gold class, you know, most of them, this is what they do. So there's a lot of science that goes into the training, a lot of hard work behind the scenes. But you know, one shouldn't forget that at a race like this, where amateurs are rubbing shoulders with the professionals, somebody is always racing somebody else, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to really like fit in with your skill level, and as the days play out, you'll get into like a selection of riders that you come through more or less your skill level, and obviously the whole objective is trying to run your class or get to as close to the front as possible. So, I mean, I had breakfast with Paul Bolton this morning, and we were just talking about like the level, like when he went to Abstone and he had a look and he saw how brutal that course was, and he said, like, we used to do that, didn't we? And I said, yeah, dude. And he says, like, I just don't know why, like, you know. But I think when you're in it, I mean, you're just so driven to get up and
But it's so awesome to see the camaraderie too between the riders. Hey, I mean, in some of the other classes, when guys are getting stuck up, you know, on an obstacle, and somebody else get off their bike, come and pull, help each other, and everybody's racing against the clock. So, you know, it's just awesome to see how like this community and this family that comes together. Everybody helps each other, and we all have a common interest.
What I really like is that the pros, they train together, they ride together a lot of the time, and they spend a lot of time in the healing up as well.
In their facilities.
Yeah, in the recovery facilities. It's almost like a hotel. You know, a lot of guys go to the Red Bull facility to go and get healed up. So, I mean, they've all been there recently. Manny was there, Johnny was there, Billy was there. Wade's going over there now. Wade Young, he's got a problem with his back on vertebrae L3 and L4. And he's got a pinched nerve. So, it's very sad to see that he's not going to be here this weekend.
Certainly is sad not to see Wade back here again. He's won this race before, been on the podium again last year with a good second place, and you know, he got his season off to a pretty good start, and a guy like Wade also does so much hard work behind the scenes, so I'm sure he's bitterly disappointed that he can't be here to race at the front of the pack.
And a lot of bad luck at Würzburg, for those that don't know. I mean, he broke a whole bunch of spokes before he even got out of the arena. So that wheel that we saw at the end, he rode like that the whole way, and then he's got dirt behind his starter motor, and that's why his seat fell off, because he was busy bridging it under the seat to get it started the whole time. So a really bad Würzburg, but we're going to look forward to him coming back for some of the other races later this year.
No, he's a fighter. That's for sure.
There you can see Paul, he looks absolutely exhausted there. What a great effort. I mean, the thing about that bike is it's just going to suck every last little bit of energy out of you. It's a monster. If anybody's ridden an adventure bike, I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't want to take it around this course.
I mean, in this heat too, I mean, it's just going to take every ounce of energy out of your body, and you actually can't regulate your heart rate and not push yourself over that limit, because you know there's just so much adrenaline going. All these spectators along the sides cheering and shouting for you. The music's going. There's just so much energy that, you know, if you're in the lead and somebody comes past you, it's going to take a lot to try and conserve yourself and hold back, because you just never know what's going to happen.
You know what I saw was pretty cool? Oh, there we got the results. So Havard Neveland from Norway, he took first place, followed by Alexi Berapian. And what a great show from Paul Terrace in third.
No, super. Only 50 seconds behind, so he pulled a lot of time back. He must have got hung up in one or two of those obstacles, and then just put the hammer down, caught back up to third place. So he'll be super happy with that. He'll get a good starting position tomorrow.
How was that? You look like you have been sweating out there. Is that the bike so heavy or the course so difficult?
I think that the track was amazing, one of the best yet. But this bike is amazing to ride here. It's too heavy. I have a lot of power. I need to be perfect. I can make mistakes, so it was difficult to fight for the victory.
So I have the impression you underestimated your skills, because when we were discussing if you should go silver or bronze, you said, no, I don't want to go silver because I want to be in the finals. And today, looking at your results, you would have been in the finals also in silver. So, are you ready for silver next year?
I think so. This morning we got the first time in silver on the prologue. So why not? We can try it.
Outside, what's your What are you expecting? What position you think you can do?
I think if we can be on top 10, it will be super nice. And of course, if we can fall on the mountain together like last year, it will be super. Like this, we'll have a small battle.
What do you think between you and Wagner?
I don't know yet because here it was difficult for Wallner, but I think tomorrow he will do a super gas. But attention, because make a mistake is super easy, and one crash here you pay hard. So we'll see, we'll see.
Okay, wish you good luck and good week.
Thank you.
So, Daryl, we've got a titanic battle going on in the bronze class with Paul Torres and Matthias Wagner. I mean, great to see Matthias up there in 7th position on the Dakar bike. So, do you think that could even be an advantage for him tomorrow, you know, having that little carrot out there, top pole right in front of him?
Well, it could be, you know. Also, there'll be already some lines laid out there, although it is dry. But I mean, it might well be an advantage for him. But I think Paul's just going to put his head down and try and cap it.
No, I agree with you. So here we have the lineup of the silver class. There's Chris Birch, the 2020 winner of the gold pro class of Red Bull Romaniacs. He'll definitely want to put that 500 of his back on the top box.
Chris disappeared for a while, you know. He came out to South Africa and he really raised the game there. He came and he won the Roof of Africa a couple of years in a row and really uplifted our level of riders in South Africa. He's an absolute master, and it's just so cool to see him back. He's been doing a lot of stuff with adventure bikes, and it's nice to see him here on the 500.
No, it's super good to see him, and just what you're saying about him when he came out to South Africa, I mean, it just raised the level of the sport in South Africa, and that's where the generations of the Wade Young, Matthew Greens came through, because we suddenly saw, you know, what could be possible in a bike, and to have somebody like Chris was awesome. Let's go across to Martin with Matthias Wagner.
Attention, guys.
Matthias Wagner, we all know you as the Dakar champion. Now here, there is no sand, there is only asphalt. How is your rally bike working on asphalt, and especially on those artificial obstacles?
On asphalt is working quite good, but over trees and stones is a little bit too heavy. But I really enjoy the race. Was super hard after the first lap. I have already 180 heart rate, so these 4 or 5 laps feels super long. I had almost a backflip, so because I had a lot of arm pump, but I really enjoy the race. Yeah. But let's see for tomorrow.
Exactly, tomorrow is another thing, yeah. Paul Torres was doing very good, but we all know he's an ex-trial world champion, so now tomorrow it's going to be the fast stuff. You think you will catch up, I guess?
Yeah, let's see how difficult the loop is. Of course, the weather is on our side with the heavy bike, so it's a lot of traction, but tomorrow sure is more this terrain where I'm used to it, so let's see how it goes.
Okay, so let's check out what's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day, other games, gravel, sand and high speed.
So here we are back at the silver class lineup. Good to hear from Matthias there. And Daryl, it is very dry and dusty out there. So, you know, for anyone else who, it might be difficult to race through the dust, but I'm pretty sure Matthias has got a pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, so I mean, he'll be really good at any of the fast stuff. And from what I'm hearing, I think that the race is going to be a little bit faster than normal. And then take into account that we're probably not going to get any rain the whole race. I think it's we might get some surprises along the way on some of the sections. So we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, that actually might also play into the hands of Chris Birch on that 500.
No, I agree with you. What do you think's going through the minds of some of these guys here? Do you think they're just thinking, I just want to get through this? My focus is on the mountains. Let's just get through this, get through it. No problems with the bike or body, and we just focus on the mountains. But then there's the others that's going for all the glory and the podium.
You know, I saw a guy, and he was in the iron class this morning, and I just went down there to go and have a look. And he launched himself over this first jump over here, did a face plant of note on the tarmac. He broke his helmet. He picked his bike up. He launched the second jump over the bars again. And I mean, that bike was like, broken, the bars were bent. And I was like, dude, this is like the start of the race. You've got like 4 days left, 5 and 7 hours a day in the saddle. Just take it easy. I think the important thing here is just to get through this unscathed and get some sort of starting position for tomorrow.
I saw a few of those myself too when I was down watching the qualifying, but the one thing I noticed is common with all those guys is that they had the biggest smile on their face from ear to ear. So even though they're suffering, they just absolutely wouldn't be doing anything else but riding on their dirt bike.
And there's Tara on the left-hand side, standing on the log, getting ready to start. Everybody, that's Martin's daughter, heavily involved in the Enduro team, the World Championships. Yeah, she absolutely loves it. She wouldn't miss this race for the world.
No, definitely not. So we should be getting underway pretty soon.
And that big building in the back, I hate to say it, but that's the hospital. So in the past, when they have a crash, you just get carted off to the hospital. So
at least it's close.
It's close, yeah. Oh, here's some major action. That's what I was talking about earlier. I mean, that wasn't quite a face plant, but it was close.
Yeah, some good action there. These tires are really difficult. You know, if you just don't have your momentum, you're just going to come to a dead stop, and there's not much you can do. There's Matthias up there on the right.
This is a dumb sport. Why do we do the sport anyway? I mean, look at this. Who would want to go do that? Man, it's so much fun.
It's so much fun, isn't it?
And you got really creative with all of these jumps. I mean, these are quite safe. As you can see there, the guys are actually having a lot of fun on them. But there's some really difficult stuff too, like that plank. We got to ride across the plank.
Yes.
Across those logs.
And what's the trick there? To keep your eyes on the end, or you know, how do you keep your balance?
Well, you just got to try and run it along. If you do, you're gonna have a really fast line. But if you don't, then you got to obviously just get your technique right and hop over those logs.
Yeah.
But either way, it's the same for everybody, and we see the pros get it wrong too.
Yeah, certainly. I mean,
looks like we're ready to go here. Who do you think is gonna get the whole shot?
I reckon Birch is going to launch that 500 straight over that log and hit the next jump and hopefully carry his momentum over those big tires. But, you know, there's a lot of new guys in the race this year, so there could be some surprises.
All right, 1 minute to go. There the guys are just busy putting their goggles on and getting ready. And hearts are pounding, that's for sure.
Hearts are pounding.
Hearts are pounding.
I reckon they're probably battling to keep those goggles on with the steam from your body. You're already sweating on the line there, ready to get going.
The biggest thing, you don't want to tangle with anybody else. You know, get your bars tangled and go down in the beginning, because then it just becomes chaos later trying to get past everybody on the rest of the obstacles. 20-second board, it's go time.
And here we go. Almost a motocross start, except this gate's not going to
Yeah. Yeah, this course is brutal, man.
You can see Chris there just focused and determined. And off they go. There he is. Really impressive by these guys. I mean, you know, it wasn't that long ago in the gold class that we didn't see guys launching themselves because, and here we have in the silver.
There, that's what I was talking about. You see the big advantage Chris got? He didn't go into the logs, he just floated right across. If you get it right, massive advantage. Okay, so he's out in front now, so let's see if he can hold on to his lead.
And that comes back again to the trial skills, doesn't it? I mean, to have that balance and control.
Yeah, and Chris has also been riding a lot of the big bikes, the adventure bikes. He's been doing a lot of training schools and things like that, so he's spending more time on the bigger bikes than the smaller bikes. So, like, my thinking is that 500 is just going to be like, it's going to feel like a little pee-wee.
Like home to him.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Yeah. You see how far back his weight is? Heels down, just like a horse ride, you know, just to get your...
Yeah, he listened to Teddy, he clicked up a gear there, I think.
So you think Chris took some advice?
I reckon. So obviously into an early lead over there for Chris. And let's just see how he manages this. These silver guys, I mean, they're silver for a reason, they're all good riders.
Definitely.
Silver class at Romaniacs is nothing to be sneezed at, it's brutal.
And this is the top 35 of the silver class. So we have 100 odd competitors in the silver, and this is the top 35. So these guys are really going to be going for it for glory.
There's Fabien Perrault there in hard pursuit. He's from France and chasing down the Kiwi.
Just 2 seconds behind. That's pretty impressive. Here comes Chris. And he's got that tinted lens on, which I think would help him a little bit because it is pretty bright out there.
Yeah, he's got some competition.
Definitely.
Fabian's not going to let him have it his way. We've got James Jackson in third, Ben Wibbly in fourth, Barnabas Sizmazia from Hungary in fifth at the moment. And yeah, still a long way for these guys to go. Let's just see what happens with fatigue. Let's see who's fit and who makes the least amount of mistakes.
And you see Fabian just got held up there for what seemed like a second, and Chris is just almost gone. He's just stretching that elastic band.
Yeah, the trick is there to manage your energy and just don't make mistakes. This is the danger. See, a couple of tires are shifted over there, so I mean, it looks easy and speed is key, but if you just fall into the wrong hole, you can get yourself into real trouble here.
And if you go over the bars, you
like that over there. I mean, yeah, just.
And you burn so much energy trying to pick your bike up, pick yourself up, pick the motivation up, and get going again.
There we go. Yeah, that was good speed through there, man. That was like really impressive.
That was a freestyle, man.
That was really good.
So they had some different line options during when they did the track walk and when they were doing qualifications. But you know, when it comes to the finals, these are the top 35. So Andy and his team would have changed a few things, closed off some of this chicken line to take, so that these guys have to show some full commitment.
I've got my Mexican mate, El Jesus Zavala. We from Mexico, so we did lots of races together in the early years. He's currently a 9th in the prologue in the silver class. So yeah, he's still got a bit of skills. He used to ride a lot with Chris back in the day.
Great to see him back again. He did a few runs in the gold category, so he's not a stranger to Red Bull.
No, he's a really, really good rider, and it's just good to see him. When I saw him earlier walking the prologue, and I said to him, "Are you racing?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude." So that was nice to hear.
So Chris has got about a minute's gap now to Fabian, so he's definitely stretching that elastic. Oh, sorry, my mistake. So they're neck and neck again. So Fabian's just pulled something out the bag there to get back onto Chris's wheel. No one taking that line over those big cement blocks.
I think it's still too risky. I think the tires do look easier.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason why the guys would take it if there was somebody went down there, then they would consider taking the other route.
Do you think we'll see a couple of the top gold guys using that line?
I'm not sure. The tires to me looks faster. So unless the line's clogged, then I mean you can compare them right now. Would you rather go along the tires, or tackle those big concrete blocks over there? I think the tires are quicker. If you get a bit of, good as...
Oh, bashing bars.
Yeah. If you hook another gear like Teddy said, I think you'll definitely be faster across the tires. There's always that risk though of that happening. So there's those big holes that appear because the tires move. They're not always in the same place.
And you can't always predict, you can use one line on this lap and then the next lap that line is gone. So you need to think quick on your feet and change your strategy. So they're coming underneath the Milwaukee bridge there. Great to have all these partners and are involved in the race because they contribute so much to everything that goes on.
I've got a lot of Milwaukee tools at home. I really love them. They're such good quality. And they're one of the sponsors in the series. We saw them at Utzberg, and it's nice to see them here in Romania.
Those rocks were looking really gnarly when they first put them out. So during all the heat runs and the qualifications and some of these finals, there will be some lines developing, but you don't want to also just smash your bike too hard on them, put a hole in your casing, and then that could be it for you.
Yeah, there's lots that can go wrong in this prologue, make no mistake. And the nature of this, if you fall over wrong and you can tear an ACL or you can break a wrist quite easily here, break a shoulder. So
So the silver guys will also be doing 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and then when we get to the gold, they'll do 10 minutes plus 1 lap.
So the gold guys, I think we're expecting, so the silver class are down now, so the best lap I can see so far is 59 seconds, just under breaking that minute barrier, but mostly 1 minute 10, 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30 is coming out of here, and we got sub 1 minute on the gold, so that's going to be like a motocross race. It's going to be like really, really fast laps. I think the level that we're going to see around here is just going to be mind-blowing when we see the golds. So Fabian Puro is still in the lead there, and Barnabas holding off second place. Chris Birch is still in third. James Jackson in fourth. Oh, we're still a way to go though.
Chris could be playing a little bit of strategy here too. He's been a winner of the race, and he's finished on the podium I think 6 times. So he's a wily old fox, old Chris. He knows what he's doing.
There's Chris there hitting the freestyle jump now.
A lot of riders from Great Britain in the top 10 I see there. Daryl, these guys are stepping up their level as well.
Yeah, we've got Ben Wibberley there, we've got Richard Moorhouse, we've got Robert Crayston, Joseph Westgarth, James Jackson. So yeah, there's a lot of Brits coming out, there's a lot of South Africans, there's a lot of Romanians. I think we've got more than 500 entries this year.
Yeah, it's great to see. And a lot of guys from Spain, and I think Mario's influence there with his really good results, solid results. In my opinion, he's one of the best hill climbers. So when we get out into the mountains, you're gonna see these guys blasting up these hills. But these the heroes of our sport. That from whatever nation you are, that's what's really helping develop and bringing these guys over.
And the incredible coverage that we're seeing on Red Bull TV of all of these races and the efforts that the race organizers are going to get this messages out there, like the Red Bull Romaniacs production right now. It's really, really cool, and it just motivates all the youngsters to come and try this.
And don't forget that, we have a rider down there. Don't forget that you can see the highlights of each day in the off-road days on Red Bull TV. So tune into Red Bull TV, catch the highlights reel, and you can get a good idea of what's happening out in the mountains and in the battle for the gold class. And each day we're going to bring you live action from the racetrack. So keep a lookout on the website, and we'll notify when we'll be broadcasting live, and we're going to bring you live action right from the racetrack.
It looks like Barnabas has pipped Fabian to the finish. Chris is still holding off in third. We'll need some confirmation there, but it looks like he might have taken the lead. That's our Hungarian rider. Yeah. There we go. Barnabas managed to take it, Craig. We've been talking too much about old Mr. Birch. But there he is in third place. So what a result on that 500.
No, yesterday when we were chatting to him, he said he's just here to have fun and just enjoy the ride. But when that helmet goes on, it's a different story sometimes.
No, I think we're way too competitive. There's always that excuse, like I'm just here for fun, like Matthias. But when the flag drops, it's game on, man.
Helmet on, brain off.
That's it, 100% right. Something happens when you put the lid on, right? It's just like, yeah.
Nice jump there.
Waiting for the rest of the silver guys to get through the course. And then it's going to be on to the main event. That's what everybody's been waiting for, the gold class. There's lots on the line here for all of the gold riders. This championship is hotting up. And there's a huge lineup here at Red Bull Romaniacs. So much talent out there. Anybody's race, really.
Anybody's race. And do you think setup is important at something like this? I mean, would you want to run more of a worn tire to get some more? You don't want your knobblies flexing too much on the asphalt, losing drive. So is there an advantage in setting your bike up a bit differently?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Some of the guys will even go for a slightly harder compound tire because with those super soft gummy tires, the knobs, like you said, they actually flex and you get very little traction. So it'll definitely pay off to put a slightly worn tire on for the start.
And a bit harder suspension too, because some of these jumps are pretty big. So, and in the gold class, we're going to see them clearing a lot of them, just clearing the whole section because it just saved them so much time.
Yeah, and you want there's just a confirmation of the silver results again. So Barnabas is going to kick off first in the silver cross tomorrow, and Fabian Perot and Chris Birch are going to be hot on his heels.
Barnabas was on it. 4 minutes is quite a gap. I mean, that's a real solid result from the Hungarian.
Yeah, but Fabian must have made a mistake somewhere because he had a solid lead there, and obviously a little mistake, a bit of fatigue. He went down, and Barnabas was there to capitalize on that.
And do you think the wily old foxhole Chris, sitting in third, would have realized at some point that you just don't want to burn all his matches? Third is still a real solid result for tomorrow's off-road start. So just conserve his energy, keep his place where he is.
Yeah, he won't be fazed by that at all. I think, we all know that the real race is out there in the mountains. Just to get up some of those climbs, they really are brutal.
And it's 4 days, four long off-road days. So, the results of the prologue is mostly just for the fans, and you can just see how many there are. All of them coming out to see their fans, see their heroes, on the bikes.
And the trouble is the level is the organizers don't really know what to do because the riders have been getting so good. So like when I looked at Epstone, the last round in Italy, and you have a look at that, if you go back, have a look at that footage, go search for it. It's just like mind-blowing. It's just so difficult. And but the riders, they managed to get through it.
Absolutely. You know, if you watch Billy Bolt's YouTube channel, you see from the last event at Abaddon how he went through that rock garden, the last rock section. I mean, absolutely incredible. Mark Skinner, who was filming him, who's actually competing in the gold class today, was a track manager previously. Really great rider himself. And here we have a slow motion.
Okay, that's not a nice place to be hooked up like that. You've got to use physical energy to go carry that bike.
When that front wheel drops in, you just come to a complete stop.
Yeah, and when it's like that, it gets really messy. And then, and if you happen to be behind that guy, you got to change, make a very quick decision to change your line. Lots of action, but I saw a lot more action this morning when I was walking around. And there were some it was just carnage everywhere.
Absolutely.
Especially at the lower levels and into the iron class, man. I was like, I couldn't believe it. Some cool thing though, I saw some of the guys had their mates running down with them all the way when they were qualifying, like cheering them on, and so that was really cool to see.
No, good. Keep the motivation going because, you know, if you have your buddy on the sideline egging you on, it's just going to give you a little bit more energy. And in the qualifications, they just had one run, you know. It was all or nothing, so they could just put all the energy into it and get across the finish line for a good starting position tomorrow.
So while we're waiting for the silver guys to clean up, I mean, we can actually talk a little bit about injuries, and you can see why it's so easy to get injured. So, you know, Cody Webb is still out. He broke his wrist on the same obstacle that Teddy broke his wrist at. Was last year at the last round of the Super Enduro in Germany. Teddy's here now. He's only just managed to recover. So, and then we've got a lot of knee injuries. So we've got Johnny Walker, who had an ACL repair. We had Manny, who had his meniscus fixed at the beginning of the year. We had Graham Jarvis, who had an ACL repair. We've got Wade with an injured back right now, so he's out for this round. And Billy Bolt, you know, the leader of the Hard Enduro World Championship right now, is out. And he's had his wrist fixed because you can't take the pain anymore. And also the drop foot that he had 2 years ago, his foot's still giving him problems. And his wrist. Johnny as well also had his shoulder sorted out as well. So multiple surgeries there. So the trick here, I think, if you want to come out on top in the Hard Enduro World Championship Series, you stay away from injury.
But it just shows you the grit and determination they have. I mean, for Billy to be racing with such an injury in his wrist, which is, you know, such an important part when you're holding onto the bike, it just shows you how tough these guys are.
And you know, Billy finished second at the Red Bull Minus in Israel earlier in the year, fourth at X-Ross, third at Erzberg, second at Abstone, and leading the World Championship, and now he had to pull out because of surgery. I mean,
yeah,
just bad timing.
Bad timing. So we're getting ready for the gold class. The guys are just making a few repairs to the track there. Maybe they're going to take those.
So are there going to be any changes now from the silver class to the gold class, do you think?
Yeah, you know, the gold class is another level, so certainly they'll mix things up a little bit, change the track a little bit, and make it a little bit more difficult. Super nice there, so you can see Milwaukee Tools in action, Power Drill just trying to get the show back on the road again as quickly as possible.
Safety is also very important, so they don't want any loose planks or bits missing where these guys are going to hurt themselves. So there's a lot of careful planning that goes into planning these obstacles and not making them too stupid. It's got to be fun and exciting and test the skill of the rider, but at the same time we don't want people to get hurt. So we really have a lot of thought goes into the design of this track.
So we'll just give you just a quick background here of the race numbers and who's who in the gold class, because a lot of eyes are going to be on Graham Jarvis, and he's actually riding with bike number 32 this year. So keep out a lookout for him. And if you see a high number and you don't think it's Graham, it's definitely him. And that actually happened to me in 2008. We were going up the one hill climb, and I didn't know Graham. I mean, Graham was brand new on the scene. And this rider with number 16 came past me. And you know, when you're racing and you're looking out for numbers, you're looking for the 1, 2, 3, and 4s. And I thought, who's this guy on the number 16 coming past me so fast? And only when I got back to the finish, and my dad told me, no, number 16 is Graham, and he won the race. Then, you know, everybody had realized Graham Jarvis had arrived.
Graham Jarvis commands so much respect. So when he did get underway at Ertsberg, he had to go past literally like 490 riders along the track, and I think a lot of the guys just got out the way when they heard him coming. Lots of respect there for him. 47 years old, still at the top of his game, and he can definitely win this race this weekend or this week. So just to go over the World Championship standings, like I said, we've got Billy Bolt in first. Manny Lettenbichler's come up to second place now. Remember, he missed the first round because of his knee. And then Mario Roman in third. Alfredo Gomez in fourth. Graham Jarvis with a disqualification at Ertsberg after he got some help in the arena. Still lying fifth. Michael Volkner, very interesting, up into sixth place. Theodor Kabakchev, seventh place. He's our Bulgarian superstar. Wade Young in eighth. He's not gonna make the start. And David Cyprian is now in ninth. And Maddie Green in 10th, and also leading the Junior World Championship.
I mean, hasn't Maddie Green just burst onto the scene now? 2 top 10 finishes this year. You know, for a youngster of his age, just incredible. 2 top 10 finishes, and you know what we were saying earlier, when the camaraderie in the sport, Manny Lettenbichler and Billy Bolt sort of, you know, just help Matty as much as possible, give him advice and tips on what to do. So it's so great to see that the guys, they're just such big buddies off the racetrack, help each other out all the time, just to help advance themselves. And Tristan Hart too, he also had a great result at Ertsberg. He's really fired up and determined for this year. I think we're going to see a good result from him. He's riding with bike number 5, sorry.
Yeah, Tristan Hart's going to be a big one in my opinion for the overall this week. So really have to watch out for him. So going back to Matty Green, he finished 5th at the last round in Epstein, and it was a 7th at Ertsberg. So
yeah, incredible result.
Remember Michael Volkner, how strong he was at Ertsberg as well, but he blew.
Yeah, he was running right up there in the top 3. But you know, that youthful enthusiasm maybe just got the better of him there. But so, you know, when the guys like Graham, who know the story, can just know how to pace themselves.
But just look at that lineup there. Did you see who was on the front row? So we've got Alfredo Gomez, we've got Teddy Blizuziak, we've got Mario Roman.
Good to see Alfredo back on the pace again.
Yeah, he's been having a lot of fourths this year, so he would really love to get a podium here. I think I saw Dominic Ozelwee there on the front line.
So they should almost be finishing up their repairs on the track there. There's Teddy number 4, multiple world champion in enduro cross.
And on the right hand side, that's Dominic Olzawi from Poland. Then we've got Mario Roman on number 3. Of course, we've got Manny Lettenbichler, currently 2nd in the World Championship. And Alfredo Gomez on the left hand side. Manny's dad there looking on the left hand side, Andreas. When we first started coming to Romaniacs, we all raced against Andreas. And of course, I mean, look where the coaching and the mentoring that he's done with Manny, where Manny is today.
So this is what we were saying earlier about the surprises. I mean, Dominic number 28, no one really would have been looking out for that number maybe in the gold class, because you're always looking at those top 5. So good to see some new blood up there on the front line.
Where is Graham Jarvis?
I saw Graham's qualifying result, and he was just conserving himself, taking it easy. You know, he just got so much focus on his face. When you see him out in the mountains as well, he just doesn't say a word. He just looks at the line, calculates everything, and just goes for it. And he definitely has a strategy here, I think.
Okay, so looking back at the qualification times, Alfredo Gomez, his best lap, 41 seconds. Manny qualified 2nd. Teddy was 3rd. Mario 4th. Dominic 5th. There's your front row. And then we've got David Cyprian in 6th, Matty Green in 7th, Tristan Hart in 8th, Safsela from Israel in 9th, and Sonny Gojia from Italy in 10th. Michael Wagner, we were talking about, qualified 11th. So, I mean, that front row there, those 2 rows of bikes there that you can see are the best of the best.
Definitely. And Michael Wagner, when I was watching him at the parade yesterday, he was doing multiple laps. You know, most guys were just doing 1 or 2. He was doing quite a few. You know, he just wanted to really get a feel for the course, get a feeling of how it's going, maybe pick a few lines, because you also want to think about the traffic when you're coming around for your next laps. So you have some A and B options if the line that you want to use is blocked up.
So there I see Graham qualified 14th in the qualifying for the prologue. I don't think he's too perturbed about that.
No, definitely not, because the actual race time for the prologue doesn't go forward to the overall, you know, so it's actually...
It's just a starting position.
It's just a starting position, yeah.
So who do you reckon is going to take the whole shot then, Craig?
I think Manny. You know, he's fired up. His body just seems to be in tune to everything he's doing, and you know, he had that operation on his knee when he tore the ligaments, and sometimes that can be something that forces the competitors to actually take a break, you know, just to push the reset button, take a little bit of a break, get some recovery, and just start from a base again and build up their training. And you can see from his results so far this year that he's just super fit, super determined, and you know, that little break or holiday probably did him the world of good.
So let's just put it into perspective. So, okay, you reckon Manny's going to take the whole shot, but just look back at Teddy again. 5 times Erzberg Rodeo winner, 5 titles in AMA Endurocross, 6 in the Super Enduro World Championship, 4 gold medals at X Games. I mean, this is his game.
This is his game.
This is his game.
The first time that Teddy was here in Romaniacs in 2010 was absolutely pouring with rain from the prologue all the way to day 4. And on the prologue, he set up his bike with the trials tyre front and rear and just absolutely blitzed through the course.
Okay, so Mario Roman at the moment, he's lying 3rd in the Hard Enduro World Championship. We've got a minute to go. Alfredo Gomez, number 9, is lying 4th in the World Championship. So there's so much at stake here at the moment.
A lot at stake. We're just about to get going now. You can see trying to get the nerves out. All they want to do is get going. There you go, 20 seconds to go. Get ready for some proper action here.
20 seconds to go.
Man, this is going to be a motocross start. Remember, 41-second lap time. This is literally going to be motocrossing. It's got to be between Teddy and Manny with that level of experience.
And we're off. Launching.
Okay, so it looks like Manny and Teddy, but Teddy's out in front there. What's he going to do? He's in between the logs.
Nice one. See, Manny just taking the
what a line.
Scheme. And Alfredo, look at Alfredo coming up on the rider's right.
Teddy made a bit of a mistake there, got hung up. Okay, so Manny out in front. Alfredo Gomez there on the left, number 9. Teddy in 3rd, number 4.
Alfredo's fired up. There, Teddy goes over the MTB hopper.
Do you notice the speed difference? What a difference. These guys are flipping
just amazing.
Insane. Okay, nobody's taking that right line like we predicted. It's faster through the tires.
Weight back, heels down. They are just flying through this course.
.31, that's Alex Tomasi.
And Florian Kirschmeier there just getting caught up. Have we got any picture of Jarvis anyway?
Okay, Manny clearly out in front. Followed by Gomez, followed by Teddy. Followed by Ozilby, followed by Roman.
And we've actually got a spectator island in the middle there, so bringing the race fans right up close to the action.
And what do you have for Manny? He's won the last 3 rounds overall.
Alfredo is going for it. He's really amped and fired up. And Teddy coming. Oh, Teddy just made a mistake there. Bumped into another rider.
15, that was Rink Tunstra. He's from Romania, you know him very well.
No,
nice
Rink-
to see him out there.
Rink was looking really fit and strong when I saw him. No sign of Graham yet.
Okay, there's Claudia Bozizan from Romania that came through there. There's number 13, Philip Schultz, also no stranger to hard enduro. And then just behind him there you got Rico from Brazil.
I'm pretty sure that Philip did the race in a trials bike when we had a trials.
That was Tristan
category.
Hart coming into screen over there, number 5.
So at the moment as it stands, our top 5 is Manny Lettenbichler, Alfredo Gomez, Teddy Blazuziak, Dominic Olzowi, and Mario Roman.
It looks like out front Alfredo Gomez has passed Manny. Let's wait for him to come back in frame now and see if that's what has happened. Has Manny made a mistake?
Alfredo just looked like he was on it.
There we can see it, Manny going a bit squarely there.
Manny's now starting to push the limit a little bit to try and catch back up and get past Alfredo. These guys are just so smooth. There you go, Mario jumping and clearing all those logs.
And that's Rink on the right hand side, number 15 getting a bit hung up there. And there's Alfredo. So is Alfredo in front now? Let's look and see where Manny is.
Looks like Alfredo snapped that elastic band. He's just streaking ahead a bit.
Mark Puig there, number 20.
It looked like Teddy was up into second. So maybe Manny got caught up in something. There's Manny there, just
to the bottom of the screen. We just saw him there. I saw Dieter Rudolph come into the picture there just now. Number 27. That's Peru Abudu from Spain. That was Gomez that just went through in the frame now. We saw the back of his shirt jersey just now. Number 9. Number 29. That's all Mike Skinner.
Mike Skinner.
That's our Kiwi. That's all Mark Serra. He's on the Alfredo Gomez racing team with Alfredo Gomez. Getting some nice coaching over there. Number 13, Philip Schultz again. Many Erzbergs under the belt.
I still haven't seen Jarvis anywhere.
Gomez conduce mai departe din ceea ce pare aici.
So we're just about to get results. There you go. So you see Alfredo Gomez in first, 1 minute and 40 ahead of Teddy, and in third is Dominic.
Mario Roman is in 4th, and Manny is now in 5th place. So I wonder where he made the mistake. Probably pushing a little bit too hard.
Could be.
Very easy to make a mistake here. Number 23. So that was old David Skrzka from Poland.
Well done, Adele.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mouthful. We had a shot of Michael Valkner just now. There he is, number 7. That's Zolt Varga there, was number 19 on ceremony. Yes. Nice to see him back.
Good.
And in gold.
And don't forget, Manny Guinness, he's back as well. He's the only rider in the world to compete in all
Every
18
single
editions,
edition.
and finish every single edition.
So this is number 19 for him. Do you think he's going to stop at 20?
No, I don't think so.
There's Osaf Seller coming up, number 11 there from Israel. Youngster with lots of promise. Followed by, there's old Volt Varga again. Number 21, that is Mark Serra again.
So here comes Manny up behind Mario here.
There's Alfredo coming through.
And Ring stuck
Teddy
in
close on his heels. So Alfredo and Teddy are very even.
Nice jump there, Mario. Guys are launching over that MTB hopper.
Oh, there Rigo getting himself in a bit of hot water over there on the link. On the left, Rink Tunstra.
And Rigo's traveled a long way from Brazil to be here.
The guys are getting tired there, but I mean, just look at this pace.
I mean, Dominic Olzowi from Poland is just fired up. He's just launching over everything. Here's Volkswagen, Romania.
That's our Mark Fexia from Spain. And 11, that's Safsela coming through again.
So I don't think we've got too much longer to go now.
There's Arturo Kabakchev, our Bulgarian rider, youngster, 24 years old.
He's had some super results.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a really good Romaniacs.
His very first Romaniacs, he just really surprised everyone.
There he is again coming into the, just missed him now. So there's old Manny now. Currently in 4th place, so he's clawed back 1 place. He's going to hunting down Mario Roman at the moment. We just saw in frame there now.
Not too far.
He's not far, he's right there. He can still recover. Remember, they got 10 minutes. They're just over 6.5 minutes now. So there's a good, I would say, another 3 laps, 3-4 laps to go. There's Manny in frame now.
Here we got some results. So Alfredo's still in the lead there and he's actually extending. So he's 1 minute 54 ahead of Taddy, who's in 2nd, and then Mario in 3rd. And we just saw earlier that Manny wasn't too far behind Mario. But the gaps are definitely growing.
Oh, Philip Schultz going down over there.
That's Ring.
Yeah, you're right, Ring Tuncha. There's old Theodore Kabakchev.
You can
Looks
just
like
see
he's getting a
fatigue
little
starting
bit
to
tired.
set in.
Just about to say the same thing. Man, this course is brutal. 10 minutes around here.
Yeah,
it's a really hard push.
Like
Yeah, it's a hard push. So in the last lap, Teddy was the quickest. Manny Lekkebeckler 1 second slower. Alfredo 3 seconds slower. And Mario 6 seconds slower. Is it going to be enough? Manny, I think, has passed Mario Roman. So Manny's up back into the podium position. So he's in 3rd place at the moment. There we just saw Teddy go past.
Mario and Manny on a really tight battle here. They're just going back and forth. The spectators are really got well and truly into the action here, and I'm sure they're as excited as we are to see the prologue back and to have the riders riding right down the main street where they've always been usually driving their cars. And there's Jarvis, so that's the first picture we've seen of Graham.
Number 32. Oh, and who's just gone down there? Safsela went down on the right hand side. On the left, we've got Michael Wagner, number 7. Okay, and then I saw Teddy coming through at the back. They might be getting a little bit of traffic now. There's Manny coming into vision now.
Yeah, and he's just come alongside Graham. 2 legends of the sport. Clearing at MTB Hopper.
Michael Wagner, number 7, coming through. There's Theodore in the white kit, you can't miss him.
Looks like Mario got a bit hung up there. You see how much momentum these guys carry through these obstacles. If they get it wrong, the momentum is just helping them get over it.
There's Mehdi Green there coming to on the left hand side, there, number 8.
Oh boy. Dominic's really impressive.
Yeah, he's having a really good run.
Flying.
Currently in 5th place, Dominic.
So it looks like all those holes were filled in, so...
There's Tristan Hart coming through, the number 5. Look at that speed in the tyres there.
Incredible. Just riding over them like an elastic band.
There's Graham Jarvis on the left hand side, number 32. The greatest of all time.
Look at that balance and control.
There's Teddy on the right hand side, number 4. And Alfredo Gomez in the middle, number 9. There's Teddy coming through in the background. This should be the end of the race, or they're going to do one more lap, depending on if they make it within the 10-minute time frame.
Under the Milwaukee Bridge again.
So Tristan Hart's currently in 6th place. Perfect starting position for
Good
tomorrow.
starting position, I would say.
Yeah, that's right. There's the end of it. Let's just wait for the final results to come in. But I do think that Teddy Blazusiak managed to take it.
Yep. So Teddy's got it ahead of Alfredo and Manny in third. Quite big time gaps between these guys, Dale, don't you think? Would you expect such 5 minutes? It seems quite a lot.
The time gaps for the prologue?
Between the places, or was it closer than that?
No, I think we were a couple of seconds there. So yeah, it definitely wasn't in minutes. All right, so we got Mario Roman coming through in 4th, Dominic Ozelwe in 5th, Tristan Hart in 6th, David Cyprian 7th, Sonny Gogia 8th, Michael Waltner 9th. Just going to have a look at the start again, and then we'll see that good start that Manny and Teddy had off the line.
Mario had a pretty good launch over that log as well. That was super good.
Don't forget that our second row.
Also counts for the setup position in the off-road days.
The Manny taking a commanding lead before running into a little bit of trouble. I'm not quite sure where he made his mistake, but it's definitely cost him. He'll still be in a good 3rd place, so he's on the podium for the prologue. I think he'll be really happy with that to start tomorrow. But Alfredo Gomez to win the prologue here is a great accomplishment. He's a serious contender for this week.
Ok, și ne-am liniștit, cred. Dacă vom confirma rezultatele, dacă rămâne așa cum am aflat pentru ultima dată, Blazusiak primul, Alfredo Gomez.
So if they'd made this line more technical, we would have seen a lot more guys hitting the concrete step on the other side, but I think it's just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Super safe freestyle jump. And so much action further down the line.
At least the freestyle jump has got a bit of a metal grate on it this time, because when we hit that jump the first years, it was completely smooth, and
then it was raining. It was raining,
and then you ride through the river, drag all the water onto the ramp, and wheel spin over it, and just clear it into the building.
No, listen, there was some seriously sketchy stuff back in the day. I think Martin is like, I think he's matured a little bit, you know, like we used to hate him, and it looks like he's maybe grown a little bit of sense somewhere.
Nice shots there. Super nice shots of Teddy. Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic had a really good run finishing in 5th. There's Tristan Hart. Big one to watch out for in this race. Starting 6th.
So we should hopefully go down to Martin again and then we can hear from our winners.
What a great course though. They've got to go pack everything up now. I mean, literally in a couple of hours time, that street's going to be clean. There's going to be traffic as usual.
Tomorrow morning, traffic as usual. Nice shot there of Teddy and Dominic. Rink getting caught up in that tyre there.
And Mario there, number 3, coming through from the back. Wow, did you see that launch?
Just launched.
That's what makes time here. You got to commit.
So Martin is with our top 3 in the finish line. Over to you, Martin.
So we are here in the finish. I got here the winner of the silver class. I hear you are coming from Hungary, is that right?
Yes, I'm from Hungary. I am so very happy in Romania. The prologue is very, very good.
So how often have you been in Romania already? How often have you been in Romania? The first time, yeah? Really?
Okay. The first race.
Okay. So I know Hungary, I was racing some enduro competition back in the days, and I know Hungary is pretty flat. Do you know what to expect the next days with the high mountains?
Yes. Sorry.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the big mountains?
Yes.
Yes.
The beautiful place in Romania.
Yeah. So why are you so fast? What special skills do you have?
My skill is a trial. I am a trial rider. is I am so fast and I am technical rider.
Okay, so then please tell all your new fans your name.
My name is Barnabas.
Say it slowly because it's a difficult name. Slowly.
Yeah, Barnabas.
Barnabas. So this is Mr. Barnabas. Watch out for him in the silver class. He's going to keep the throttle wide open, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Martin down on the ground there. Some awesome shots there of the course again, the Red Bull arch in the front, and that great course that was built for this great show that we've seen.
Yeah, Andy Fazekas again, super design. I think it was a really good to see, like a nice flowing track for a change.
Yep.
So the guys just busy setting out the podium. So what's that going to mean for tomorrow's race, do you think, Craig?
You know, definitely with the conditions that there are, there's a lot of dust out there. So some guys who might have wanted to take it a bit more conservative and let someone else lead the way, to put some tracks on the ground and a carrot to chase, that strategy might have gone out the window when they realized that it was dry and dusty out there, because you don't want to be caught in the dust. But then saying that once remember that all the competitors race more or less the same track, and then they get diverted off into different directions. So once they go off into a gold hill, when you see that sign that says G with an arrow, you know you're heading for trouble. And then dust is definitely not going to be a factor.
So the big thing about this race, these rallies, so they're navigational races. So you've got a GPS, it's downloaded, you've got your track, and then you can set it up in different ways. You can either tell it to navigate the track, or you could simply make one of the tracks a different color, like red, for example, and follow that. But you've really got to keep an eye on it. You can make a wrong turn and you can get yourself into real trouble here. You know, the past the guys have come down, like a mountain, for example, taken the wrong exit, and then come down to a river, for example, and they've had to go across in a rowing boat. And I just can't remember the Italian. Who was it?
Galindo.
Yeah, there we go. And the Galindo Ridge.
We named the ridge after him.
So of course you've got to find your way. A very, very big part of it. But
we've got Martin down in the finish area there with Teddy Blazuziak. Over to you, Martin.
Time, I even thought you won because in the last minute I wasn't watching. So what happened?
Yeah, man, I had a good race, I had a pretty good start. I followed the guys to see the lines. I've seen spew spots when I was much faster than Alfredo. And then, halfway through I decided to attack. I gapped him. I had like good 5 seconds some point. And with the lap to go, I decided to take it easy. And the lappers on the fast section, they slowed me down, and Alfredo was on my wheel. And then I got a little bit, too excited. I made a mistake. So, my fault. But man, I built that gap over, 10 minutes, and then because of the lappers, you lose everything. But hey, anyway, I had fun. Hey, it's been 4 months since I raced. So the intensity is brutal if you don't race every weekend, I was like, normally, with this kind of sprints, I'm super good. And I was like, I have seen the board, from Lucas. I'm like, another 3 minutes? Are you crazy? Yeah, no, so towards the end, when I was coming in, wheeling into your obstacles, because my arm is losing strength, I was turning left a little bit because I was pulling harder from one side. But anyway, guys, it was fun. Second place, can't complain, right? One for the old guys. Hey?
Come on, we're not the old guys, eh?
We're still out there, but representing, right?
Yeah. Hey, so how is the hand? Do you think it will last those 4 days in the mountains?
To be honest, I believe from the riding I've done in the past, I know that it's actually better to ride 4 hours in the forest with a little bit lower intensity than this stuff, because this is just hit. You're off the position and you still hit. It's like constantly banging on that hand. So I think I'm gonna make it. I'll give it everything I have, and it's gonna be a struggle. But hey, I'm gonna fight till the last minute for sure.
So the clutch hand is pretty good, right?
Yes.
It's just the brake hand. Yeah.
The brake hand and the throttle hand. Sometimes it's like. No, it's actually okay when I pull. I feel like I'm pulling the same, but I'm actually pulling harder one side, and the bike goes like. So I have to I'll adjust it through my riding next few days, but it's just I have to readjust my chip.
So what's the strategy for the next days?
You know, I only want to start up front, you know, like I said, I've been off the bike for 4 months. I only had 2 weeks of proper prep. Of course, I've been, you know, training on the physical side, so fitness is there, as you can see today. But, you know, bike fitness is bike fitness, right? So my plan is to go fast but smooth the first day, stay with the leading group because I'm up front, so probably I'll wait for the guys to catch up. And then go from there, you know, and see where I'm at with my hand, and if I can maintain the pace with pain, I'll stay with the front group for the rest of the week.
Yeah. Hey, I really wish you good luck. I hope I see you on the podium on the last day.
I can. Thanks.
Good luck. Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah.
That was fun, eh? Well, I tell you, if you don't ride every week.
So great to see Teddy so animated there and clearly just really enjoying himself on this prologue track today, Darrow, as many of the other guys did.
Yeah, and you know, Martin was smiling, which means that Teddy had some good things to say. So I think the guys really enjoyed it. You know, like the pressure's off now, and they're going to get an early night. It's all they're going to be about to focus on tomorrow, the first off-road day one.
Yeah, no, I think you couldn't have said it better, that the pressure's off. You know, once the prologue's done and dusted, now they can really focus on those big days ahead in the mountains. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of action to come. So don't forget to tune in to us every single day. We've got a live show from you right in the mountains. We're bringing you right up close to the action. Tomorrow's show will be at 7:30 Eastern European summertime. So just check your time zones to see when you need to tune in. And don't forget to watch the highlights reel on Red Bull TV. And Daryl, it's been good. I'm really excited to see what else we're going to see in the mountains from tomorrow.
We'll see you then.
It was a good move.